future is already here. We are creating it every day. What once was only a vision, today is reality. Let's live the future. Think digital, act digital, feel digital. Welcome to the Western Balkans Digital Summit, Podgorica 2021.
I'm pleased to welcome you to this fourth Western Balkans Digital Summit, which is taking place...
Wait a minute, Digi, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be the host of this event, not you. You're an artificial intelligence. You can't be the host. At best, you're an assistant.
Huh. Assistant?
Yeah?
Co-host sounds better to me. Well, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present to you the host of this fourth Western Balkans Digital Summit, Radoje Cerovic.
Thank you very much, Digi, and we'll talk later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as your host, I'm glad to guide you through this amazing event, which is the fourth Western Balkans Digital Summit, which is taking place here in this wonderful venue, the Musical Center of Montenegro here in Podgorica, but also in this magical place that we all got used to, which is the virtual environment. So as you can understand, this will be a hybrid type of event where you, the audience, the panelists, and our amazing speakers will be able to interact seamlessly throughout the 3 days of summit. At the very beginning, I'm going to tell you that our journey is going to be articulated around 4 important pillars, 4 topics, central topics. Digital skills and competence, including all elements regarding human resources and the issues related to required radical transformation in the structure of knowledge and skills required if we want to accomplish the digital transformation of public administrations. In the afternoon, we will focus our attention on digital economy, the second topic. It will be an encounter between policymakers and private business managers to explore this crucial relationship, crucial for each step in the digital transformation journey. We will open our second day with a rather fundamental set of topics. We will discuss digital infrastructure and connectivity, where we will also introduce telecommunication operators and strategists to understand the balance between the structural aspects of hardware and software. Last but absolutely not least is the topic of trust and security. In addition to cybersecurity experts, this topic will also involve prestigious guests coming from the finance sector, both public and private. Okay, and now it's time to meet those who will help us draft the initial lines of this summit. So, at the beginning, we will meet the hosts and the organizers of this summit. She has more than 15 years of experience in ICT and public administration. Her transformation and change leadership has been recognized by the government of California, so she was appointed the head of California Office for Digital Innovation. Over the past 2 California administrations, she championed the course for the priority policy initiatives and digital service and public transformation strategies for the world's 5th largest economy. Visiting lecturer at Harvard University, and now she is the Montenegrin Minister for Public Administration, Digital Society and Media. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Tamara Srzentic. The Regional Cooperation Council is the organizer and the spiritus movens of the Western Balkans Digital Summits. And she is the visionary leader inside the RCC. She started as an academic lecturer and a TV anchor, but for many years she was a member of the Albanian Parliament, government spokesperson, and the longest-serving Minister of European Integration of Albania. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the RCC, Ms. Mailinda Bregu. This gentleman served as the European Space Agency, chairman of the European Radio Spectrum Policy Group, a board member at the body of European telecom regulators, chairman of the head of the Directorate General of Communication, Networks, Content and Technology. We call it DG Connect at the European Commission. Signore e signori, l'ingegner Roberto Viola. She has a long experience of representing Germany in collaboration with multilateral entities such as EU, OECD, and WTO. An expert in trade policy, transatlantic relations, relations with Latin America, Asia, and Central and Eastern Europe in the Federal Ministry of Economics and Technology. Between 2006 and 2018, she served as the Director General for European Policy in the Ministry. I present to you Ms. Claudia der Voss, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy, Federal Republic of Germany. "25 years of experience in medical practice and public health all around the world. He started as a simple family doctor in Belgium. With Médecins Sans Frontières and later with WHO, he became an expert in emergencies, Liberia, Somalia, Russia, and the prisons of Siberia, then Myanmar, even the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. He speaks fluently 5 languages, and since 2009, he has been with the WHO Europe. Today, he is with us here at the summit, the WHO Regional Director for Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hans-Henry Kluge. Okay. And now, I'll present you our 2 keynote speakers for this virtual opening. She is the director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau of the International Telecommunication Union. In 2018, she became the first woman in the 153-year history of the ITU to hold an elected senior position. Previously, the Chief of Strategic Planning and Membership and Executive Director of the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker will be Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin. Excellent. His country, Estonia, is the world's champion in digital transformation of the public sector. And he is the CIO of the Estonian government, or in more bureaucratic terms, the Deputy Secretary General for IT and Telecom in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications. He is one of the founders of Estonia's renowned groundbreaking e-residency program, nominated as one of world's top 20 most influential people in digital government by Apolitical. And he is here with us on this stage, our second keynote speaker, Mr. Siim Sikkut. Okay, thank you very much for being here, and thanks to our guests that will join online, our panelists. So, as a representative of the organizer of the Montenegrin government, it's up to you to set the stage here.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our community. It is a tremendous honor to reach you on behalf of Government of Montenegro, Prime Minister Zdravko Krkopić, and my team. We are immensely proud to be the hosts of the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit, the biggest digital conference in the region, this year organized by the Government of Montenegro, Ministry of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media, RCC, with help of our sponsors. Following the activities of the goals of the Common Regional Market, which Western Balkan leaders endorsed in 2020, after Skopje, Belgrade, and Tirana, I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to talk with you here now in Podgorica at the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit. I want to thank Prime Minister Krivokapic for his leadership and for setting digital transformation as one of the top priorities on our agenda, which will accelerate the path to digital change in Montenegro. We've charted an ambitious roadmap aiming to improve ways people interact with the government and ensure better access to services, all while building a digitally empowered talent and workforce and fostering digital economy. Our team strongly believes in unlocking the power of government data and technology to spur innovation across our country and the region and enhance the quality of services of the people we serve. Today, from Podgorica, Montenegro, we share a common vision of the future in the European Union with the EU Digital Compass 2030 in mind, and we want to send a strong message and show our commitment to achieving an even more actionable regional collaboration and driving meaningful collective impact. Digital Summit is taking place in a time of a globally challenging situation, and it is especially important that in the Western Balkans, we join forces, connect the dots, exchange experiences and lessons learned around implementation of previously endorsed agreements and commitments, as well as open new perspectives and areas for collaboration, all for the benefit and quality of lives of our citizens. With over 90 speakers, dozens of keynotes and breakout sessions, we hope the summit will provide a strong foundation for governments, private, civil sector, and academia to become more efficient and innovative, to collaborate more in most important digital areas, and to empower leaders through the development of digital skills. What I'm most excited about is that you'll get to hear from some of the most amazing leaders from across the globe: Europe, North and South America, and Asia. From neighborhoods to countries, the two biggest levers for improving people's lives at scale are technology and government. These folks are raising the bar and pushing boundaries on modern, human-centered services and experiences while building diverse, empowering, and equitable organizations, communities, and movements. We like to say that it takes a village, and I'm so proud of the efforts our team and communities put forth in these unprecedented times. As we look to our long-term economic recovery, the people of Montenegro aspire to be supported and connected, all while maintaining their data safe, secure, and accessible. Montenegro's first digital transformation strategy and strategy of cybersecurity, which is fully aligned with the goals of the Europe's digital decade, is one of the major milestones of how we will make that happen. COVID pandemic has demonstrated that we simply cannot be an offline government in an online world. Over time, people have come to expect services delivered at the unprecedented speed and convenience, and to have those same services available at their fingerprints. So to accelerate our progress towards this goal, and following in the footsteps of global leaders like in UK and US digital services, we are launching Montenegro Digital, a small startup inside of the government, which will bring together some of the brightest talent with top civil servants in an effort to build more convenient, reliable, and accessible government services, saving the people of Montenegro both time and money. A critical element of Montenegro Digital is to establish innovation fellows and entrepreneurs in residence, a pipeline of innovators and volunteers whose technical expertise will help us inject the principles and values and practices of the innovation economy into government in support of our most critical change agents, the people. We plan to pair a diverse pool of technologists and innovators with the top civil servants across our government in an effort to resolve some of our most stickiest challenges. Another top priority for Montenegro Digital is to grow and empower our digital talent. This fall, we are launching a digital academy and establishing a standard and open-sourced curriculum that reflects the core skills, competencies, and capabilities needed to enable a truly 21st century digital public service, academia, and civil sector equipped to confront new cross-cutting challenges. Through these efforts and others, we are investing in strengthening our internal capacity to build policies, products, and programs with measurable results that improve the way that people and businesses interact with our government. We are committed to furthering the digital transformation agenda more effectively and efficiently, as well as to providing better communication, cross-border collaboration, and data exchange with the region and the EU, businesses, civil sector, with the goal of addressing the needs of the people we serve. That being said, we must remember that accelerating change takes all of us. It takes a village. Let's use this event as a springboard and push the boundaries of collaboration, communication, and coordination to a brand new level. Let us join and contribute to deepening regional economic integration in the most intentional and transformative manner. Let's continue to build bridges for a stable and integrated region and drive meaningful impact together. Thank you to the leaders representing European Commission, Western Balkans 6 economies, RCC team, and the entire community of public servants, technologists, industry representatives, civil sector and academia, and all of you who have joined us for this 3-day event. The government of Montenegro wishes you a warm welcome and fruitful experience at the summit. May the force be with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Srđančić. Okay, I've defined you a visionary leader inside the Regional Cooperation Council. Ms. Melinda Bregu, the virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you as well for commending our work at the RCC. So, dear host, dear Tamara, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to participate at this virtual opening of the 4th Western Balkans Digital Summit. It does not mean that I'll remain virtual, so I will be joining you tomorrow, so I'll be there for the event on the 30th. We have already entered into a mature phase of a joint Western Balkans 6 digital journey that started 2018 in Skopje. RCC is proud to support these endeavors since then, and we do see the merits of such a flagship event in the digital transformation of the Western Balkans. The current year, the one that we are still living in, will be remembered as the year of transformation of connectivity in the Western Balkans. We all managed successfully to establish a Roam-free Western Balkans regime as 1st of July this year. So the Western Balkans is one grid today. The process of reduction of EU Western Balkan roaming charges will follow, and gears are in full speed, and we started the preparations on that. Only last week, the roadmap that RCC prepared, a consolidated version, I have to say, that foresees the lowering of the roaming costs between EU and Western Balkans, will be carried out together with Western Balkan economies and supported by EC. We cannot do it in a day. The process, it will take time, but we have already set the political ground for successful completion of reduction of the prices between Western Balkans and the EU in a process that will take at least the 5 years up to the moment that we'll see the first results. So by 2027, the roaming charges to the EU will be closer to the home network domestic prices. This is a process based on openness, inclusiveness, transparency that produced clear targets for lowering the roaming charges. And it is as well a shared responsibility among governments of this region, regulators and telecom operators from the Western Balkans and the EU. So if we would like to be successful on that, let's say that the good organization and the shared responsibility of all the actors mentioned is a must approach. I started with the roaming as it is one of the concrete deliverables out of the digital summit with a wide outreach among citizens. But Western Balkans digital agenda is very ambitious and we are making steady steps towards that. It's an integral part of establishing a common regional market for Western Balkans. So let me just briefly mention a few of them that will be discussed later during the summit. The 5G. Last year, the Western Balkan economies kickstart the discussions on the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding on 5G roadmap for the digital transformation in Western Balkans region. This was signed last year during the Digital Summit in Tirana as a direct response to the common regional market measures on the 5G. Western Balkans is at different levels of development compared to the EU in several areas. And its readiness varies from 28% to 42%, while the average in EU is 55%. Efforts in further development of broadband infrastructure are crucial, and this is not just Western Balkans. Worldwide, high-speed network infrastructure is core for all these services. Paperless, digital, borderless. That's what can work for faster, and these are synonyms for faster, easier, and cheaper services for all citizens. An interoperable Western Balkans, the first interoperable region. Free movement of services and facilitation of e-commerce will bring direct benefits to the citizens and requires additional efforts as well. Western Balkans range from 1% to 45 and 47% somehow of citizens using the e-shopping, while in the EU stands at 69%. Free flow of data. A new regional initiative of the free flow of data also considered the fifth freedom of a common market, in addition to the traditional freedoms like the free movement of goods, services, people, and capital, will be launched. Digitally educated Western Balkans. All countries in the world, so globally, but all the economies of the region as well, are progressing, but yet we are behind to what our friends, colleagues, peers in European Union have achieved. Western Balkans 6 ranks very badly when it comes to the digital skills based on the Global Competitive Report. Two-thirds of individuals lack skills required to navigate digital spaces, and only about one-fifth of them use the internet to connect with public authorities in 2019. These numbers have been increased a bit more during the pandemic because of the lockdown. People were like forced to go and check and as well require for some documents on the e-services and e-government portals. We are working on a fully fledged assessment of digital skills, and we need the public administration as well to be both at central and local levels to contribute to equip public administration with the skills required to cope with citizens' needs for better services. Some additional RCC agenda. We are committed, and we have proven that we are ready to work jointly with Western Balkan 6 and establish Western Balkan Digital Skills, Jobs and Coalition. This is one of our freshest ideas. It was like a decision from ourselves and within after discussion and brainstorming among ourselves. Because we keep hearing each day on the chances and possibilities that young people from the region need to have in order to find a job. And that's the most important part or that's the most important thing for their life now. So unemployment is one of the biggest problems and major concerns in the Western Balkans. So upskilling, digital upskilling, reskilling, it will be like a great opportunity for them. And I think that the Digital Summit can be a unique opportunity to showcase digital developments and to support challenges like that in the Western Balkans. We are happy to have supported youngster and bright minds from the region in developing digital innovative solutions like the Balkathon competitions that we organized for 2 years in a row. Balkathon is a newly RCC branded regional competition, a very good example of how digitalization is bringing young people together in creating the new digital and innovative solutions. Last time we organized it during May this year. 6 winners again, 1 for each economy of the Western Balkans, and in recent months they have been working on developing their solutions and making those solutions just putting aside those on market value. So they and those, let's say, winners will have the chance to present tomorrow their innovative solutions for the first time. Dear guests, the digital transformation is a process that requires investing in people, in technology, in systems, and processes to upgrade how business and citizens interact with the digital economy. It requires thinking out of the box and innovating to recap the benefits of the technological change. I do remain positive and optimistic that this year's Digital Summit will be the fora for the fruitful discussions and reaching important agreement. So I wish to all of you a fruitful summit and looking forward to see you in person Wednesday.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Bregu. Now, we are looking forward to see and to hear the perspective on the development and digital transformation of Western Balkans from the European Commission, from DG Connect. So, Ingegner Roberto Viola, il palco virtuale è tutto suo. Prego.
Grazie. I hope you can see me and hear me.
Yes, we can.
That's the first thing you always say in pandemic. I'm so happy and honored to be part of the opening ceremony of this Western Balkan Digital Summit. And I must say, for the European Commission, for my team, growing the Western Balkan communities into digitally connected communities, greener communities, it's really not only something that we do with passion and joining forces with impressive work that it's going on, but also we feel it as a duty, like it's a duty to transform the European society in a greener and more digital one. This is the objective for our future generations that we have set, and we are so honored to join this and have this also shared with our Western Balkan friends, colleagues, and citizens. And that's why I'm very grateful for this invitation. I'm really grateful that the government of Montenegro organized this meeting. I'm impressed by the Regional Cooperation Council and the progress that has been achieved. I think the most significant proof of this progress for the citizens is indeed the roaming agreement among the Western Balkan countries that we from the European Commission have supported from the very beginning, tried to help by injecting our experience in having done a similar journey in the Union. And we are so happy to see that this has delivered for the citizens. Also, we are happy to see that there's a clear, concrete path for reduction of roaming rates between the Western Balkans and the EU, and also rest reassured that we will support this journey. We are still in the pandemic, which is a collective tragedy, and we are trying to deploy as many efforts as possible to keep our society and our economy going. And indeed, digital is a great part of this effort. We have been working day and night to have an effective vaccination campaign in Europe, and the results now are really impressive. We also thought that an essential part of exiting the pandemic was also to have a digital proof of being immune for COVID, to reopen our borders, to reopen our restaurants, to reopen our schools, to make sure that the people can safely interact together. That's why we are so proud of having realized the digital COVID certificate, which by now is used in all European countries, and there are more than 60 countries around the world for more than 2 billion citizens that are applying or are already achieved equivalence with the EU digital COVID certificates. We have issued so far 500 million COVID certificates, and we are so happy to see that North Macedonia and Albania are already granted equivalence, and that happened in August and September. And we welcome the application from Serbian Kosovo, which we are progressing very quickly. And we look forward to receive the application from Montenegro and Bosnia-Herzegovina. By completing the equivalence of the digital COVID certificate, we can be sure that we re-establish a lively and interactive area between Europe and the Western Balkans, re-allowing travel in a safe way and allowing, our respective citizens again to meet physically each other. The digital COVID certificate is probably the most telling example for citizens what it means a digital solution, a digital power solution to prove something, to interact, to travel. Of course, it would not be possible efforts from everyone in improving in digital signatures, in improving in identity, in improving in interoperability of public services. And the work done in the last 20 years has paid off in 2 months. That was the time to set it up. And so in this respect, this shows once again how it's important that in the next decade we engage in this, what we call the compass, the 4 northwest, east and south, the compass of a profound digital transformation of our society and economy. For us, the 4 quadrants of this compass are clearly skills, and I start from the people. I mean, without a skilled workforce, without basic skills, which are the skills to use a digital COVID certificate or be able to print it, to much more elaborated and structured skills to be the doctor in 10 years from now, the architect. So I'm not talking even to the IT engineer. Every specialist must have in the future digital literacy as one of the most important elements of the curricula to make sure that can deal with the challenges of the future. That's very important. And I'm so happy that also this is central to the digital agenda of the Western Balkans, and we shall continue working together on digital skills. The same applies, working together, on the other element which we have seen during the pandemic is so important, which are, of course, infrastructure. Without connections, without, broadband infrastructure, there's no digital society. There's no society, let me say. We have seen it. So that's why we will relentlessly work in Europe towards the 2030 objective, which is to have every citizen connected at home with the fiber, or making sure that even small businesses can be connected with the highest possible rate to the internet, and having for every citizen a 5G connection everywhere. And I think this objective we want to share and make sure also that the advancement in the digital sphere when it comes to connectivity are the same in the Western Balkans. And it's not just connectivity infrastructure, it's also data. Being sure that you can safely store data, use data, process data, what we call the data factories of the future, which means having very advanced cloud infrastructure, supercomputing, the new form of computing, which is moving to the edge of the network. That's why it's called edge computing. And all of this should be part of the modern infrastructure for the region. And that's why it's so important for our digital decade. Another element is the digital transformation of the businesses. That's, where we have to work hard at not only the most advanced business, but every business, even the smaller one, embraces fully digital transformation. Of course, everyone has to do a bit during the pandemic. We don't want that this momentum is lost, and we want that also this is the case for the Western Balkans. And then but last but not least, because I started with this, is the digitalization of public services. So again, the COVID certificate shows to citizens what it means. When administration can deliver efficient solutions. And in Europe, we are moving on to the next generation of this kind of interaction with the public, which we call the European digital identity or the European digital wallet, which is basically, making sure that from your smartphone, you can have all sorts of interactions, show your identity proof, your driving license, open a bank account, sign a contract, and do whatever you want to do in a very simple way when it comes to proving something, identity, attribute, whatever you need to prove. And from very simple application like, renting a car and receiving the digital keys on the smartphone, we go to much more elaborated applications. And we, together with the member states, we just started the work by selecting, first of all, how to work together, the type of application we want to develop very quickly, and also, of course, the standards. So we are very happy to share this work with the Western Balkans and make sure that also this concept of distributed identity, it's, say, the norm in developing next generation e-government services. All of this, of course, needs support, and that's why we are wholeheartedly supporting the economic and investment plans in the Western Balkans. We want to line up an important effort, join, this effort with the EU funding, and make sure that this objective of the digital decades can be also delivered for the Western Balkan citizens. That's why I also would like that we open up a dialogue, a dialogue, a regulatory dialogue, and a dialogue on the digital decades for the Western Balkans, to make sure that our two agendas can be aligned and make sure that, what is the promise or more than the promise, the goal that we want to reach in 10 years from now can be shared with our friends, colleagues, and citizens in the Western Balkans. So I hope that this suggestion can be discussed today and in the future, and the European Commission, my team, as always, stands ready to support you. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille, signor Viola. And now, as I already announced, we have guests from Germany, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy, Claudia Dorfos. The stage is yours.
Minister Serentic, Mrs. Bregu, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the federal government, I'm delighted to once again have the opportunity to welcome you to this digital summit for the Western Balkans. It's been 7 years since Federal Chancellor Angela Merkel initiated the series of Western Balkan conferences. This summer, the Berlin process came home again. At the 2017 Western Balkans Conference under the Italian presidency, Germany proposed a new series of digital summits. There were good reasons to do so, as digitization is one of the most important challenges of our time, and not just since the outbreak of the pandemic. I would like to highlight 3 points in particular. Firstly, the digital summit is a major success story. This was also made clear at our last Western Balkans conference, which took place as part of the Berlin process this summer. The digital summit has given rise to a stakeholder dialogue and put an end to roaming charges in the region this July, which has clearly improved quality of life within the region. Congratulations. In the EU, where roaming charges for final customers were abolished in mid-2017, this has also given roaming traffic a fresh boost. It means that consumers no longer need to worry about high phone bills when they travel. And there will be more projects in the future. Secondly, an important topic that will stay with us is data sovereignty. Under Germany's Council presidency, we promoted Gaia X, a significant initiative for the establishment of a secure and trustworthy European data infrastructure for the entire EU. Small and medium-sized enterprises in particular have so far often been reluctant to use cloud solutions, not only because of the costs, but also because they were lacking trust in the data security offered by large digital companies and platforms. Gaia X seeks to close this gap and will deliver on this. We want to work together to further develop this project and invite the countries of the Western Balkans to play a part in the design of this digital ecosystem. The next Gaia X Summit, which will take place on 18th and 19th November this year, will offer a good opportunity for this. And finally, I would like to stress the responsibility of government. It is our job to create a favorable framework for digitization. For the governments of the Western Balkan countries, it will also be important to channel pre-accession aid into sustainable projects and investments. As these digitization processes take place, we must ensure that all groups in society have the opportunity to be part of this process. This also requires change in the public administration. We would like to provide very practical support here, for example, through our public administration partnership, digitization of continuing education for public officials in the region. This project will also be presented during the lightning talks still to come. Beyond this, we will continue to support the Digital Summit. What we are seeing throughout these 3 days is true platform communication between policymakers, business, and the non-governmental sector, which are joining forces and pooling efforts to find good solutions. On this note, I wish this year's Western Balkans Digital Summit in Podgorica every success. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. Now, his job became even more demanding in the last 2 years. Mr. Kluge, Dr. Kluge, please proceed.
Honorable Minister, delegates, friends and colleagues. It is a great pleasure to address the opening of this, the 4th Digital Summit of the Western Balkans. Let me begin by offering my thanks to the Montenegrin Minister of Health, Dr. Jelena Bojovic, and Ms. Tamara Srentic, Minister of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media, for the opportunity to be part of this, and I send my most sincere apologies for not being able to be with you in person. From the very outset, COVID-19 has put European economies on the back foot, scrambling to reconfigure health services in short time, continue the provision of essential health services, and manage critical supply chains. It has, in no uncertain terms, exposed the fragility of our health systems, highlighted areas of poor coordination, and pushed our precious healthcare workers beyond human limits. The price has been paid in lives lost. While data can be turned into actionable knowledge to save lives, many countries' health systems still struggle with the basics. Despite years of WHO and its partners highlighting the importance of investing in data and digital health to reform health systems, creating new health service delivery models, and empowering populations, the uptake and trust in digital health by populations in the Western Balkans and the broader WHO European region is still hugely uneven. Data-driven approaches are key to the future of pandemic preparedness and response, as well as for effective primary healthcare delivery. They are also essential to move healthcare from a reactive system constantly putting out fires to one that anticipates potential ignition points and prevents them before they take hold. Having access to data is not enough. It also needs to be complemented with a new culture in healthcare that embraces data science and analytics to inform evidence-based decision-making isolated from politics. Many of these issues are well known by technology and innovation communities, but they are still to be internalized through tangible action in the health systems of European economies. In mobilizing such action, I am pleased to be able to share two important announcements with you. Firstly, the WHO Regional Office for Europe, together with representatives from each of the West Balkan economies, has recently drawn up and will launch a roadmap for health in the Western Balkans in December, setting priorities for health in the sub-region for 2021 to 2025. This shows high-level political commitment based on Western Balkan health goals and priorities in action through the lens of the European Programme of Work. These are shared priorities and potential synergistic activities. Secondly, to place the necessary focus on accelerating the digital transformation of health systems and bringing together partners in different sectors. Today, I am proud to launch the first of WHO's strategic regional instruments for digital health, the WHO Western Balkans Digital Health Sub-Regional Network. This initiative introduces a new level of visibility, engagement, standardization and cooperation for digital health adoption in your economies. The principles of equity, gender and human rights underpin this network to ensure that no individual is marginalized or prevented from accessing digital health services. Digital health is a tool to make our societies more equitable and unified, not the opposite. COVID-19 has been a wake-up call, underlining the need to accelerate the adoption of digital technologies in public health and healthcare. The digital transformation of health systems is also a key accelerator in the process of EU integration. There is a momentum now, and we must work across sectors and borders to ensure that this digital transformation delivers on the promise of safe, effective and equitable digital health services for a post-COVID-19 era. I wish you a very fruitful summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kluge. Thank you very much. Now, as I already announced, we will have two keynote speeches. First of them is the observation point from the prestigious International Telecommunication Union on the processes of digital transformation occurring here in the Western Balkans. Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you virtually this morning for the opening of the Western Balkans Digital Summit. This is a key event for a fast-growing, highly dynamic region, and as a strategic partner, ITU is so very proud to be actively supporting the Western Balkans digital transformation. I congratulate the government of Montenegro, RCC, the European Commission, and many other key partners on organizing such an incredible program this year, and a big thank you for inviting the ITU to host the digital infrastructure track. Through our regional office for Europe, ITU works closely with Western Balkan economies to help advance the region's digitization agenda through actions focused on broadband infrastructure, IPv6, spectrum, digital skills and innovation, cybersecurity, child online protection, gender and youth issues, and of course, digital accessibility. Seeing the enormous progress that the region's economies are achieving is incredibly encouraging. That's why it's my great pleasure to announce that tomorrow we will be launching a new baseline study on connectivity in education. This new study will review the status in 9 non-EU countries with a view to developing a series of targeted country-focused actions. In addition, in partnership with our sister UN agencies, UNEP and UNITAR, we will shortly be launching a new project on e-waste aimed at helping countries put in place effective new e-waste legislation and promote greater e-waste recycling. Ladies and gentlemen, next year marks a watershed for global digital development, with ITU's World Telecommunications Development Conference set to take place in June 2022. Coming at a time when the power and importance of connectivity has never been more evident, this next WTDC has the potential to go down in history as a landmark conference, a conference that succeeds in leveraging the vast, untapped power of digital partnership to deliver on our 2030 Sustainable Development Pledges. I urge you all to join us and to make your voices heard and to actively engage with ITU's Universal Connectivity Agenda. Together, we can deliver on the dream of ubiquitous, affordable, high-speed connectivity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bogdan-Martin. Thank you. I've defined your country as a world champion in digital transformation. Mr. Sikut?
Thank you, Rada. Always a bit too kind with that. But, well, ladies and gentlemen, especially wherever you're watching from, and very glad to be here. Thank you to the government of Montenegro and Mr. Tamara for having me here. It's a nice sort of connection to the north of Europe, I guess, for the event. It's splendid to be here because, well, obviously the whole summit covers so many important tracks and themes. But I thought to perhaps use this opportunity to kick us off in a direction that at least we have seen in Estonia to be really the footing of it all. And that really comes down to how the government can deliver upon the policies, upon the services, upon the agenda that is so greatly upon us, like all the previous speakers have outlined. And especially in times of pandemic, when we're expected to deliver especially well, obviously. And so what we have seen from Estonian side, and this is really the bottom line of my sort of short opening here, is that for government to deliver, we have to do the hard work. We have to do the hard work of putting the right sort of basics and foundations in, and that doesn't come overnight. But without that, all the rest doesn't stick. And let me elaborate a bit on that. Well, in Estonia, obviously it's easy to talk about in 5 minutes about 20 plus years of journey. So it's even mind-blowing like that. So it's been a journey of, trial and error, figuring it out, learning from others. But what we really have seen is that if a government is the one that delivers, it is a digital government. So there's no escaping from that. So, government that delivers, it has good services. Obviously these days, and we all know this, I'm preaching to the choir, a service has to be digital in its core, digital by default most of the times. A government that delivers has good policies, which are informed by data and informed by evidence and sort of, really iterating them as we go along as the situation changes, right? So again, digital is at the core of doing good policy even. Resilience of governments in a time of crisis. In Estonia, if COVID started, for us, it was no issue to move to remote work and study because all the services have been there anyway for that. So now just basically, you just couldn't go to shop perhaps, so e-commerce took off, but from government point of view, everything was functioning because it had been functioning already before that. So we're more resilient to whatever comes our way if we're digital. And what's even more fundamental, obviously, in the Western Balkans here, there's, for good reasons, the ambition for digital economy and digitally integrated economy. All this is unlocked by digital government because, well, first of all, the services and the infrastructure we build, digital identity, for example, this is the cornerstone for whatever sector, the whole economy to go digital. And even all the way that it can become a growth dividend. So as sectors are digital, well, they can sort of sell their services more widely. That's the point of Estonian e-residency, for example. So e-residency is basically anyone in the world can apply and become virtual Estonian and then sort of use the services from wherever they are in the world. And through that, obviously, the economy grows. So all of that has been enabled by digital transformation. It's a better government. But what does transformation mean? It means changing how we work, okay? Changing how we do things. That's the essence of transformation. And in that's a lot of unsexy stuff. That's daily work, daily political influence and impact, and daily political resilience to put the unsexy stuff in. Things like user centricity for services. So if we want to have good public services, we want to really sort of have them work the best for the user. And that's just not one-time design effort. That's basically constant work, mindset, practice, tools, something that all our officials have to do. If we wanted to have a good policy, we need data. So that means data quality, that means data governance. Again, daily things that we all have to do at our desks or wherever we are these days in the world doing our government work. But it's these sort of processes, the people for that have to be put in. And there's obviously way more. Platforms for that, regulation for that, there's the governance for that. So basically making sure that if all government has to perform now differently, how do we kick the government in that direction? So that's where obviously political institutions come to the game, digital teams like Montenegro Digital, the plan is, come to the game. So these governance blocks have to be put in place, and without them, otherwise the speed doesn't happen. Why I'm talking about this, and obviously the list can go on, is that hard work unlocks the benefits I tried to outline of better policy, of better services, of resilience, whatever comes our way. And I want to emphasize this hard work because often there's a temptation to go for the latest buzz, go for the latest trend. AI is picking up, or 5G is picking up. Yes, we have to do that now. But these things don't come our way, these things don't stick if you don't have the groundwork. Estonia, we've been now pioneering artificial intelligence in our public sector. Why has that been possible? Because again, data quality is there, so data governance has been, through the years put in. All the sort of building blocks are there, so it's been possible to take this next leap, go along with a trend, because foundations are strong. And so this is really, from my point of view, hopefully a rallying call in terms of saying, whatever strategies we do, whatever roadmaps we do, we have to focus on making sure that the building blocks are in place. Yes, the quick wins have to be there as well, so we need to deliver something, for citizens immediately. But I've always thought about it, and I've seen our country and other countries thought about it as a portfolio. Quick wins, but a lot of effort going to really the foundations that then last and can be the basis for whatever sort of comes next as the ambition. And for that, I think down the line, to really finish up from this, I think it's, I see it this way, that it's, if digital government used to be a thing to strive for because it looked useful, and countries like ours or a few others had been doing it, so, and had shown the gain, so it was like an aspiration to drive to. Now it's a necessity. It's a necessity because, well, first of all, as outlined before, no government today is a good one unless it's digital. Our people are more digital. Even if we work on the skills, we have to work on connectivity, but more of them are digital anyways. So we have to deliver for them. And there's competition. Quite frankly, people move, talents move. If you want to have economies grow, they will move to where it's easy to get things done. So from all of these reasons, we have to put the hard work in. And without that, otherwise we miss out not just an opportunity, we miss out even in competition. So to end this, the good news is, obviously, to put all this hard work in, we are never alone, you are never alone. So you have the community here, that's very heartwarming to see. There's so much knowledge and know-how accumulated in the world, and available for you. And obviously, just like with this event, the donors are ready to help and so on. What we have seen from Estonia is that we have learned a lot from others. We still shamelessly copy if something works somewhere, because it makes us go ahead faster. And from that point of view, if anything from Estonia has done as a solution, as experience, as policy know-how is useful for you, just ask. Only happy to share. But to end this, and really as a last word, is to say that our bottom line message and lesson from all things digital in Estonia is that at the end of the day, it's doing that matters. So even if we don't have all the resources yet, even if you don't have all the resources yet, even if you don't have sort of the perfect plan yet, just get going. Because in the end, it's the delivery that matters, and even small things already in the right direction can make a great impact. So just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard our speakers and our keynote speakers, and this was the virtual opening, the solemn virtual opening of the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit. It remains to me to thank my participants here on the stage and those online, and to wish all you a wonderful time during these 3 days of the summit. I also wish you will find the inspiration for your next digital steps, and to quote Minister Srđančić, may the force be with us. But before that, just to remind you that now we will have a short coffee break, and I invite you during this coffee break to browse through our platform and discover its possibilities and features. Among them are the virtual networking possibility, then there are our inspiring casings, our virtual booth, lightning talks, etc. And don't forget all our interesting side events you will find there on the platform. See you in 10 minutes at 10:10 with the session 1 of the summit. Thank you. DG, are you ready for the first session of the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit? I'm really thrilled to discover the amazing speakers and panelists who will help us discuss the topic of skills and competencies as essential elements of digital transformation, DG.
Ha! Big deal, Radoje. I suggest that all you humans download the skills into your memory and keep updating. Or else let us, artificial intelligences, do the job.
Keep your loudspeakers shut. You're an artificial intelligence. You're not supposed to be sarcastic. Come on, DG. Take care. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the first keynote speaker before the panel. She's Ms. Cory Zarek. Cory Zarek is the Executive Director of the Beek Center for Social Impact and Innovation at Georgetown University. She served as a Deputy Chief Technology Officer of the United States, where she led the US government's work with the Global Open Government Partnership. She's also Mozilla Foundation Fellow in Technology Policy. At Georgetown, Cory teaches Data for Social Impact, and she serves on the university's Tech and Society Steering Committee. Ms. Zarek, we are ready.
Hello, and thank you for including me as part of the Western Balkans Digital Summit. I'm so glad to be with you today. My name is Cory Zarek, and I'm a professor at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. I run a center on our campus called the Beek Center for Social Impact and Innovation that brings together students, expert practitioners, and extended networks to work on projects that solve societal challenges using data, design, and technology to drive toward better and more equitable outcomes. Our work is well aligned with the goals of this event. I also previously served as the Deputy Chief Technology Officer of the United States, where I had the opportunity to help transform the public sector in the US. One thing we knew well during that time is that many of us around the world are solving similar problems to carry out government missions and deliver services to the public. We work in similar ways, and it was always really helpful when we could meet each other and learn from each other. But one problem is that we were all so busy building something new and working through all the challenges of introducing change inside of a big bureaucracy that we never had the time to reflect on what we were learning or to write it down so that we could really share what works far and wide. I joined Georgetown University to create a space where we could better document what works and build networks to share those resources and support one another. Academia is a great place to conduct research and capture lessons learned, and we can also advocate for better policies and practices based on what we've learned and experiment with new ways of working. And, very importantly, we can also train and teach both the next generation of public sector technologists and the current workforce who may not have developed skills in working with data or applying human-centered design or buying and building the technology systems we rely on. As you dig into the conversation as part of the digital skills and competencies pillar, two things I'd be interested to hear more about are, first, what is something promising and innovative where you are that should be documented so it can be shared and replicated in other places? And second, what skills and practices can academic institutions like ours prioritize to ensure we have both the current workforce we need to deliver services well and the pipeline for the future workforce also? Thanks again for having me today. I hope you have a great conference.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Professor Zarek. And now we'll give the floor to Mr. Kemal Bayramovic, who will be the moderator of the first panel named Growing and Sustaining Leadership and Digital Skills in Government. Kemal is the head of experimentation within the UNDP Accelerator Lab in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which employs the methods of agile startups with the goal of devising and testing novel ideas that can either disrupt or complement social development projects. In his 15 years of experience within public administration, he has managed the development of several government-wide digital solutions. And just stand by to discover the amazing list of panelists that he will present to us. Mr. Bayramovic, the stage is yours. Just a moment. Your microphone is muted, Mr. Bayramovic.
Typical problem.
Now it's
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you very much, Rado. Good morning and welcome to the first panel dedicated to advancing digital skills and competencies in government for digital transformation of our region. Thanks to the audience so much for taking time from your busy Monday schedule and joining us live this morning. As Rado has said, my name is Kemal Bayramovic and I am a UNDP Accelerator Lab member in Bosnia and Herzegovina and very honored to host this session. Today we have such an amazing panel where we'll be talking about how to initiate and sustain transformational leadership which would make governments in the region faster, more flexible, integrated and innovative in service delivery. As previously said, for that change to happen, we need different culture, mindset and practices than in traditional government. I'm so privileged to be able to exchange on this topic with our panel members. Joining us live, I welcome our distinguished panel members. Ms. Tamara Sazentic, Minister of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media in Montenegro. Ms. Tatjana Matic, Minister of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications from Government of Serbia, who will join us through a pre-recorded address. Ms. Alexandra Nakeva-Ruzin, Coordinator for the National Platform for Digital Learning of Ministry of Education and Science in North Macedonia. Ms. Florenza Hadji, Director General of the Development Programs and Cooperation Unit in the Prime Minister's Office in Albania, and Ms. Alia Al-Yassir, UN Women Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia. Thank you very much to all for joining us today. Before we dive into the panel discussions, I would like to take a temperature of the room. So I'm opening a poll for the audience on the Digital Summit platform. And the question is about imagining the ideal digital government, the one which involves citizens and businesses in dialogue to achieve better outcomes, the one which provides the best possible online user experience in its digital service provisioning, which optimizes its internal efficiency with digital tools, and most importantly, where leaders actively promote collaboration among departments and with external partners to find new innovative solutions for policy challenges. Add whatever you think is an ideal digitally empowered government. Now, how would you rate your government against this ideal? Let's leave like 20 seconds for your responses. Okay, that's interesting. I see that
Kemal?
not many of you actually managed to respond,
Okay.
but nevertheless, let's proceed. So,
whose turn it was to speak, Kemal? Maybe they were a bit confused it was up to whom to speak right now.
No. I placed the poll for the audience via the Digital Summit platform. So the audience in the live discussion feature on the polls, they have an opportunity to respond to the question. So this is for the audience only. Sorry for if this is confusing, but on the live streaming of our panel, there is a question in the live discussion section polls and the question for the audience. But let's move to the panel itself. So our goal today, whatever your role is in the digital transition of the societies and economies in our region, that you will come away today with something, a new idea, a fresh perspective, a new practice that you can apply to be more successful. So here's the format of this panel to give you an idea of what to expect. I'll kick off the conversation asking questions that hopefully draws out some of the themes and trends we should be thinking about. And then at the end of the panel today, we'll open up the floor to answer specific questions that you have potentially posted over the platform. So audience, if you have questions, you can submit them in the questions tab of the live discussion feature in your lower right part of the screen where the poll was streamed just a few seconds ago. So other participants will be able to upvote the question, to highlight it, and then we will ask our distinguished panel members to potentially answer on that question. I hope it sounds good, and let's get started with the panel. First, a big thank you, Minister Strzentich, for the great and excellent support and effort given by you and your team in organizing and managing Digital Summit this year. So I would kindly ask you to elaborate. What are the key digital transition priorities for Montenegro and the region? What are the digital leadership and digital skills challenges linked to these priorities?
Thank you so much, Kemal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hey, y'all. Great to see you this morning. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm immensely grateful to have the opportunity to be a part of this panel today and to be able to speak to the topic that is truly most near and dear to my heart. But also really honored and thrilled to be in the presence of these fierce women leaders, each who comes from a different background and has a very unique perspective and point of view, both from like the perspective of the why and the visionary, and then also the how, the practitioner level experience in this field. And so I'm really looking forward to digging in and exchanging good practices with you all and learning from you. So thank you in advance. So to the first part of your question, Kemal, when it comes to digital transformation, we started with the imperative that the people of Montenegro deserve a government that meets them where they are. And so meets them where they are during their day-to-day lives. Just make it as simple as that. So during my opening remarks, I noted that the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that we simply cannot be an offline government in an online world. So the people of Montenegro are itching for the fast-tracked digital transformation. So to make this leap forward, we are, as they would say in the United States, we are building the plane while we are flying it. But to ensure we're aiming in a meaningful direction, we have to set the strong foundation. So to that end, I'm proud of the work of our teams have done in terms of partnering with the business, tech sector, and community to co-design Montenegro's first digital transformation strategy. And the strategy really aims at setting pillars and action plan for how might we propel world-leading digital government and foster digital economy that puts people first and delivers a more prosperous future for the people we serve. And one of the biggest challenges I've encountered when starting my post here in this administration was a very small team and not adequately skilled team that has a huge tech portfolio to lead for the entire government. And so that's why in addition to designing a first digital strategy and standards, we're focusing on building capacity within the government and empowering public servants with the training. So I'll highlight a few relevant efforts here where we'll appreciate everybody's support and lessons learned too, as we're moving forward and flying the plane, as I said. A major initiative we are working on is launching Office of Digital Services called Montenegro Digital. And here we are leaning on some of the most successful models from governments, digital transformation like Estonia, with our friend Sim Sticker here, who is helping us a lot with that, UK and USA. We are building on what they've done in Obama's White House as a part of the United States Digital Services team, and what my team has done in California as a part of Governor Newsom's Office of Digital Innovation. And so we're doing it here and trying to roll it out in a phased manner in Montenegro. To just give you a bit of context, some of you might have heard of United States Digital Services. This was the office that Obama created within the White House following the 3-month fix of the disastrous healthcare.gov website. And the USDS is a proven model that brings folks from private sector that deploys small, responsive groups of designers, engineers, and product managers to work with and empower civil servants to transform critical governmental services. As Sim has reflected in his speech, delivery is the strategy. So these small, nimble teams are working with ministries to solve problems. So in Montenegro, we rely on outside vendors right now to build governmental services, and oftentimes we get products that are not user-centered, so not what customers needed. They're often too expensive, so over the cost, and they're not delivered in time. So we must change the way we approach service delivery and technology investments. So Montenegro Office of Digital Services, Montenegro Digital aims precisely at that, to deliver better governmental services to the people of Montenegro through the deep understanding of user needs, technology, and design. So we are first starting with what is a problem that we are trying to solve, and then there could be a simplification of a process, and there could be a human factor involved before we get to the technology. Technology is last. So we have already laid a groundwork for Montenegro Digital by proving the impact of user-centered service design and modern software development in pockets throughout the government. And so learning from our experience standing up our other offices, we have developed a detailed rollout plan. And in July, we welcomed Mikey Dickerson, who was right hand of Obama and his chief tech officer, to help us assess where we are and put together the plan for Montenegro Digital. So I'm calling you all out there to tune in, because in a few days, we'll be launching the call for innovation fellows and entrepreneurs in residence that will help us create the pipeline for folks who want to join this movement. And so please stay tuned and come and join this effort if you're interested. So the second part of your question was around digital leadership and skills. And so from my experience growing digital service delivery teams in government, I've learned that in order to meaningfully change how government operates, you need to insert private industry culture and practices within the government. And this is something Sim was also reflecting on in his speech, and Corey Zarek has touched on as well. So my dear friend Mike Bracken, former head of UK's government digital services, has said, if you want to make transformation happen and make it stick, and this piece is the hard, Sim talked about how hard it is to make that change stick. You need to be radical in changing how your organization works, but incremental in changing what it delivers. So it's not just the why and the what, but it's how, the process, the machinery of government that we need to change. So the core disciplines often used in successful private and startup companies that we need to insert in government are service design, agile, lean, product management. I find to be the core thing that we need in the government, not project, but product management. Human-centered design, content design, research, data science. So these are the hard tech skills, but we also need soft skills, what I like to actually call power skills. Emotional intelligence, conflict management, how to build and lead agile multidisciplinary teams. I think this one is actually the most powerful, how to become more acutely aware and calibrate your individual superpowers and strengths to move things forward. And so in all my teams, I've tried to create systemic levers to push staff into higher levels of personal growth. And the more enlightened my teammates feel, the better they are able to perform in these challenging, transformative times. And we want really the teammates to push them to become the best versions of themselves. So self-awareness and the empathy are really core to this. And there are a myriad of tests, tools, and techniques which are widely used to support this. And as Corey has urged us to document, we have this documented. We'll be launching it in our digital academy, and we'll be sharing it all with all of you who are interested in taking advantage of those.
Thank you very much, Tamara. We will have an opportunity to ask you another question in the second round of questions. Now we are moving to Tatjana Matić, Minister of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications in Serbia, she was not able to join us live, so we'll stream her pre-recorded response. My first question to Minister Matić was actually about implementing cross-sectoral digital initiatives. What are the challenges and opportunities in that area, especially since the ministry that is under the Mrs. Matić leadership has so many diverse responsibilities. So let's hear Minister Matić's response.
The scope of the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications is wide. Despite the fact that the areas of trade, tourism and electronic communications and the information society are significantly different when viewed separately, together they represent the basis for the development of the economy and modern society. One example of cooperation between sectors is the project Digitalization of the Tourist Offer of Republic of Serbia. The project includes several components, including providing broadband access and building Wi-Fi networks for cultural heritage sites, creating a software platform that will take the role of digital tourist guide and platform for advertising accompanying content near the site, providing the necessary hardware infrastructure for application solutions, platform development, for booking and paying for accommodation, as well as creating multimedia digital content for 60 target locations. Also, as a result of digitalization in the field of tourism, since October 2020, in use in the Central Information System of e-tourists, which combines all data for accommodation in the Republic of Serbia and which enables electronic check-in and check-out of guests, daily insight into the state and tourist traffic and reporting for statistical and marketing purposes in real time. The development of e-commerce is also one example of the implementation of a cross-sectoral initiative. A relevant legislative framework has been established. A plan for strengthening e-commerce has been developed, and consumer confidence in this way of shopping has much improved. In addition to e-commerce, various electronic services are available today that significantly facilitate everyday life and more efficient business for citizens and businessmen. Digitalization is one of the priorities of the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications and the government of the Republic of Serbia also. Broadband infrastructure in the basis for the development of digital society and the use of modern digital services, so the Ministry is working on further development of broadband networks with the aim of overcoming the digital gap between urban and rural areas and enable internet access to all households in Serbia by 2025. In June 2020, a new project for the development of broadband access in rural areas was launched with the aim of supporting private sector investment in rural areas where interest in investing in the development of the next generation networks is limited, so-called white and gray zones. During the first phase of the project, which is already underway, the Ministry will enable the connection of approximately 450 schools, public institutions in rural areas with the existing backbone of the optical network. This is an incentive for the private sector to develop last-mile infrastructure for surrounding households and makes operator investments financially sustainable. In this way, in the first phase alone, the development of broadband infrastructure will gradually enable high-speed internet access for about 80,000 households in rural areas. The second phase of the project is planned for the period 2022-2024 and consists of two parts. In the first part, it is planned to provide broadband access in about 700 rural settlements for about 150,000 households. Additionally, within the second part, it is planned to provide internet access for about 60,000 households and in about 600 rural settlements. The infrastructure will be completely provided by the relevant ministry and made available for electronic communications operators. One of the important projects of the ministry is the Connected School project, which provides equal opportunities and further development of education for all students through the development of ICT infrastructure for educational institutions. A wireless local area network has already been built in over 900 school buildings throughout Serbia, and construction is planned in all school buildings. Today, broadband access has been provided for more than 1,600 schools in Serbia, and by the end of this year, it will be provided for all school facilities, for about 4,000 main and other facilities. In this way, over 60% of students in Serbia have already been provided with internet access in a safe environment of the academic network of the Republic of Serbia. Also, the Republic of Serbia was the first in the region to adopt a strategy for the development of digital skills for the period from 2020 to 2024. The adoption of this strategy is important for the digital transformation of our society, as well as for the implementation of measures and activities that will contribute to improving the quality of life of all citizens in a modern environment, and also to higher employment, work efficiency, and overall economic growth.
Thanks to Minister Matic. Now moving to Miss Alexandra Nakeva-Ruzin. Good morning, Alexandra. A question for you. Now, technology creates a sense that anything that can change will eventually change. And I think education is a good example of that, since digital transformation, that sector was significant even before the pandemic. I was able to read in one study that the education sector was actually the most prominent sector where this rise of use of digital services and tools happened during the pandemic. According to that study, between 38% and 43% in our region. Now, from the Macedonian experience, how should our countries close the knowledge and skills gaps for the digital transformation in government, but specifically in the education sector?
Good morning, Kemal. Good morning to all. Let me first extend my warmest congratulations to the government of Montenegro and Minister Srđančić for continuing the tradition and putting together yet another exceptional Western Balkan Digital Summit, and also to thank them for inviting me to take part in this distinguished panel and letting me share the Macedonian experience with the digital education in the digital development in the education sector. If you don't mind, I would like to share a few slides that will help the audience better and more easily follow my address. The question is highly relevant, not only for our region, but also worldwide. Indeed, the pandemic facilitated and accelerated the use of digital technologies in schools on an unprecedented scale. Although it's worth noting that the digitalization of school did not start and it will not end with the COVID-19 pandemics. Schools have already been part and have been widely and strongly impacted by the global digital transformation over the past years, not only because schools have a significant role to play in developing students' digital competencies, but also because technology can influence the way we teach and learn. This is reflected in the duality of the term digital education, which encompasses two different but very complementary dimensions. First is the development of students' digital competencies, which are key to bridging the gap between the supply and demand on the labor market for digitally competent workforce, as well as for reducing the digital skills divide that lead to economic and social exclusion. And second is the pedagogical use of digital technologies for facilitating, advancing, and transforming the teaching and learning processes, which have or which can bring multiple benefits on many fronts. However, and notwithstanding this essential role that education systems can play in digital transformation of the economies and the societies on a global level, and especially in our region, for a long time, there was a prolonged perception of the limited potential for using digital technologies in education. This was abruptly changed with the outbreak, which put the traditional schooling to a halt, enabling continuity of the educational process only by using digital technologies for synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning. However, there have been significant variations in the effectiveness of deployed practices across the sector, not only in North Macedonia, but also worldwide. And several key factors have been identified to contribute to that. One of most prominent one being the digital competencies of teachers and their ability to use digital technologies in a confident, critical, and responsible way. Namely, findings of the 2018 International Computer and Information Literacy Study show that improvements in digital infrastructure on its own do not systematically lead to integration and pedagogical use of digital technology in schools. Obviously, as the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research was reported stating, no technology makes a good education. It is up to the teachers who need to be qualified to use digital technologies and teach digital competencies. Hence, the development of teachers' digital competencies is considered a key factor for maximizing investments in digital education and aligning schools with the needs of the 21st century. As we can see on the slide, on the question on how to close the digital skill gaps in the education sector in the Western Balkan economies, there are various instruments that have proven that work in different education systems worldwide, which the authorities can use to this end. First one is to ensure that teachers possess digital competencies before entering the profession. And this can be done by ensuring that competencies are adequately integrated in the study programs for the initial teachers training, through modernizing the teachers' competence framework and through mandatory assessment of teachers' digital knowledge and skills during the studies or before entering the profession, ideally at both terms. And second, to ensure that teachers' digital skills continuously advance to keep up with rapid technological progress. We need to ensure that regular programs for teachers' continuous professional development incorporate a wide range of courses for digital competencies, including for pedagogical application of digital technology in teaching different subjects. In addition to formal training courses, teachers should be encouraged to actively participate in new forms of cooperation and exchange of experiences, such as professional communities and networks that can facilitate the collaboration and exchange of good practices, experiences, and methods, as well as teaching materials and didactic resources. This would be the question. I will continue. I'm very looking forward to continue with the next one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. We are now moving to Ms. Florența Hagi, Director General of the Development Programs and Cooperation Unit at the Prime Minister's Office in Albania. So, Florența, many times we hear how government should be more responsible and adaptive to sudden changes and more proactive and innovative, and therefore work more like a business or even a startup. Minister Sezenic also mentioned about the idea of having this in a kind of a special unit in the Montenegrin government. Now, as an experienced program and project developer and R&D expert, what entrepreneurial practices or mentalities our government should adopt to be relevant on the market?
Thank you, Kemal, and thank you for having me in this panel today. I will start by saying that we all know that COVID crisis has brought some changes in the way we work, in the way we live. So somehow it has redefined our habits, like also whole industries have been redefined, and also it has brought some innovative business models to the forefront. And when we talk about business models, why not also business models in brackets in the way the government works? The post-COVID reality, of course, requires a new thinking also at the government level based on open sharing of knowledge and information for introduction of innovative policy measures to engage more and more the various actors, such as the public actors, but not only, also development partners that we work on our everyday basis, also private sector, academia, research institutions. So we have to find ways on how to engage them more in our everyday work in order to make better policies, because the policies are made for them. So we need to work closely and find these mechanisms. And to tell you the truth, COVID crisis helped somehow in this direction. As a result, many of the societal behaviors are changing also at the workplace. The workplace is now moving from on-site to online, as we also can see it from today's panel. So things also function in an online mode. So why not also in the government? They also could function in this way. We are living in a world of rapid technological developments like artificial intelligence, data economy, big data of things, 5G. We hear about these words every day in every different context. So we have to exploit and take the best from this kind of new, let's say, way of doing things. In this regard, the government of Albania is trying to be as innovative as possible in taking new initiatives that are mainly focused in taking advantage of what technology can offer. We are also trying to develop an innovative ICT ecosystem, not only for the private sector, but also for the public sector, and see how the public sector can best take advantage of this ecosystem, due also to the young and multilingual population that we have. Our population is more and more looking for self-employment, and digital transformation helps in this. In this context, we have taken measures to approve also incentives for the ICT sector. And now, for example, there is a very low capital requirement to set up an ICT business in Albania. And this has helped for this sector to develop more. In the recent year, there has been also an increase in the focus in terms of policies, support, and budget on fostering this entrepreneurship culture and innovation by the government and also by development partners. The Albanian government has also embarked in a journey to enable a pro-innovation environment for its citizens, and this mainly through the digitalization of services. Albania is embracing more and more the transparent, let's say, e-government solutions in order to enhance trust in public administration, and also efforts to increase digital literacy, because it is a problem in the country, but also in the region, as we have seen from the recent studies, and we have to take some actions in this regard. Online privacy and security, cybersecurity is also a goal of ours, and also how to make better and more to increase the quality of life of our population, but also of the private sector, and how to remove, let's say, all these bureaucracies that they encounter in their everyday life. So we also aim to contribute to the emergence of trustworthy, empowering digital environment for our citizens. And we are proudly say that about 95% of our public services are now offered online. There are about 1,200 and something services that are online now in our e-Albania platform, and all the public and the private sector can take advantage of this, and they are using the services more and more. And they are seeing that this makes their life easier. They don't need to go to offices and stay in line in order to take a document, but they just can do it from their e-access, let's say, in the e-Albania platform. So now that we are, let's say, almost finished with all the public services being online, now we are trying to make them better, to improve these online services, and also to produce documents that have this e-stamp, more and more documents that have the e-stamp, so that we remove all the bureaucracies that are left. Something else that I wanted to mention is also the public consultation of all the acts, legal acts, policies that we produce. They're all put in a platform where the public can consult them and can give their opinions. So this is something to engage and say the public and different actors, different partners like donors or other organizations that operate, NGOs that operate in Albania. They can give their own opinion, of course, according to the field of the policy or of the act that is put there. So this is something else that we have been working to empower more, and we can see that every day it's getting better. Something else that we're working on are also the startup and innovation policy or program, as we call it, the digital agenda. So we're really working on in this direction. In terms of ICT, we are also embarking on a journey to develop an ICT cluster as a pilot, let's say, cluster in Albania, and then move on with the other clusters. So also the smart specialization strategy is a strategy that is helping a lot in this direction, because one of the sectors that have great potential to be innovative from the data mapping that we did is ICT. So for the moment, this is what I wanted to say, but I'm open for questions at the end and for the second question, of course. Thank you, Kemal.
Thank you, Florenza. We will be back with you in some time. Now, moving to Ms. Alia Al-Yassir, UN Women Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia. Ms. Alia, we just heard about positive impacts of the digital revolution. So many good news today. But despite these good news, we know that opportunities and gains are not yet shared equitably. And in many ways, just as COVID-19 has shown that the potential of the digital technology, it has also made gender inequalities more apparent and visible. Now, access to ICTs remains a serious challenge for many women and girls, and it means they are at even more risk of being left behind. So what is your recommendation to the governments in the region on addressing the digital gender divide? What kind of leadership skills or knowledge are required for such a change?
Thank you very much, Kemal. And it's wonderful to join these esteemed panelists and dear partners, colleagues, and friends online. It really is a pleasure for me to be part of this digital summit. And just let me use this opportunity to give my special thanks to the government of Montenegro and RCC for holding the summit in such an innovative way. To answer your question, maybe I can zoom out a little bit. I think while we all agree that technology does open new arenas for the world, the reality is that there are too many women and girls who are shut out of these arenas. And I'd like to give you just some global and regional statistics that illustrate this point. There are roughly 1.7 billion women in the global south who remain unconnected. And this means that they have no access to internet or mobile phones. Worldwide, we have 327 million fewer women than men that own a smartphone or have access to the internet. On average, only 0.5% of 15-year-old girls want to become ICT professionals compared to 5% of 15-year-old boys, 10 times less. Women-owned tech startups receive less than 25% of their funding of their male counterparts. And closer to home, less than 1 in 5 ICT specialists in the EU is a woman. And a recent UN Women study in Bosnia and Herzegovina showed that 1/3 of the girls that we interviewed said that their family would not encourage them to take up university studies in STEM. Gaps in digital literacy of women and girls exist all over the world, but particularly in low and middle income countries. And these gaps are really a hindrance to women and girls' ability to compete in a global online environment. Biased social norms and stereotypes, you've heard this a lot, but it's very real, that they hold us back. We also see a lack of investment in women's access to technology that restrict them from benefiting equally from advancements. Jobs of the future will be driven by technology and innovation, but how can women and girls hope to compete if they can't even log on? If digital technology isn't equally accessible, a young generation, especially girls from marginalized groups, are at risk of exclusion and disadvantage. As you mentioned, Kemal, COVID-19 has revealed great inequalities, and it also risks reversing decades of progress in terms of gender equality. Inequalities are growing both within and between countries, including in terms of the digital divide. And it's really important that we discuss this issue from a global perspective, even if we're talking about the Western Balkans, because the countries of the Western Balkans are becoming increasingly active in this global community and tackling these development challenges that know no borders. In many parts of the world, we know digital technology is a lifeline and a critical tool to cope with the COVID-19 crisis and its aftermath. But because so many people, and especially women and girls, are disconnected, they are being left behind. So while we have to recognize these very real challenges, I think we have gotten a historic opportunity to look at digital revolution and making it work for the global good. There isn't actually, unfortunately, any single solution to closing the gender gap. We actually need holistic solutions and approaches that can tackle intersecting economic, social, political, and cultural barriers that prevent women and girls from seizing the immense opportunities that digital technologies offer. We definitely need to see it, as a previous speaker has said, as a whole ecosystem. I can't go into all of the aspects in this short intervention today, but I want to focus on two key areas. And these are based on a joint study that UN Women has undertaken together with ITU, covering many of the countries in the Western Balkans. So I want to, first of all, add my voice to the points raised by Alexandra from North Macedonia. We need gender-responsive education and inclusive learning opportunities that allow for equitable, affordable, and reliable access to digital technologies. We need gender-responsive education, and that means putting people first. I'm not a generic person, but we really need to take into consideration the specific needs of different groups of women and girls, men and boys in all their diversity, and ensure that any related plans are adequately budgeted and monitored to assess their effectiveness. We need to move beyond words and really move into action. And through this approach, as has been highlighted before, we need to tackle both hard and soft infrastructure. COVID-19 forced schools to close and affected 6 million students at the very least in the region. And many countries have shifted to distance and digital learning. The fortunate students in these countries had internet access at home, but for too many girls, this shift of schooling to home has been actually devastating. Girls receive access to digital technology at a later age generally than boys. And the use of digital technology of girls is often curtailed by parents more than for boys. COVID-19 revealed real limitations to online service provision. And too many homes lack the sufficient devices for students to be active participants in their online classrooms. And as we heard, teachers too were ill-equipped. Only a quarter of students in Europe are taught by digitally confident teachers. And this, unfortunately, is also a gendered issue because most of the teachers are, in fact, women. We also need to look at school curricula to make sure that students fully understand the relevance and the real-world applications of technology. The way in which STEM subjects are taught influences students' motivations to pursue careers later in life. And currently, the way that STEM subjects are being taught is not conducive to attracting more women and girls. Actually, women are less likely than men to consider a technical career. This work within the education sphere obviously needs to be linked to multiple aspects of the world of work, but I don't have time to go into that. But I will emphasize another important issue that we need governments to focus on. The other key factor is safety. Transformation needs to be in a positive direction in line with our aspirations. So we have to keep in mind that the same digital platforms that open doors to new opportunities can also be weaponized to facilitate violence against women and girls. Online space is not necessarily a safe space, and women and girls are facing heightened exposure to violence and abuse in technology-enabled spaces. The lack of transparency and accountability to address digital discrimination leads to further abuse, harassment, and online violence. While such toxic behavior may be taking place on a phone or a computer screen, it's also unfolding amidst a wider and more systematic environment of gender-based discrimination and violence. A report on the mobile gender gap found that nearly 40% of women surveyed in more than 50 of the most online populated countries had been harassed online. In Europe, the risk of online violence is highest among young women between 18 and 29 years of age. In the European Union, 1 in 10 women have experienced cyber harassment since the age of 15. We must also look at violence and discrimination through this intersectional lens and understand that certain groups of women and girls experience greater levels of violence. This is really deterring young women from engaging in public life, and it threatens to further deplete the leadership pipeline that we so desperately need. We need to invest in knowledge and tools to tackle this issue. There are promising practices that we've seen across the world. There is such a thing as the Digital Security Helpline, which is a global platform by Access Now that provides rapid response emergency assistance for women under attack. This service is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in several languages, and is monitoring and drawing attention to digital rights. We also have seen in Africa a feminist safety reboot initiative that promotes understanding of gender-based violence. We'd love to see similar initiatives in the Western Balkans, bringing together not only governments across the region, but also civil society and the private sector. This would be a wonderful thing for us to see, but if I had to emphasize, it would be these 2 points for now, but there's much more to be said. But thank you, and back to you, Kamal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alia. A lot of insights there, and just yesterday I read about the statement of the IBM CEO saying that the cybersecurity is an issue of this decade. So definitely we could talk a lot about that. But, and we are just at the middle of the panel. We have finished our first round of questions and moving to the second round. And hopefully we will achieve to have a kind of Japanese style precision, because we are the first panel on this conference, so we want to be on time. So moving back to Minister Srzentic, now your prior work experience in the California state government was in the field of digital innovation. So what are the kind of key management lessons that you have learned about how to facilitate digital transformation and introduction of innovation practices in government?
Thank you, Kemal, for that question. And I also want to say how much I appreciate all of my fellow panelists' comments. You all contributed with a different aspect. And so I will, again, kind of be focusing on a culture too, which I think should be kind of really unpacked and kind of thought about in a more intentional way. So as you all might agree, governments around the world, whether they're big or small, we all struggle with some of the same challenges, really. Calcified bureaucratical processes. Something that Sim also mentioned, there's too much focus on process. There's too much focus on liabilities and risks. We are all compliance-based machineries, and we're not focusing enough on opportunities and possibilities. So there's a lot that I could take from my previous posts, from leading teams, empowering amazing leaders in United States, and taking it to Montenegro. So one of the most successful efforts we initiated in California, which we are piloting in Montenegro, as I said earlier, is Digital Academy. And we are doing this based on the model we launched in California Office of Innovation and Digital Academy there. And the curriculum was developed in collaboration with Harvard Kennedy School and 10 countries representing 10 governments. And so we are currently translating and right-sizing that curriculum, and we're going to be launching it in phases. Just want to kind of put a little bit of a sneak peek. It's all going to be open sourced. So if you all are interested in checking it out, we'd love to share it with you. So digital transformation requires digital teams with specialized skills. But perhaps what I really want to highlight, and perhaps more importantly, it requires the conditions of innovation and models of support that enable new methods and problem-solving approaches that deliver better value and outcomes for the people. So those conditions include teams that are multidisciplinary, who work in the open, who are collaborative, and seize an experimental culture. It also takes staff who are enabled and empowered to try new things. leaders who model servant leadership, celebrate real-world iteration and perpetual learning. Sim was talking about this. No product is ever done. We need to continue to go back to the people that we are serving and get their feedback and then improve it based on that feedback. So I'm just going to outline what in my mind modern teams and leadership of 21st century public service looks like. And this is something we have on our walls in one of our buildings. Modern leaders of 21st century foster an environment of continuous improvement, letting go of the status quo, sharing knowledge whenever possible, and inviting feedback. It really involves flattening out power structures, embracing trust, working in more fluid, networked ways. Empower teams try new things, celebrate fast failing and perpetual learning. They focus on discovering opportunities, not designing specific solutions. They value and reward experimentation, openness, and collaboration as a part of a regular business. The modern leaders of 21st centuries build multidisciplinary, diverse teams that welcome various viewpoints and skills. They lead by example and show, don't tell. And we like to say in our teams, we want demos, not the memos. I think a lot of governments are stuck in just passing out the memos. They share lessons learned, so their teams make only new mistakes. So even at the end of the digital summit, our team is going to do a retrospective to outline what we've learned, what we want to keep, what we want to watch, and what we want to change, and what actions we want to take forward as a result. They model servant leadership, where leaders exist to serve and coach team members. So you also asked me about the management lessons, and so I'll outline just a few from running the Office of Innovation and Office of Digital Services and Digital Services Academy, which we are launching in Montenegro. So my biggest success metric for myself in this job right now is how might I drive a meaningful and sustainable change, not just how I'm gonna solve a specific problem but also how I'm gonna make a lasting change that sticks. And this is the piece that I want to kind of just dig in. How do you make a meaningful change stick? How do we empower leaders and build culture intentionally so that meaningful change sticks? So one of the lessons from running Digital Academy in USA that will apply here as well is we need to create a runway for our staff to use these new skills when they go back to their work. So imagine your teammates, they go to an amazing training, but if there aren't conditions, enabling conditions for them to use that skill set, then it just doesn't stick. So my biggest complaint with typical training in government is that people get inspiring training and they return back to business as usual. And so they do not get to use the new skills and techniques they learn because there is no support to try anything new. And the antibodies really attack that new idea that they bring to the table. So the opportunity fades and skill is lost and money is wasted, inspiration is squashed really. And so we need to create enabling conditions and give our staff an air cover in order to practice these new skills that they learn in the training. And after our staff come back from the training, we need to create that runway for them to use these skills. So that's what we are incorporating in all of our trainings as well. Another one, maybe the greatest lesson and principle I've learned leading multidisciplinary teams, is that you need to invest in nurturing safe psychological spaces. Your team must feel free and believe that they're honestly supported to fail and learn. So this must be honest and ironclad at all levels of leadership in the organization. And the second one of the teammates gets burnt for not delivering on something that was a learn, fail, fast effort, all trust is lost and your innovation efforts become almost impossible to drive forward. So in my teams, we made an effort to take the negativity out of the term failure. We even use a failure bow. And so when my teammates fail, we actually celebrate, I failed. We made a joke out of it for messing something up. So we'll follow up almost every usage of the term failure with the statement, what we learned was. So if you don't think your organization can flip the negativity on failure, then you might want to take fail out of the nomenclature altogether. And you might want to call everything a learning, really. And so we're really trying to build a learning organization here. Another one I'll mention is moving from a culture of individual contributors to the team culture, and this is really important to the culture I come in here. Individual contributors get swallowed by a larger organization, and this process really needs a team, teams of 4 or multiples of 2, so they can like keep each other back and help each other. And just for the end, I want to emphasize, again, it's not about technology, even though digital is in the epicenter of everything we're talking. It's about problem definition and iterating solutions. It's that machinery of government, the culture, the teams, how we empower them to deliver. We need to resist the temptation to making everything about technology. Technology is just a tool that enables transformation to happen, but it's not the result. So we need to focus on improving the human-based workflows. Let's map out the journey, let's identify pain points and opportunities, and then let's build a solution that really works. Ask what makes the most sense to get the job done if technology or existing limitations were not the factor. And when those are working better, then add technology on the top after the human factor. And this will also gain us a buy-in that we really, truly need here to improve the human condition and the human experience in the organization for both people who are running our services and the people on the other side of the services who are experiencing them. So those are just like some tidbits around the culture and the way we are building things together that I wanted to highlight. Appreciate the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tamara. Very powerful messages. Thank you for giving them to us. So we now move back to Minister Matic. She mentioned in her first address the newly adopted Information Society and Cybersecurity Strategy, which actually positions digital capacities of citizens and public and private sector employees very high on the government agenda. So my question to Minister Matic was, what are some very concrete activities that the ministry is planning to implement in this regard? So let's see.
One of the three specific objectives of the Information Society and Information Security Development Strategy of the Republic of Serbia for the period 2021-2026 is improvement of citizens' digital knowledge and skills, strengthening the capacities of public and private sector employees to use new technologies, and improvement of digital infrastructure in education institutions. Realization of that objective will be based on 4 measures that encompass 11 activities. Measure 1.1 includes improvement of digital knowledge, skills, and capacities of citizens and employees through trainings aimed at increased usage of ICT, and is implemented through the following key activities. Support programs for association through award of funds for implementation of programs in the field of development of the information society. Then trainings aimed at improving teachers' competencies in the field of information and communication technologies, and trainings aimed at improving digital competencies of employees in the public administration. Popularization and promotion of the use of ICT through the Serbian-Korean Information Access Center is also one of the aims. Measure 1.2 includes promotion of useful, creative, and secure usage of information technologies through organization of educational and media campaigns and prize competition, and is implemented through the following activities. First of all, activity 1 is IT Caravan, an educational campaign for promotion of useful, creative, and secure usage of information technologies. Then activity 2, popularization and promotion of the use of ICT in classes through a prize competitor titled Digital Classes, and promotional campaign Smart and Safe. Measure 1.3 includes improvement and promotion of the work of the National Contact Center for Child Safety on the Internet. Here we have trainings aimed at strengthening the capacities of employees in institutions of the system for the purpose of applying of the regulation and safety and protection of children in the use of information and communication technologies, and provision of information and education of children, parents and teachers in child safety on the Internet through organization of trainings in schools. Measure 1.4 is improvement of the digital infrastructure in educational institutions through continuation of connection of all central, primary and secondary school facilities, cultural institutions and public libraries in Serbia to the AMRES network, and development of the information and communication infrastructure in primary and secondary school within Connected School project.
Thanks to Minister Matic. We now move to Alexandra. Alexandra, you already talked about the implementation of the digital education in North Macedonia. I would kindly ask you just to share with us some concrete experiences and then lessons learned during that process. How this implementation of digital education affected the educational process and the system as a whole.
Thank you, Kemal. As you can imagine, it was indeed quite challenging times for the education sector in Macedonia, but I'd say not only from Macedonia, but also in other Western worldwide. The fact that the schools closed in March 2020 actually got the system completely unprepared, both in terms of lacking policies and lacking practices for distance teaching and learning, especially in primary and secondary education. This resulted with the digital education, at least at the initial period, being implemented rapidly in an unplanned and unstructured manner. And although it led all stakeholders in the education system to swiftly adapt to new circumstances, opening up a space for innovations and creativity within the sector, it also created a substantial room for suboptimal practices. Namely, at the beginning of the pandemic, in the absence of digital education strategy and unified practices in this domain, different schools, as you can see in the slide, and even different teachers within the same schools, resorted to individual crisis solutions for communicating with the students, for sharing teaching materials, and for assessing students' progress. The initial findings from a survey on the experience of principals, teachers, and parents with the online and distance learning in North Macedonia in the 1920 school year indicate heavy inefficiency in the teaching process. Namely, high percentage of parents who participated in the survey, a bit less than 50% actually, assessed the digital education in that period as completely or partially ineffective, while only 15% viewed it as effective or very effective. Except for the teachers who received an average grade of 3.5, the overall implementation of the digital education in the respective school year at school level and at state level was graded. Is it okay? I can continue.
We have an interpreter probably.
Jump in okay. Okay, no worries. I can continue.
Okay, Alexandra, maybe you can continue. I think that interpreters are probably not well assigned to their channels, so we are hearing their voice as well.
Okay.
Ušao u kanal tamo. Neko ušao u kanal? Pozori ove Albance. Ne znam. Ajde ja što preuzem, a ti probaj novac s kim da pričam. Da vidimo nešto se slučilo.
Can I kindly ask the technical support just to the translation and turn off the Alexandra.
Okay, I think it's better now, yeah. So as you can see on the slide, the overall implementation of the digital education in the respective school year at school level and at state level was graded with 2.9 and 2.7 respectively. This prompted the Ministry of Education and Science to swiftly approach conceptualizing, designing, developing, and implementing a national platform for digital learning, or for distance learning, as we call it here, with an objective to have it operational for the beginning of 2021 school year. The primary goal of the national platform was to ensure equal standards and consistent practices of synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning during the health crisis across all the primary and secondary schools, nationwide, which consists of approximately 256,000 students and about 28,000 teachers, and to provide all these services in all the 5 official languages of instruction in the country. The platform was designed and developed in close cooperation with different sectors from the quadruple helix, with an ultimate goal to enhance the quality and inclusiveness of education, as well as to facilitate the acquisition of digital competencies by all students. And although the national platform fulfilled fully its objectives, it should be noted that it was designed and implemented as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which happened several years ahead of the school's digitalization, which was planned with the strategic plan of the Ministry of Education and Science. And such premature integration of digital technologies in the education system in the country revealed many of its structural challenges, confirming thereby that digital education is undoubtedly a very complex process that involves multiple stakeholders and it requires massive structural changes. Namely, the process of digital transformation of schools necessitates a holistic, systematic, and coherent approach in effectuating policies on multiple fronts, not least in digital infrastructure and resources, top-level strategy and school leadership, teachers' professional development, what I mentioned during my first address, learning design and digital content, curriculum, pedagogy, as well as quality assurance. Consequently, the Ministry of Education and Science is fully committed to further continue its investments in these areas, thereby enabling the system to deliver quality and inclusive education for all the learners, and aligning education with the requirements of the job market of today and in the future, and with the priorities of the country for green transformation and equitable and sustainable growth. Thank you once again, Kemal.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you. We are moving very fast to Florenza. Being aware of time, Florenza, please could you just say a couple of sentences on how will the development of digital skills and digital transformation help us in achieving regional development priorities in the Western Balkans 6?
Yes, so digital transformation, of course, is an essential change in the process of using digital technologies to create new experiences, opportunities, innovative business processes, and market requirements. So embracing digital transformation by all key stakeholders in the region is very important, because it helps in ensuring greater availability of digital infrastructure and enabling better and improved regulatory framework that provides regulatory stability and consistency over time. So this is very crucial for the Western Balkan region to grow. It can strengthen cooperation within the Western Balkans, as well as increase the convergence with the EU and improve the business environment. So the Albanian government, along with all the other governments in the Western Balkan countries, has embarked from 2017 on a journey to establish a regional economic area and the multi-annual action plan, and then the CRM, which is the Common Regional Market plan last year. So we are working towards this direction in order to implement joint initiatives when it comes to digital transformation and innovation. These are two very important pillars in these action plans. So all these new realities that we are facing, they call for these adjustments of the socioeconomic transformation of the region, but also underpinning and upgrading the approach towards digital and innovation agendas, transition to a green economy, dynamic industrial policy, and support for the private sector, and strengthen the human capital. So to change the situation for the better and achieve these goals, Western Balkan 6 countries are turning to innovation and digitalization, and should be their focus in the years to come. We need to coordinate very well with ourselves, with the governments, so in order to be able to develop the regional innovation ecosystem. And the joint platforms can be a way to do this, like joint platform, for example, for tourism operators, a joint platform for diaspora in order to take advantage of the brain circulation, etc. So we are working towards this direction with actual measures. So this is in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Florenza. And now moving back to Ms. Alia, you already spoke about the need to address the digital gender divide. Could you just briefly say what are the changes that you want to see in a, let's say, 5 years' time?
Thank you, Kamal, and I will make it short and sweet. I want to connect this again with global initiatives that regional partners are getting involved in, particularly the Generation Equality Initiative that was launched this year, and the forum was launched in Mexico City and in Paris earlier this year. And through this initiative, there are several action coalitions that have been formed, multi-stakeholder action coalitions, and the topics for these coalitions were determined through a global conversation that took over a year to see what would be those key areas that we need to work on to accelerate progress towards gender equality. And one such action coalition is on innovation and technology for gender equality. So this is really an important partnership. We're very happy to see that ITU is one of the action coalition leaders. We also have incredible buy-in from the region, from member states, private sector, and regional organizations like RCC, amongst others. And as we shape the recovery from the pandemic, we have to really make sure that we're not thinking just in the immediate term, but have a longer term vision. We can talk about 5 years, but we only have 9 years left until we can reach those targets that are at the center of the 2030 agenda. So just to focus in on key actions that are not just what I am saying, but what these coalition members are saying based on really like intensive conversations that have happened over the last year and a half. They're talking about really accelerating this access to technologies and digital literacy that we've been talking about. So we really need concrete actions by all partners and all partners together. There's also an emphasis on increasing investments towards women's leadership as innovators. And this increase needs to be 50% increase. It's very ambitious. And I would like to also focus in on what Minister Zenic was mentioning in terms of investing in enabling environment and really to differentiate between experimentation and innovation. We need to foster experimentation. When it succeeds, it's innovation. When it fails, it's learning. And we really need to build this culture and create that enabling environment. We also have to establish new networks and new benchmarks to transform those ecosystems that we've been talking about. So we really can double the proportion of women who are working in technology and innovation in the next 5 years. And finally, we really need to implement very concrete policies against online and tech facilitated gender-based violence and discrimination. We need to take it seriously. It's not an easy thing to do. We need all partners on board. I think we all know technology is an integral part of our world, but we need to make sure that we are giving equal access to that technology to all women and girls across the region, across the world. So to achieve gender equality, girls and young women have to secure this access. They need the digital training and literacy, and they need to feel that they are safe online. On the occasion of the International Day of the Girl Child, which is today, I would invite you all to put girls and young women at the center of what we do, and let's make sure that we bring all our efforts together globally, regionally, and nationally to make a better future for us all. And just to end here, to give voice to these young women and girls that are so inspiring, I invite you to watch a short video on the power of inclusive digital work. And thank you very much, Kamal.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Amina and I'm very passionate about IT and change making. Gender stereotypes don't make any sense to me because we can all contribute in the change making process equally. And we have to work together if we want to see those changes. In my opinion, for girls to become change makers, they need an inspiration. There should be some kind of platform where they could find that inspiration and bring their ideas to life. That platform should contain success stories from female change makers, organized events and meetups, and grants where they can find financial support for their ideas and projects. Thank you.
Ćao, ja sam Ona i jako mi je drago što ću sudjelovati u ovome. Ja sam učenica 3. gimnazije u Sarajevu i idem na IT smjer. U mom razredu je nažalost samo 5 djevojaka koje su odlučile da razbiju sve stereotipe i predrasude da je ovaj smjer samo za dječake. Smatram da je IT svijet mašte i da se svaka djevojka može pronaći tu i da su svoju maštu prenese u neke programe. Također smatram da svaka djevojka može igrati gamerske igrice, praviti robote, eksperimentisati i naravno programirati.
Hello my IT girls! I'm Zaira, and I have a piece of advice for you. If they tell you it's not a woman's job or a girl cannot do that, prove them wrong, because guess who was the first programmer in the world? Ada Lovelace, and she's a woman, right? We can do it, girls.
Thank you very much. Just to close this panel, I mean, the message is clear, digital transformation, yes, but not without the girls. So let me close this panel by quoting Simon Sinek, who said, the value of our learnings multiplies when we share what we learn with others. With that, with those closing words, on behalf of the audience, let me express my deepest gratitude to all panel members for providing such valuable insights. Thanks also to the audience, our technical support, and finally, interpreters, for whom I hope we haven't been difficult to follow. Thank you very much. See you all on the next panel devoted to digital skills for smart and inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Kemal. Thank you very much, and thanks to all your amazing panelists. And now, ladies and gentlemen, grab your cup of coffee in one hand and your mobile device in the other, and browse through our platform during the coffee break, where you can discover a lot of interesting features that our platform offers. Among them, the possibilities to schedule the meeting with other participants, but you can also explore our virtual booths. You can be inspired by inspiring cases or assist to our lightning talks. Thank you very much, and see you at 11:35 with the second session. Thanks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this second panel. As we already announced, we will focus on the inclusivity of digital transformation. Are digital processes open to all citizens? Is there a risk of fostering social inequalities through an uneven access to digital technologies? Professor David Eves, our next keynote speaker, is a lecturer in public policy at Harvard University, a public policy entrepreneur and expert in information technology and government. In Vancouver, he created one of the first open data portals in the world, advised the Canadian government on its open data strategy. He served as the first education director of Code for America, co-founder of a civic startup that eventually involved 400 local governments across North America and the United Kingdom. Apolitical listed him among the world's 100 most influential people in digital government. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Eves.
Hello and welcome. My name is David Eves. I'm a lecturer of public policy here at the Harvard Kennedy School, and it's an enormous privilege for me to be able to make some remarks here at your conference. Before I begin, first though, I really would like to thank those people who have made this conference possible. This work is timely and it has never been more important. So I'm very, very grateful to the Prime Ministers and the ministers from the Western Balkan 6 economies, the commissions from the European Union, the British Council and the UN for making this possible and for being present. Of course, I think also critical to thank the Regional Cooperation Council, who've been organizer of this, and the host from Montenegro, Minister Tamara is a longtime friend. She's participated in many events that I've done. I'm so excited for her and the work that she is doing, and I'm so grateful that she's been able to pull you together and lead this important conversation. Finally, I'd also like to thank the Ministers of Public Administration and Digital and Society and Media in Montenegro, of which of course Tamara is also one. So with that all said, I would really kind of just want to tee up the conversation to talk a little bit about why I think this matters so much and what I'm seeing going on around the world in digital transformation and government. So I have a few slides. Always kind of hard not to show a little bit of something. This here is a kind of a funny line that I saw floating around early on the pandemic. And I share this because I think it's not just governments that I think in the last 2 years that have really woken up to the urgent need to think about how they're going to transform themselves digitally and how to use technology effectively. It's every organization that's going through a crisis and really changing the way they think and work. If you were ahead of the curve and you were already thinking about this work, I mean, I think that you were well positioned for COVID, and I think many governments were not. But what's been interesting to observe is there's been this massive increase as a result of COVID. And while it is tapering off a little bit as the crisis begins to subside in some places a little bit, it's not going back to where it was. Many governments now realize, and they're doubling down on this important work. You know, a case in point would be the United States, where the massive infrastructure bill that's being talked about includes provisions to use much of that funding, or a significant amount of that funding, to deal with digital services that are offered by the states. I think this lesson is ground home by the fact that, you know, scenes like this just are not acceptable to voters. This is a picture of 2 young girls who've been told that they have to go to school remotely and don't have internet access at home. And so as a result are camping out at a local fast food restaurant that happens to have Wi-Fi so they can attend class. And if we're going to tell the world that in order to be safe and to protect their families, they have to work from home, they have to school from home, then we need a digital era infrastructure and policies, supporting policies to help make that happen. And so I think voters are recognizing that this is more important than it's ever been. I mentioned before, it's not just government. These are the largest companies in the world organized by market cap. And you'll see here the green companies are technology companies. And you can just see how they have taken over the commanding heights of the economy, which just shows just how important technology has become, such a driver it is, not just for the economy, but for how we interact and how we work together. And I think ultimately how citizens want to work with and engage and get services and public goods from their governments. That is, if there's one thing that you leave today remembering that I said is, I actually think that what you are talking about is not digital government. I think that what you're talking about is just simply now government. For more and more of your citizens, they have an expectation that interacting with government should be as easy as picking up their smartphone or getting onto a website and making something happen. In the same way that it's proving to be true for them to talking to loved ones on the far-flung stretches of the planet, or in ordering a service or getting something to deliver to their address. I actually dislike the term digital government because it seems to suggest that something is going to happen in the future tomorrow, when what I think we're really talking about is the present. And the reality is we're struggling. 64% of government IT projects struggle, and when I think of a government IT project, I think about the reality of the fact is almost no new policy, almost no new service for your citizens goes into effect that doesn't touch a digital system of some form. So if 64% of IT projects are failing, that really tells me that an enormous amount of government is failing. And 20% of these fail outright. And these numbers, have only gotten marginally better in the last 20 years. So our failure rate is quite significant. And even the ones that don't fail, but just go massively over budget or go, take 10 years longer than anticipated, is massive as well. And we need to develop skills and capabilities to shift this curve because the public's going to demand it or they'll lose confidence in us. As a result, people like you, who work for you, the public leaders of today, not tomorrow, of today, need digital era skills because we live now in a digital era. It was such a privilege for me to be able to speak with you today. I hope your conference goes exceptionally well, and you should feel free to reach out if you have questions. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Professor Reeves. Thank you. It was a privilege to listen to your keynote speech. And now, Mr. Marko Vukašinović, the head of directorate in the Montenegrin Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sports, will be the moderator of the next important discussion. Marko's career is strictly connected to the European integration process and international cooperation affairs in Montenegro. He also worked with the management of IPA, Instrument for Pre-Accession Assistance funds in the education sector. Marko, please join me on the stage. The stage is yours.
Hello, it's a pleasure and an honor to greet you all. Today, my name is Marko, as I was introduced, and besides European integration, one of my passions is education, digital skills, vocational education, and all other segments of education. And I'm very glad that today I will be able to moderate the session dedicated to digital skills. First of all, I wish you a warm welcome to Montenegro, to this summit and to this panel. And I would like first to introduce our speakers, and those are Ms. Claire Sears, Regional Deputy Director from British Council. And it's a pleasure that today I will have Mr. Juan Santander, Head of the UNICEF Representative Office to Montenegro, here with me on the stage, because, as you heard, he is even physically present and leading the UNICEF intervention here in Montenegro. Besides them, Ms. Ulrike Damjanovic, she is representing European Training Foundation, European agency situated in Turin, country coordinator for Montenegro and regional coordinator within the ETF. Also, Mr. Agim Kukaj, Department Director from Ministry of Economy from Kosovo, Ms. Simona Petkova, Policy Assistant in Director General for Education and Culture of European Commission, Ms. Bojana Omerovic, Director Pro-Inter IT Solution and Services from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Mr. Kuštrim Šala, co-founder of ICTS Labs 21st Century Skills and Uplift from Albania, Startup Accelerator. As we heard, the digital sector is one of the fastest growing, and it's creating jobs and drives economic growth. It brings new products and services to the market and unleashes the full potential of the innovation. Digital is a tool that is revolutionizing many sectors and emerging many areas of our lives. The green and digital sectors will be ones that we will rely on during the recovery phase from the COVID crisis, as well as investing in promoting digital skills and education as a way to equip workers with the right tools to make the most of the opportunities brought by digitalization, as we are doing today. And without any further delay, let's get into the essence with our panelists. Ms. Sears, what motivates you? What makes you passionate in dealing with digital skills in your environment? And what is your strength when it comes to improving digital skills in the given sector, especially in the post-COVID era in your environment? Thank you.
So we at the British Council are running a programme called 21st Century Schools, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's been running for the last 4 years now, and it's the largest education programme currently happening across the Western Balkans. It's in every single primary school, and the purpose of the programme is to give access to critical thinking and problem-solving skills, as well as coding skills for 11 to 15-year-olds. And we do that through training for school leaders in every school, training for teachers, but also by supplying the schools with microbits, pocket-sized computers, so the children can practice physical computing. So the programme is in 4,000 schools. We've worked with 18,000 teachers, and it will benefit more than 1 million children. So it's a huge programme, and as you can imagine, pretty challenging, as all huge programmes are. But it is hugely motivating, and I think the most motivating thing is, first, we're seeing long-lasting changes, which makes the programme sustainable. Second, it's seeing the impact on the kids, on the end users and beneficiaries, because they are really changing the way they're learning, and they're getting very motivated by being able to have this practical experience of coding. But not only that, not only are they learning how to code, they're learning how to work together in teams to identify the biggest problems facing us now and to use new technologies to solve those problems. And it's really wonderful to see not only their digital skills improving, but their team working, problem solving, and communication and leadership skills improving as well. And the other thing that is hugely motivating for me is when I talk to teachers who are involved in the programme, and they say that, first, this has really changed the atmosphere in classrooms and the kids are more excited and more motivated to learn. But second, it is enabling them to see skills and identify talent in kids where they'd previously not been able to see that talent before, because those kids are better in this practical learning that's different to some of the academic learning. And I think that's incredibly motivating to unlock talent and potential in kids today. You'll have to remind me the second part of the question. Sorry, Marco.
No, absolutely. It was about your strengths and about improving digital skills after the COVID crisis.
So I think in terms of strengths, the real strength of this programme is the really deep partnership that we have with all the countries in the Western Balkans. This has really been done with partnership with ministries of education in very close alignment with the national education strategies of the countries involved. And that's why it's been very sustainable. That's why teachers are motivated, because they get the points they need for their CPD frameworks. It's working alongside countries as they change competency frameworks for teachers, as they introduce coding into the curricula. So I think the length of the programme and its sustainability, the partnership with the ministries, and because it's not just about digital. Of course, everyone in the future is going to want digital skills, but I think everybody is also going to want skills from people who can work with each other, can identify problems, can solve them, and have an understanding also of the environmental issues that the world is facing. I think these skills are going to be just as important as the digital skills. And one of the real strengths of the programme is that it supports the development of both of these things.
Thank you, Claire. I'm glad that you pointed out that these digital skills go along with critical thinking, problem solving, and absolutely it is an integral part of all soft skills and competencies that we are talking about today. And now, since I'm coming from Ministry of Education, it is a great honor and a privilege to share floor with Mr. Juan Santander from UNICEF, another regional global organization that is supporting many efforts of both Montenegrin government and other governments all around the world when it comes to improving of education systems. Mr. Santander, digital transformation is the cultural, organizational, and operational change through smart integration of digital technologies, processes, and competencies across all walks of life. By its very nature, it will affect all citizens and our way of life. What is the position of UNICEF towards digital transformation, and why are digital skills important for smart and inclusive growth? please.
Thank you, Marco, and it's a pleasure to be able to be here in person with you and join all our colleagues online in what is a very effective hybrid conference and clearly demonstrates the digital skills and competencies of Montenegro and the government in organizing this alongside with all the partners. I want to start by saying that, okay, it was mentioned before by our colleague from UN Women that today is the International Day of the Girl Child, and with a very strong focus actually on digital skills. So this conversation is even more relevant today on the 11th of October. The first thing I'd like to say is, as has been mentioned, digital skills are a fundamental skill in the 21st century. They're fundamental to learning, they're fundamental to employment, they are fundamental to civic participation. Basically, they're fundamental to a meaningful and purposeful life. And here we're talking about the skills to be able to have information and data, digital data literacy. We're talking about digital communication and collaboration. We're talking about coding, we're talking about digital content creation, but also the skills for online safety and for digital responsibility. All of these skills are fundamental in the 21st century to be able to competently function in the 21st century, just like reading, writing, maths have been in the past. That's the first thing I'd like to mention. And the second thing is, precisely because they are so essential, equity and inclusion have to be at the core of any digital transformation strategy. We must make sure that all children, all boys, all girls from all walks of life are included in the digital transformation of society. This means that these skills must be available alongside with connectivity to the internet, and we were seeing the picture that David was showing of these two girls trying to access online classes from a Taco Bell, and having the devices to access that internet as well as the digital skills. Everyone, children from poor families, children from marginalized minorities, children with disabilities, all boys, all girls must have access to internet, to the devices, and to the digital skills. Having said that, in this region, in the broader region of Europe and Central Asia, currently 36 million children do not have access to internet at home. It's a very significant gap. In Montenegro specifically, 1 out of every 5 families do not have access, do not have a computer connected to the internet at home, 1 out of every 5. And in schools, we have currently an average in Montenegro of about 1 computer for every 15 students. So a very significant gap that there remains. That's the second thing. And the last and the third thing I wanted to say is digital skills and the digitalization of education is built upon the education system, and it relies on a strong education system overall. We need the education system to be strong for digitalization to be successful. So just to give you a practical example, the PISA test scores are a good indicator of does the education system provide those skills for digitalization to be founded on. So in Montenegro, so you have 3 areas in the PISA test scores: reading, science, and maths. So in Montenegro, according to the 2018 test scores, about half of all children do not meet the minimal proficiency score in at least one of these 3, in at least reading or science or math. And 1/3 of all children, so 15-year-olds in Montenegro, are below, are scoring below the minimum proficiency in all 3 areas. So what I want to say is we need to make sure that all children, all boys, all girls have access to quality education first, and digital skills on top of that. And both are a requirement, going back to your question, for sustainable, inclusive growth. And most importantly, it's their right. And because it's their right, it's the collective responsibility of all of us.
Thank you, Juan, for your feedback. Absolutely, as we heard in the keynote speech by David, that digital services rely on infrastructure and policies, And in this case, when it comes to education, we really need to make sure that no one is left behind. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the international support that Montenegro education system received when we had school closures due to the COVID, because, as you said, we needed to reach all of them without any obstacles, and even printed materials were shared when there was no other option. So thank you very much for your constant and ongoing support to the education system. And now, starting with the British Council, with UNICEF, we are now addressing the European Training Foundation, one of the European agencies which with Ministry of Education especially is having very, very long and fruitful cooperation in the field of vocational education. And today, as I said, Ms. Ulrike Damjanovic is here with us, and she will share her thoughts on motivation, on digital skills, on gap when it comes to improving digital skills in the given sector. Uli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Marco. Thank you for being on the podium. And you might think that I am in Montenegro, given my background here, but unfortunately I am not. But the moment will come where I can join you, also like my colleague from UNICEF beside you. So on your first question, the European Training Foundation has been working with the economies in the region for many years in order to support education and training reforms for human capital development. And I have to say, in all these times, digital e-learning technologies has always been there as part of reforms, but through the current crisis and through the current developments, digital has really moved up front. And I think it's absolutely important, and this is the main motivation, to support young people and adults really with digital skills, that they have access to new learning and new working, because otherwise they are really left out. So it's, as in previous times, it was more a luxury or more innovation. Nowadays, it's really a must for inclusive economies, for competitive economies. And I think we all need it, be it young or adults. I would like to stress it's important to talk about both, because we talk about lifelong learning. It's important for us in this transition to green and digital economies to come out of the crisis. We need these digital skills. This means reskilling, this means upskilling. And we as European Training Foundation, we are committed especially to support human capital development, and especially through quality vocational education and training. And as Marco said, we are an EU agency, so our work with the economies in the countries has always happened in the context of the enlargement agenda, and it will. And last point here on the motivation again, all my speakers before, also in the panel before, stressed the importance that we need these digital skills for the whole learning environment. And I think this is also one of it, because the gaps concern the whole learning environment. So this is a motivation for us as institution, for our mandate, and for me personally, to work on this with all of you together. Thank you for the moment. Back to you, Marco.
Thank you, Uli. Entire education system ministry and all other ministries that are involved in the development and implementation of vocational education in Montenegro are highly appreciating the contribution that ETF is giving during the years, that structural and strategic support that we are receiving from your side. Thank you, and thank you to all the colleagues from the ETF. I'm sure that many of them are watching us in this moment. And now we are going a bit to policy making segment of our panel. Here with us today, as I said, Mr. Kukaj, and same goes for you, Mr. Kukaj. What motivates you? What makes you passionate in dealing with the digital skills? What about the strengths in improving digital skills in the period of post-COVID? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. I hope you are seeing my slides.
Yes, we are.
I just wanted to structure my presentation, and I would like to greet Montenegro in really organizing this summit in such a way that is impressive. So I am Agin Kukay. I am head of ICT department in the Ministry of Economy. And I would like to follow your questions about what motivates and what challenges you when it comes to digital skills. So actually, I hope you can see I have tried to compress everything. So we made some analysis starting from 2008 as a ministry about the potential of the country for IT and ICT industry in general. And it was, as a consequence of that, as a result of that, it was shown that Kosovo is a very young country. It's the youngest country in Europe. So that's 34% of the entire population is below 18 years old. So we have very strong usage of IT services and applications, especially among youth. Very good English and German speaking, but is becoming every day more and more important. And strong diaspora. We have very strong diaspora, especially in the United States and other places abroad, that region, I mean, the German-speaking region, that our companies can cooperate with them. And really high pool of IT freelancers. So this is, in a nutshell, and the capacities of Kosovo to work on IT and to improve digital skills. Another very important aspect, as was mentioned before, is broadband penetration. We have, last couple of years, worked tightly with the international community, and now we have 99.9% broadband penetration in the country. So we have just seven villages left without broadband. So it's less than 100 households. So whole country is covered with broadband internet. So this is great opportunity for the country. But what to do with digital skills? So what are the challenges? It's a digital divide, as I said, among elderly and rural population. Huge digital skills gap between demand and supply. So industry is asking for people, but we don't have enough supply. Universities and formal education cannot properly meet huge demand from the private sector. So either these curricula are outdated or there is no capacities among professors to follow the trends of ICT. Internet usage is really high, but it's mostly used for communication and social media. And another very important thing is, and it's also a challenge, we cannot lose this opportunity as a young population, and we can really, we have to put some efforts on catching up and using that. But I will try also to answer what we did well and what are the plans to address the gaps made. So what we did, we had the pilot project 2017 for women in online work, and it was great success. So we, on that time, we made these courses with the women outside of Pristina, and we made special courses for programming skills. It was web development, graphic design, and social media marketing. But also we did with the girls and with women some courses about soft skills. And it was mainly for online work. So soft skills were dedicated how to make a CV, how to present themselves, how to increase their sales capabilities, and how to approach the market. So good results from women on online work project were, transferred to two big projects that we are having. We were very successful on getting some funds from IPA, and we have the project from IPA 2017 that we are implementing now, and it was 3 million euros. And another we have with the Board Bank, ICT for 2,000 young people. So these two projects are ongoing. We have already 700 people already certified. So what are we doing? We are having technical skills and also soft skills. So among technical skills are web development, digital marketing, graphic design, cybersecurity, Java programming. So this pool of courses are demanded from the private sector. So we want to address and somehow try to close this demand supply or try to close this skills gap that we are having in the country. So implementation phase is 2020-2023. So through this training, the beneficiaries will increase their employability in the local and international market. Let me say that 75% of our IT companies are exporting services because our market is small and regional market is also small. So we need to export. So what we are doing now in order to increase the digital skills and keep the trend, we are building the data center dedicated for schools and for higher education institutions based on cloud on premise. So it will be a data center dedicated just for digital skills. So, but we are also in the process of establishing this federation for education system, authentication system and EID and everything else. So another aspect is, to make these computer labs. So when the people from university and academia and private sector will come and touch upon, real things. So we have supplied the center in President with 3D printing, but we are also having some plans to continue with 5G, AI, cloud computing, Internet of Things. So with these trendy things, and we have some basis. We did a kind of lab in our cities. We need, but this is like trying to address immediate needs. In the long term, we have to introduce digital skills in schools and implement this digital education strategy that we are in the process. Introduce STEM in the formal education, but also introduce some digital competence centers in the country and for rural population. And we have to introduce Kosovo digital competence framework for citizens. So these are all actions. We are in the process of drafting new strategy. So I do hope that I will have in the second round a bit more time to talk about it. Thank you for your time, and I hope that I didn't extend my time.
Thank you, Agim. I know it's always challenging to share all the latest developments in such dynamic framework that you are having. And also I would like to thank you for pointing out how complex is to organize an event like this and on so many layers. And I would really like to use this opportunity to thank to all those making this flow such seamlessly as we can see. You mentioned instrument for pre-accession. Also in Montenegro, we are utilizing the funds to improve the key competence framework that is active in the education sector. And since we've mentioned instrument for pre-accession, it's great introduction for our next speaker, which comes from European Commission, DG EAC. And Ms. Petkova, can you share with us how is the European Commission supporting the Western Balkans region in terms of development of digital skills and competencies?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot, Marco, for introducing me. Thanks a lot for having me today. It's a great pleasure to be at the Digital Summit. I'm very, very pleased to be here. So I am not going to repeat what Mr. Roberto Viola said in the beginning. I will just say that for the EU, the Western Balkans are an extremely valuable partner. It's a region with which we would like to further the cooperation, the exchange of practices. In this panel, in the panel before, we heard so many good practices and examples of cooperation in the region. So we would like to really support and boost them to exchange, also to further exchange and to promote the cooperation. So if you allow me, I'll share just one. So I would like to share just one slide to support my presentation and to show you a couple of elements through which the Commission supports the Western Balkans region. I hope you see my slide now.
Yes, we see it.
Thank you very much. Apologies for this hiccup. So, I mean, at political level, the commitment is really very strong. Last week, we saw that the EU, as well as the leaders from the Western Balkan countries, launched the Western Balkans agenda on innovation, research, education, culture, youth, and sport. And this agenda aims to support the excellence in the region to boost cooperation, reforms and investments, including in education and training. And here I would like to refer also to what the colleague from UNICEF was saying about the importance of having a strong strong education and training system, strong digital education and training system to be able to cater for the needs and to equip the learners with their digital skills and competences. And this is one of the objectives the Western Balkans agenda is going to pursue. It is split in 3 pillars: thematic, regional, and the political. And throughout the 3 pillars, you can see that there's actions to achieve this objective. In terms of funding, the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans mentioned by Mr. Viola in the morning is the economic instrument, the IPA, that was also mentioned a few times already as good examples. It is supporting the development of the region, not only in terms of the digital and green transformation, but also human capital, connectivity. And we're talking about really ambitious funding. We're talking about grants totaling to 9 billion euro for the next 7 years, and also loans around 20 billion euro. And already for 2021, the grants will reach 1.1 billion euro for the region through IPA. So here, as part of the plan, again, the importance of developing digital skills and competences, and also ensuring that education and training systems are adapted to the digital transformation is essential. And one point of the plan encourages the countries from the Western Balkans to align the digital strategies they have with those suggested across the EU, namely the overall chapeau strategy called A Europe Fit for the Digital Age. And a cornerstone in this vision is actually digital skills and digital transformation in education and training. And this leads me to my last picture here, the Digital Education Action Plan. I was very happy to see it in as referenced in the slides of the colleague from the Ministry of Education from North Macedonia. So the Digital Education Action Plan is the European strategy in terms of adapting education and training to digital transformation. We are looking at addressing the lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis, but we're looking also at a long-term and sustainable, effective, and most importantly, inclusive digital transformation in education and training. This is a long-term plan covering 7 years, as you can see from its title, and it has a strong international dimension. And among the priority regions in the action plan, we have the Western Balkans as our closest neighbor, a really, as I said, a valuable partner for the EU. So if you allow me, I'll just give 3 examples of 3 concrete actions that are supported by the EU in the region, that are covered by the action plan, but also by the Western Balkans agenda and the investment plan. And they cover basic, advanced digital skills, and what was also mentioned before, soft skills that are equally important for innovation and growth in the digital transformation. So as part, in order to support the basic digital skills and as part of the Western Balkans agenda, through IPA, the countries in the region will be able to request funding and to participate in the International Computer and Information Literacy Study in 2023. This is a study that is done internationally. European countries will also participate to a great extent. So the idea is to measure the levels of digital skills and competencies among the 13, 14 years old, and to have a better comparative overview among the EU, but also in relation to our partners as well and neighbors. So the interested countries and ministries of education can actually receive grants and funding through IPA, through the new IPA program. Looking at advanced digital skills as part of Erasmus and as part of the Digital Education Action Plan, the Commission is launching the Digital Opportunity Traineeships Rebooted Edition. This is basically a scheme allowing higher education students and staff to pursue work experience and trainings in the digital industry. So this is open for Erasmus Plus program countries, but also for partner countries, for students to pursue traineeships in the digital industry, as well as for teachers in higher education to pursue trainings, and in this way to update their advanced digital skills without necessarily having the background. So the idea is really to support the development of digital skills for working in the digital age. And last but not least, again, as part of Erasmus, the virtual exchanges will be open to the region. This is a series of exchanges that are taking place virtually, online, and they support the development of intercultural dialogue, understanding between cultures, soft skills, media literacy, critical thinking. This is something that was referenced already before as a very important skill for the digital age. So these are just 3 examples with which the EU supports digital education and skills in the Western Balkans. So I'll stop here, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the other colleagues. Thank you.
Absolutely, always a pleasure to hear on the interventions and support that we are all receiving from the European Commission through, as you just presented, variety of tools and instruments. And I'm glad that I can share that Montenegro and Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sport is the official partner of the European Vocational Skills Weeks for many years now. And we will keep up the pace with the European Union when it comes to both promotion of various activities, since we have to really present the excellence that we practice. Now, since all that we are talking about is not possible without private sector, without IT sector, really core where the digital skills are used at its highest potential. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Bojana Omerovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And please, Bojana, share with us what motivates you, what makes you passionate about dealing with digital skills in your environment, and what are your strengths when it comes to improving digital skills in the sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. I would like to greet all of the panelists and all of the who's watching us and supporting. Very proud to be part of this event. As you said, we are the private IT, one of the biggest IT companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina that is working closely with public institutions, which means that we are implementing IT projects within the public institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And as you know, that technologies are advancing every day, every hour, I would say. And in countries from Balkans, we are not still on that global trending track that gives us strong infrastructures that build the newest, the modern technologies. But on behalf of our company, I would say that it really motivates us because we work on highly important projects, which makes people's lives better. Which means that 150 plus projects are behind us that really made a change in using IT technologies, and that can be seen and that can be good for all citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And digitalization of public sector is really challenging, especially we saw that during the COVID, as all of you mostly said before me. But we are very proud that, the results that we achieve, they're very, very visible, and they're very, very usable. What we have as a country, and the problem is already mentioned here with the rural areas, it's really lagging behind the IT technologies development, but I hope that we will work on it during the agenda that coming for development of Balkans and the Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, what we see as a strength, it's investments in digital capabilities. We closely work on educating people, not only our colleagues and staff, but also the people that are using new technologies here in public sector. We're educating them. We work closely with them on putting new technologies, using them, helping a better environment here. And also what we see as a challenge, but also what we implement as well, is a better content of services that we provide through our technology projects. Through that, of course, we build skills. Skills are not only highly centered in IT, so we working very much on building soft skills, also that's supporting IT technologies development. And currently in our company, we are working 220 people who are every day working on building their skills and also transferring that knowledge to our clients.
Thank you, Bojana. Yes, absolutely. As you said, the soft skills need and the high priority of them is really put out by many actors in the labor market field. We heard it on many meetings that we are having within the European Commission organization, with ETF, and I'm sure that your company is also contributing in making the things better in Bosnia and Herzegovina when it comes to both not only digital skills but also soft skills in general. And last but not least, Mr. Šala from Albania, also another representative of private IT sector. What keeps you going and lights your passion in dealing with the digital skills in your environment? And maybe you could share some thoughts on the strengths when it comes to improving digital skills in the given sector in the post-COVID era. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Greetings from Tirana to Montenegro and to everyone who is following this panel, and to everyone who is in the panel. Great to be here. I'm Kushtrim. I'm the co-founder of ICTS Media, which is an innovation consultancy company serving the business sector, the public one, and the international organizations. With the millions of businesses around the world increasing their digital transformation efforts, while a big challenge lies ahead for the global economy talent shortage. So answering what motivates you, Marco, for it has been my main priority to seek out, to contribute to the important project that has provided me with a sense of ownership, both in my own work on my overall environment, and I encourage everyone to take their important roles in the community, in the society, to play that they need to play. Making an impact in this industry and in the people's life is actually motivating. Also a seductive and quite lucrative career, companies around the world cannot fill their needs of software engineering. And the demand for talents in this field will go up to 85 million by 2030. I mean million software engineers prepared. Companies are risking to lose more than $10.4 trillion just because of the talent shortage. But the reality is more complicated, because that more complicated, like just simply of software engineers shortage. The problem has to do with the way of most companies has to recruit and to retain talents. And mostly the Western Balkans region are suffering a lot with a brain drain and with a talent shortage, and which are going around the Europe. So this is also a topic that it has to be mentioned under so many topics and under so many important messages that were distributed from the distinguished panelists. Our experience at ICTS Media has a broad network of initiatives served us as a genuine research, and we found out that the talent and the potential of our youth is our main strength in the region. As Mr. Kukaj said, the population, the young population of Albania, Kosovo, Macedonia, and all over the region, Montenegro and Serbia, is quite young, and we have to use this power. While to support the digital skills transformations, the ecosystem needed confidence and motivation given the disruptive cycle of technology. And this could be achieved through several mechanisms, which actually we put in place. We co-founded several initiatives in the sector trying to promote and support the 21st century skills by opening a laboratory for 21st century skills, starting for the kids from 9 years old up to 14 years old. While another project, which is promoting and boosting startups in the innovative startups, which has a strong focus on artificial intelligence and the tech solutions, we founded Uplift Accelerator, which is currently operating in 3 countries of the region. I would like to stress out, since you have in your panel the distinguished representative of UNICEF, Mr. Juan Standender, we are proud collaborator of UNICEF, and jointly we are trying and we are building some hope, not only for the children and for the youngsters that are being trained with the 21st century skills, design thinking, and the human-centered solutions. We are also working very hard in a collaboration, official collaboration with the Ministry of Education of Albania, not only to bring some accredited curriculums on critical thinking and social entrepreneurship, but also including coding skills and coding curriculums from the grade 1 to 3, which is quite challenging because the overall, let's say, education system needs to be integrated. And nevertheless, we already started the training process thanks to the support of the Netherlands Embassy and UK Embassy, and of course with the UNICEF efforts, they have let's say equipped around 25 schools just as a piloting with some smart equipments in order to make it possible the blended learning methodology between all the education system, which is quite challenging because it's how challenging is to educate a professor in biology or in maths or in physics to integrate technologies. That is quite easy actually, but it's not very easy because of the mentality that we need to change within the education system, and we are quite progressing on this area. The COVID-19, this is my last sentence. I hope I'm not exceeding my time. Exposed how the lack of even the basic digital skills could hamper the entire economies. Even basic digital skills were the most important assets, from teachers to doctors, economics to officials, SMEs or even big companies, and the shift to remote work because of the pandemic highlighted some of these issues. Through our initiatives to support digital skill transformation, we have been addressing the gap on different key areas, from the soft skills, such as communication and social skills, to hard skills like technical skills, from programming, marketing, industry, the data visualization, and robotics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kustrim. It's a pleasure to hear that you are cooperating with such respectful international organizations, and of course with your Ministry of Education, because we from the Ministry of Education cannot see any of the efforts to improve situation with digital skills without companies like yours. And as you said, all of us, all stakeholders have to demonstrate resilience through flexibility and adaptability, because the technology is not going to wait for us. And I would just like to remind all of us that we are scheduled to end by 12:55. So we are now coming with the second part of our panel, second round. And I would like to thank you for your thoughtful inputs within the first part. And now for the round two, I will come back to British Council, Ms. Sears, just to share with us your experience in making an attempt to improve digital skills, how to address the gaps when it comes to missing skills, and are the leaders the key in the process of addressing skill gaps and organizational transformation. Thank you.
Thanks, Marco. That's a very interesting question that you ask about leadership, and I think it's a really important question, and I think it's one that doesn't get asked very often. So I think in the interest of time, I might focus my answer on the importance of transformational leadership in achieving what we all here want to achieve. I think for a program like 21st Century Schools, transformational leadership is really important on so many different levels, because the program works on so many different levels to provide a kind of ecosystem for the kids to learn the new skills in coding and communications and critical thinking and problem solving. So some examples of that, I think, starting at a governmental level on transformational leadership, starting with the UK government and the £10 million funding that they gave this programme as part of the Western Balkans Summit in 2018, which enabled us to take this from a pilot in 60 schools to a programme working with every single school. That kind of vision and commitment from donors is incredibly important, because these are not short-term fixes. They require that long-term sustainable funding to really implement programmes with such a lot of dependencies and complexities. We've had great advocates in governments across the Western Balkans. The Prime Minister in Serbia has been a very strong advocate of the programme. And Montenegro has been a fantastic example where, due to prime ministerial interest, the Montenegrin government actually extended this project to give the problem-solving, critical thinking and coding skills to every single teacher in Montenegro. So that was a great example of transformational leadership. All the ministries in education in all the countries have done great examples of leadership in making the necessary and sometimes quite difficult and complex changes to the way things happen in schools tackling some of the issues around digital textbooks and competencies for teachers and introducing changes into the curricula. And then in the midst of it all, dealing with the biggest pandemic and health crisis that anyone of us has kind of experienced, and having to move all of that learning online in really very short timescales. That's great examples of leadership there. With school leaders who make such a difference to the way these programs are implemented within their schools. The way a school leader creates the culture of a school, enables teachers, encourages cascading and sharing, creates the time needed for teachers to take part in additional programs, does the additional things like organizing extra competitions or coding clubs or festivals. Some fantastic examples of leadership at the school leader level. For teachers, because this is the heart of the program, it's really got at its core teacher training for all the teachers across these schools in the Western Balkans. For some of these teachers, this is requiring them to learn really new and challenging skills. Some of these teachers are not digital natives, and it requires huge leadership to step out of your comfort zone and engage with something where you don't have knowledge or skills base. So that's a great example of leadership, and the extra mile some of those teachers have gone in dedicating time to setting up additional activities like coding clubs and championing some of their students, and down to the kids themselves, who we've seen some amazing leadership examples in the way that they have engaged with microbits, in the way that they've engaged with some of the difficult questions we've asked them, like how to solve some of the biggest issues facing us today, and the way they have gone about identifying those problems, listening to different audiences to establish what the problem is, working together to find solutions, and then presenting them with their peers on such a range of different forums. So I think leadership has been hugely important for this program at so many different levels. So thank you, Marco, for that question.
Thank you, Clara. I couldn't agree more, because as you said, the school managers, school leaders are really responsible for making it happen in the school, and the teachers are the responsible ones for making it happen in the classroom. And I'm very glad that Montenegro succeeded in rolling out the 21st century schools into 21st century teacher project. And I'm very glad that within both, but especially within 21st century schools, we succeeded to engage not only teachers of informatics. So we have on board teachers of other subjects, which is excellent, because they left their comfort zone of mathematics, biology, or whatever, and stepped into this unknown territory and are coping excellent with it. And now I will pose the question and give the floor to Mr. Santander from UNICEF. What role can formal and non-formal education play in ensuring that all children and young people acquire the digital skills they need for everyday life, but also to increase their employability?
Thank you, Marco. And to answer this question, I wanted to first highlight 3 opportunities and 3 risks that UNICEF sees in Montenegro, in the Western Balkans, and in fact in the world for digital transformation. In terms of opportunities, the first one is the digital transformation and digital skills specifically provides us with an opportunity to narrow the gap, to narrow the social divide between those who have and those who have not, to provide the skills and the opportunities for all children to have the skills that they need for decent employment as they become young adults. That's the first one. The second one is that the digital technology provides us with the opportunity to facilitate improved access to mainstream education for children with disabilities, for providing the possibility of connecting to the internet, to knowledge, to information for every child anywhere. And the third key opportunity that I want to mention is that as a complementary strategy to the improvement of quality of education overall, it provides us the opportunity to increase adaptive learning. This means a more personalized, child-centered approach to education, a learning experience that is tailored to a child's strengths, to their interests, to their talents, but also to the support in the areas where they need specific support. In terms of risks, I wanted to highlight 3. The first one I wanted to say is that children's engagement with the digital world needs to be guided and supported, just like children's engagement with the in-person world needs to be guided and supported by their parents, by their teachers, with their friends, their peers. The digital media, and particularly social media, it is designed to be addictive. It is designed to deliver dopamine rushes to our brain, to attract our attention and to keep it. So constant, unlimited feed of social media can actually lead to forms of addiction that have very real negative effects on children's health and well-being if it's not properly regulated. This is the first one. The second one is that because children are spending so much time online, a typical teenager spends a full 8-hour working day in the online world. They are exposed to risks, protection risks, violence, abuse, exploitation. So we need to develop very strong systems to prevent and respond to cases of bullying, to cases of abuse, to cases of sexual exploitation online as children spend more and more time in the online world. And the third one, and final risk that I want to mention is the balance, and you were referring to this before, the balance between digital skills and interpersonal socio-emotional skills. We need to provide children with access to developing the opportunities to develop the skills to experience, to understand, to express, to manage their emotions, and to develop meaningful and healthy relationships, both online and in the digital world. And the last thing I wanted to say is, our colleague from Albania was saying, UNICEF works in Montenegro, in the Western Balkans, and in fact around the world, to address these risks and also harness these opportunities across a spectrum of areas. And this is also true for Montenegro. So we focus on ensuring that the right evidence is in place, like the education sector analysis that we're doing with the Ministry of Education, that the right policy framework is in place, again, supporting the Ministry of Education in the National Strategy for Digitalization of Education, also aligned with the National Digital Transformation Strategy, which is also very much aligned with the Digital Education Action Plan of the European Union. So that's a policy framework. At the same time, developing national online platform to be able to provide access to quality content, both formal and non-formal, to every children. And very importantly, supporting teachers to feel empowered, to feel motivated, that they can participate in the design of the digitalization of education and also lead its operational rollout. Thanks.
Great, great. I couldn't agree more, and absolutely, I would also like to express my appreciation when it comes to the analysis that you have mentioned, the education sector analysis that is going on as we speak, and I am very glad that we will have a very strong and precise tool for our future steps when it comes to further enhancing education system in Montenegro. And as you said, access as an opportunity of digital transformation is really important fact that we should always have somewhere in our mind when planning and implementing the activities. Now back to Turin, Ms. Ulrike Damjanovic, and let's hear from you on ETF's experience in making attempt to improve digital skills, missing skills, how to address the gaps, and the importance of leaders in addressing skill gaps. Uli?
Marco, thank you very much. I would not like to say anything on the gaps, because I think we are all very aware about this complexity of digital skills. I would like to focus now in the few minutes on how we are concretely working with the economies in the region, to give you some examples, and then perhaps a few words about our principles of cooperation with our partners in the region. So let me give you a few examples how we work concretely. One example is we facilitate the use of European Union tools like the selfie tool, which helps the schools to assess the digital readiness of teaching and learning. And all the economies in the region are very active on this, and we have worked together with them. We will continue in cooperation with the Joint Research Center. And from this work, we will also provide policy advice, how to use this assessment, and really in the reforms you mentioned just before, the education sector review. So this information, like coming from SELFIE, also SELFIE work-based learning, is a valuable input for an education sector review. Secondly, also this morning, teachers were mentioned very, very often, also here on the podium. We are also working a lot on the topic of how we can best support teachers, because as we all know, they are key agents in the process. We are working with our regional partner RIC on this, and we look into what are skills needs of teachers. So we have just done an analysis on this. We look together with RIC on just this week, there will be a meeting on the topic of digital schools, because as we know, a teacher alone does not make it. We need to look at the whole school. We need to look at leadership. And also what is very relevant in the context of teachers, where we are working on, is obviously pedagogy, where blended learning is the topic, has been 20 years ago as well, but now it has moved up. So this is another example, very concrete. Also, we have here on the podium, fortunately, representatives from the private sector, but not only on the podium, but also in the whole conference, because all these topics cannot be discussed without private sector. And also we in the ETF, we carry out economic sector reviews. For instance, we have done a review together with Albania, what are the skills needs in the energy sector. We are planning another reviews on green skills in Serbia and in North Macedonia. And finally, coming and with our mandate, vocational education and training for human capital development, let me refer to another example in this area, and Marco knows also very well, and Montenegro is very committed to vocational education and training. There is the famous Osnabrück Declaration, which is about vocational training reforms in Europe, and the enlargement region is part of this process, and digital is part here. So we are working with our partners in the region on this, and also on the council regulation for vocational training. So this, I stop here with the examples, but they shall give you an idea also how we are concretely working. Let me finish my intervention here, and this is a topic which is very close to my heart, is really the principle of cooperation with our partners in the countries, but also with the international community sitting here also on the podium. For us, in all these years, it has always been a question of dialogue, mutual trust, confidence building, joint interest, and in our case, it's very much the enlargement agenda, and it is about caring about people in this world. So thank you very much. Back to you, Marco.
Thank you, Uli, for your feedback. And now the same goes for Mr. Kukaj. Now we are giving the floor to our Kosovo colleague.
Thank you, Marco. We saw that challenges are big, and if we can group, let me say, based on my experience till now, those challenges in education, I would recommend to do it in a way, let me say, formal education. We have to tackle formal education. After that, we have to tackle demands from the industry. But what is really important is other sectors, because transformation can happen with people who are not specialized as an IT, but they are also specialized how to use IT in their daily job. So these are three big groups. In Kosovo, with regard to formal education, we are doing this digitalization strategy and doing big analysis how to approach it after the COVID time. And the first findings are not very promising. It's a lot of lack. Even though in the platforms and content and the way how to deliver that, and about the quality of connectivity, and people who are having big number of pupils, and they have just one device, let's say, so a matter of access, even though they have computer access. So we have 1,100 schools in primary, secondary. So it's about teachers, who will make this transformation in the formal education. So these are all open questions that we are doing also. We are trying to address also with the WBIF. It's Western Balkan Investment Framework. We are doing at the same time big study in order to transform our schools into the digital schools. So this is formal. About ICT sector per se, about ICT industry, there is a big challenge as well. So because even though we are trying to organize these kind of course trainings and these programs, we are succeeding just to meet some demands just for junior experts, but industry now needs senior experts. So we have to think also on job training, because companies that are taking these people trained and certified, properly certified, these people are not 100% ready for job market yet. So maybe we have to try to see how to provide a kind of on-job training, how to give some grants, how to subsidize a kind of 3 to 6 months training, but on-job training, that they will be supervised by maybe their next employers. With regard to other sectors, I mean, this is really hard to address because readiness of SMEs in all Balkans showed very low level of readiness to make this digital transformation and to be digitalized. So here, but you have to prioritize. In my opinion, we have to prioritize. We have to put what are sectors that we need to prioritize with regard to digital. And it's showing that maybe energy and manufacturing and tourism in some countries is, most hot topic in order to address. So these are, I mean, in general, the government view. With regard to leadership, and I would just maybe two, three things mention. Leadership in organization and leadership in government is different story, And the leadership in the government, it's more broad, because you have to pursue. In my position, let's say, as a public servant, we have to pursue politicians to trust in the ICT, to trust us, and how to trust them. The risk in the ICT projects is high, as is mentioned here, So good communication skills and building things and building trust and cooperating with the international community as well, because we have all the countries in the region are having this big presence of IFIs and international community, especially European Commission offices here, and UNDP and the British Council and USAID and whatever, So all these are present. So we need to communicate with them. And sometimes they are communicating just with a portion of people. And sometimes, it's a loss of opportunity. A lot of projects are going on and we don't have synergy. So Marco, thanks again. So thank you.
Thank you, Agim, for your input. And now back to European Commission. Ms. Petkova, are education and training leaders the key in the process of addressing skill gaps and organizational transformation? Because we hear that this leadership has to be put in focus absolutely also.
Thank you, Marco. Well, yes, I agree with what was said so far, but I also tend to maybe disagree slightly. I think leadership is extremely important. There is no way for us to talk about digital transformation and the development of digital skills without having the leaders on board. We know the school leaders are fundamental for any innovation that happens in the school. Same goes with the deans in universities. They're really the gatekeeper. If they don't have the vision, if they don't have the strategy, a lot of things cannot happen. Nevertheless, the education leader, in my opinion, is only one of the factors. We're talking about a really overall digital education ecosystem that needs to be taken in place. Otherwise, the education leader on their own, even if they have the vision, if they have the knowledge and the plan in their mind, it's not possible to function if you don't have the ecosystem in place. We talked about infrastructure already. We talked about digital equipment. Also, content was mentioned. Nevertheless, in my short slide, again, I'll focus on a couple of 3 points, specifically 3 points. And the first one is about the 360 organizational approach. We need organizations that have the plan and the strategy, that are changing for the digital transformation. Of course, the pedagogy stays at the core, the learning outcomes stay at the core, but we should not replicate already existing practices, only introducing digital technologies. Instead, we have to rethink of how digital technologies can improve the process, what benefit they can bring, how they can support the development of digital skills, and also how they can prepare young people to address the challenges of digital transformation. And that is why there should be digital transformation plans at institutional level. We see that with schools, this is not so common yet, and that's why actually in 2018 the Commission launched the Selfie tool for schools. My colleague from the ETF mentioned, Ulrike, she mentioned the success Selfie has had in the region of the Western Balkans. I'm super cautious of the time, but I cannot not mention that we have more than 160,000 teachers, school leaders, and learners who have taken part in the self-reflection. This is around 10% of all the users of Selfie, and the tool is available in the languages of the region. So we see it as a huge success in the region, and we hope to continue this in the future. In the work-based learning component that was launched last week, Serbia and Montenegro are part of the pre-piloting countries. So we already see the engagement and the cooperation continuing also in the future. And this is the self-reflection aspect. Then Erasmus is supporting the development of digital transformation plans at institutional level, not only for schools, but also for universities, for adult centers, for vet centers. So the funding opportunities under K-Action Team 2 mainly partnerships for cooperation are actually there as well. The teachers, I heard that Claire was referring to them to the leaders. I cannot agree more. They're the leaders, but they're also the everyday heroes. They are the ones that are really on the front line every day, and they need support. We heard a lot about teacher training. Even almost 2 years after COVID, there's still so many teachers who don't feel comfortable with using digital technologies, who don't have the necessary digital skills and competencies. And that is why supporting them in this journey is extremely important. They're key elements of this digital education ecosystem we're talking about. So a new tool for teachers to measure their level of digital skills was launched only last week. It's now Selfie for Teachers, and it's part of the Digital Education Action Plan. We have it only in 8 languages now, but we hope to expand the availability of languages in the next months, and hopefully it will reach also the languages of the region. Again, talking about support for teachers, they face so many pressing challenges in the classroom that they need to equip the young people to face. And one of them is disinformation and being digitally literate in general, having this critical thinking we've been talking about, facts, distinguishing facts from fiction, from disinformation, and they need support in this. And in view of that, we are working on guidelines to support them in this journey, to teach digital literacy, to tackle disinformation, along with also tackle other emerging practices in the classroom, such as the use of artificial intelligence and data, how to do it in an ethical and manner that contributes to the education process. So in those 2 directions, AI and digital literacy and disinformation, we're preparing a set of guidelines for teachers and educators that will be out in September 2022, we hope, and they'll be widely available for anyone to use and to adopt at national level or at school level as well. And let me finish by a little bit, maybe a different perspective. And this is about the importance of user-driven innovation, the importance of engaging the whole institution in the challenges that are being faced at institutional level, to look for solutions and to steer creativity, problem solving, these soft skills we've been talking about a lot. And not only developing the digital skills, but really working together and addressing challenges and finding solutions. And this is one of the objectives we have with the Digital Education Hackathon. It's a grassroots event we have launched for 3 years now. This year is taking place on 9th and 10th of November. It's about bringing the community together to solve a specific challenge for education in the digital age. It can be linked to digital skills, it can be linked to gender, it can be linked to access, so many of these issues we heard today. We have not been that successful with this initiative in the region, I have to say, as much as we've been with Selfie, but nevertheless, we're happy to be informed that this year the Ministry of Education of North Macedonia is planning to participate with a local hackathon. So indeed, all actors of the digital education ecosystem are important. The leadership is important, but leaders cannot be there on their own. They need a lot of support, and so do all the actors in the ecosystem.
Absolutely, Simona. Sorry, I sort of have to cut you off a bit because the organizers are reminding me on our time available. We only have a few minutes left. And I will just quickly give the floor to Ms. Somerovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina to hear in brief what are her thoughts on the issues that we are discussing in this second round. Just unmute yourself, Bojana, please.
Okay, thank you. I will try to be as quick as possible. Our company became a strong player in transformational processes because we bring new projects. New projects bring new value, which requires new knowledge, new skills. First of all, we tried to try hard to build ever stronger trust-based relation with our people because they bring additional value not only to our company but to external clients and society, and also with the clients. Strategic clarity and strong education platform for all employees is a basic for making leaders that are part of the digital processes and digital transformation and making better skills. Being one of the biggest IT companies requires innovative and agile access to people, but also to clients. Apart from external trainings, and we invest a lot in education for our people, especially working together with the global biggest names and biggest technological companies. And besides that, external training, seminars, coaching, internally we have developed our own platform for fostering people skills, giving the opportunity to learn and develop in different areas, not only technological, but soft skills and other skills that support technological revolution and technological development. We have formed in Banja Luka Calculus Training Center as an educational and test center. Calculus vision is reflected in the constant development and improvement of educational programs. We do believe that our people are an important part, not only to internal development, but also to external development of new knowledge, new skills, and use of new technologies in making better lives for all of us.
Thank you, Bojana, for being such to the point. And now, Kustrim, same goes for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marco. I would not be very long because all topics were covered by our colleagues. So I just wanted to bring you an example of showing how the leadership is important on addressing the skills gap. So we were invited by the Ministry of Education with an order of the Prime Minister to join a committee who is going to evaluate the process of building curriculum on the 21st century skills, digital skills, starting from the digital literacy and going on slowly and slightly to the let's say coding skills, etc. This is, I think that this is for the first time that informal education is now being considered by the officials and by the formal education system as a strong partner to consider in the framework of developing the future vision. So I just wanted to bring just a simple example, thanks to the collaboration with the ministry, and again, it comes from the collaboration with UNICEF. We are part of this committee, and this is how the leaders can impact in the process of addressing the skills gap. While regarding the leader transformation in the industrial in the industry, leaders in all industries, especially today, are interested in creating adaptive workforces for reacting to changing environments or diffuse organizational challenges, and research into transformational leadership that has shown a correlation with individuals and organization that has development and goals achievement. So thank you very much again, Marco, and pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, Kustrim. I would like to really appreciate the input that all panelists gave today, and I will just check with the organizers if we have one more minute maybe available. I would really like to use the opportunity of the presence of Mr. Santander here and just to quickly ask him, what do you think, how do we make sure that quality digital education is available to all children and young people?
Thank you. Let me try to be brief, but also try to share some of the notes I've taken from all the excellent ideas and inputs that my colleagues in the panel have shared. So I've heard 5 things, and I think across all those 5 things, they really show the importance of leadership in the education ecosystem at every level, like Simona was saying. So the first one is evidence-based policy making. That means solid evidence and research, an area where Montenegro is standing on very solid ground. Policy framework, we talked about the national strategies, but also well-coordinated spaces like this forum where we can learn what everybody's doing, where we can coordinate and build synergies to make sure we are all working towards a common vision. The second one is the quality of the content. And there I heard several really important points. One, the leadership of the child in the learning experience and the opportunity that digital skills and digital technology gives us to have a more adaptive learning education system. Also integrating, we heard about integrating digital skills not just as a separate subject, but into how children learn maths, how children learn history or geography, and of course the importance of having online national platforms that deliver this quality content. The third one is infrastructure. That's very simple. In principle, very difficult to achieve in practice. Internet for all schools, at all homes, devices for every child in all schools, in all homes. The fourth one, teachers. Teachers are the leaders at the heart of the education ecosystem. We must make sure they are empowered and motivated to play this role. And the last one I want to say, and this one is not something that maybe we mentioned very strongly, but I think it's very important, is budget. Both public budget and private sector investment. The public budget is particularly important because it's the driver for equity and inclusion in the education system. And if something is not in the budget, it's not a priority. So we must make sure that digital skills becomes a priority in the public budget and in the private sector investment. Thank you so much, Marco, and thank you to all the panel members.
Thank you, Juan, and I would really like to motivate all the participants and our audience to use the app, to use the platform of the summit to address all the panelists with all inquiries that you had, and embracing and accelerating digitalization will underpin our efforts to shift towards a more sustainable economic model, and utilizing the potential of digital is our common priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you very much, Mr. Santander and other panelists. And now it's lunchtime. And obviously, lunchtime is for lunch. But if you want to keep the dopamine rush, as Mr. Santander mentioned before, to your brain during your lunch, and keep an eye on our platform, you will have the possibility to follow 2 interesting videos, one of which is from the RCC, Regional Cooperation Council, one of our stakeholders and co-organizers of this summit, while the other one is from the National Touristic Organization of Montenegro, which is worth watching even if you are from Montenegro, let alone if you've never had the opportunity to visit this amazing, wonderful country. Have a good lunch. See you at 5 minutes to 2 p.m. Central European Time.
The pyramid, as Kadare described it, is the domination of the rebel, narrowing of its mind, a monotony, but the most reliable guardian of a pharaoh. The Pyramid of Tirana, put up as a museum of Enver Hoxha, Albanian's dictator, is going to be turned into the biggest regional hub of digital transformation in the Western Balkans. That's why we are here. It couldn't be a better symbol than talking about the digital future of the Western Balkans, the core of the regional cooperation. It's the driving force of one common regional market. And just as this pyramid, one market for all 6, is under construction. We have the base. A roaming-free Western Balkans as of 1st of July. While traveling in the EU from the Balkans, we pay 43 times higher in roaming than others. Thus, the ultimate goal is to have the roaming prices between Western Balkans and the EU gradually reduced and closer to the domestic ones in the next 5 years. So we are already working on this. In Podgorica, the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit will take place. RCC is proud to be part of this story. Apart from the kickstart of a process of the reduction of roaming charges Western Balkans EU, we will be focused on improving our digital infrastructure. The most important goal is to provide broadband internet connections to 95% of the households until 2024. Then we have these services. And the pandemic showed us the importance of being prepared to go digital. By the way, maybe you don't recall, but last year during our Balkaton session, we awarded 6 best innovative ideas from this region. And they will all be present in Podgorica, but one of them is local. It's a Montenegrin team that already prepared the Pokupi, like a digital platform on-demand taxi service provider for smartphones, and I have it already with me. Digital agendas will be ready for the next digital summit, like the e-shopping, for example, or recognition of trusted services, free flow of data, which is considered the 5th freedom of a common market. This is in short, but not all. Stay tuned. 11-13 of October from Podgorica.
It's an honor.
The costs from today will be 0.
Besplatni roaming znači više para za druge stvari neke, ne znam, imaš sad razne stvari na koje može te pare da se potroše.
За мен бесплатен роуминг не значи премногу, пошто значи доволно за да можам да роамирам низ целиот Балкан многу слободно.
Što je bitno da će manje ljudi razmišljati o tome koga će zvati, šta će raditi, ustezat će se da komuniciraju.
Znači manji troškovi, znači da smo da
je sve lakše.
A najbitnije je da komuniciramo svi ovako međusobno, tako da je to sjajna stvar.
Stay charged, roam free whenever you are going to travel in the region. From today, keep the data or the internet on.
Stay charged. Grey days are coming. You'll finally enjoy your adventures in full. And stay fully connected. From July 1st, roaming is free in all the Western Balkans. Calls and internet with zero extra cost. So think only about charging. Stay charged. Roam free.
Augmented reality is the future, and RCC's Balkathon helped me and my team to bring it into the present. Now, by using our app, users from all over the world can experience a whole new level of sightseeing.
Pandemics learned us that we need to go in line with digital solutions in order to continue educating. Thanks to Balkathon, our digital platform now helps children and teachers in different economies to be connected again.
The pyramid, as Kadare described it, is the domination of the rebel, narrowing of its mind, a monotony, but the most reliable guardian of a pharaoh. The Pyramid of Tirana, put up as a museum of Enver Hoxha, Albanian's dictator, is going to be turned into the biggest regional hub of digital transformation in the Western Balkans. That's why we are here. It couldn't be a better symbol than talking about the digital future of the Western Balkans, the core of the regional cooperation. It's the driving force of one common regional market. And just as this pyramid, one market for all six, is under construction. We have the base. A roaming-free Western Balkans as of 1st of July. While traveling in the EU from the Balkans, we pay 43 times higher in roaming than others. Thus, the ultimate goal is to have the roaming prices between Western Balkans and the EU gradually reduced and closer to the domestic ones in the next 5 years. So we are already working on this. In Podgorica, the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit will take place. RCC is proud to be part of this story. Apart from the kickstart of a process of the reduction of roaming charges Western Balkans EU, we will be focused on improving our digital infrastructure. The most important goal is to provide broadband internet connections to 95% of the households until 2024. Then we have these services. And the pandemic showed us the importance of being prepared to go digital. By the way, maybe you don't recall, but last year during our Balkathon session, we awarded 6 best innovative ideas from this region. And they will all be present in Podgorica, but one of them is local. It's a Montenegrin team that already prepared the Pokupi, like a digital platform on-demand taxi service provider for smartphones, and I have it already with me. Digital agendas will be ready for the next digital summit, like the e-shopping, for example, or recognition of trusted services, free flow of data, which is considered the fifth freedom of a common market. This is in short, but not all. Stay tuned. 11-13 of October from Podgorica.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż!
Isn't that too much?
Cóż!
Sahara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż!
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż!
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż!
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're gonna face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. We are of many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż?
Isn't that too much?
Cóż?
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż?
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż?
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż?
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're gonna face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. We are of many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż?
Isn't that too much?
Cóż?
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż?
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż?
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż?
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. of many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Czuż!
Isn't that too much?
Czuż!
Sahara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Czuż!
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Czuż!
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Czuż!
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. and colours. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Czuż!
Isn't that too much?
Czuż!
Sahara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Czuż!
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Czuż!
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Czuż!
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. We are of many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż,
Isn't that too much?
cóż.
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż.
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż.
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż.
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż?
Isn't that too much?
Cóż?
Sahara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż?
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż?
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż?
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. are of many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. Familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż?
Isn't that too much?
Cóż?
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż?
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż?
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż?
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty.
So, since Radoje seems to be still having his lunch, I will take over. Ladies and gentlemen, now the afternoon session.
Digi, your digital dessert is still on the table, so please get back and finish your digital dessert and leave the stage to me, okay? Thank you, Digi. Okay, our next topic will focus on digital services in the health area today and in the post-COVID era, and will be introduced by another keynote speaker, Ms. Josefine Galla, Managing Director of Central East Europe branch at the famous technological firm SAP. She's from Berlin, but her career has taken her to China, Vietnam, SAP Asia, etc. Currently responsible for 12 countries, among them the entire area of Western Balkans, expert in technology, public services, and sales leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Josephine Galla.
Hello. I'm very honored to be here at the Digital West Balkan Summit hosted by the government of Montenegro. Governments around the world are asking us, how do we truly transform into a digital economy? And the answer to that is, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. We do recommend to follow the 3 Ps: people, platform, policy. This framework gives you a chance to reassess your priorities, reallocate your budgets, and understand your citizens' needs. Policy is important because you need to take a look at what are the technologies that are available out there and combine them with the right policy making. You need the right people with the right digital skills to create those policies and to run the technological platform. And you need the right technological platform to create an infrastructure that truly transforms you into a digital government. Over the last 2 years, we have seen priorities changing really rapidly. And we believe that with the right platform, you are able to do so. However, it is not always wall-to-wall with one vendor. Sometimes governments take their technology from their own backyard. In order to address these priorities, governments have reacted very, very differently. Romania created instantly a platform to ensure that the vaccine distribution is digitized and can be traced. There are many other examples across Europe and across the globe. And I will be more than happy to share them with you and have discussions on your roadmaps on digital transformation. My name is Josephine Galla. I'm the Managing Director of SAP Eastern Europe and Ukraine, and I'm looking forward for you to contact me to have those discussions. Have a great day and a fantastic summit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Galla. And now we're ready to dive into the topic of digital transformation of the healthcare sector. Our moderator for this panel works at the WHO Europe, supporting the region's 53 member states in their development of national digital health strategies. He's an expert in ICT and business with over 22 years of experience with the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to have here at the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit, Mr. Clayton Hamilton, head of the UN Division for Country Health Policies and System. Mr. Hamilton, please join me on the stage.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and guests. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to start by thanking the organisers, particularly the Minister for Public and Digital Administration in Montenegro, for the Minister of Health, and for all of the sponsors and organisers who make today possible for us all. And I'd like to thank all of you online for being here today. There's no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact upon society's attitudes to trust of digital technologies in health. And this has happened in ways that we could not possibly have imagined before the COVID-19 pandemic was upon us. Awareness and uptake of digital technologies for public health and clinical care have been accelerated. Long-term barriers have been weakened and in some cases removed in entirety. But in a short sentence, we're not there yet. We still have a long way to go before health services are available digitally to all population groups equally, that healthcare professionals are digitally skilled and feel confident in their use of technology, and the data is available for decision-making when and where it is needed. And if there's one early observation we can take away from the pandemic, it's that health cannot undergo the necessary digital transformation on its own. It needs to leverage the expertise of innovators, educators, civil society, and the private sector to deliver an inclusive and sustained transformation that is most definitely required. In today's panel session, we will explore the needs and the mechanisms for strengthening collaboration between Western Balkan countries to accelerate the digital transformation of health systems in the region. We'll take a look at how digital technologies have been utilised in support of public health responses to the COVID-19 pandemic and identify actions to foster coordinated, equitable access to health services and data in a post-pandemic context in Western Balkan economies. We will also introduce the new Western Balkans Sub-Regional Network for Digital Health, a new collaborative mechanism announced by the Regional Director, Dr. Hans Kluger, at the beginning of today's summit. We have with us today an illustrious collection of speakers from around the region and including the European Commission. Allow me to introduce them to you now. Ioana Maria Gligor, Head of Unit of Sante B3, European Reference Networks and Digital Health at the European Commission. Welcome, Ioana. Alan Husic, Technical Director and Acting Country Leader of Oracle in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hrvoje Beleni, Head of Sector for Information Systems Implementation and Improvement at the Directorate for eHealth at the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Croatia. Olgeta Dorno, Director, Information Technology Department at the Ministry of Health and Social Protection in Albania. Dejan Kovacevic, Digital Health Advisor of the Office of the Prime Minister from the Government of the Republic of Serbia. And last, but definitely not least, Milica Stanisic, Head of Department for Non-Communicable Diseases at the National Institute of Public Health here in Montenegro. Thank you to all of you and welcome. I'd like to start, however, before we launch into the questions and discussions of the panel, just to very briefly introduce the scene on how digital health is being prioritised by health decision makers at the political level, in WHO and beyond, and how WHO is trying to take more action to move beyond the talk of the potential of digital health towards leveraging the success factors and the lessons we've learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'll use just a couple of slides to display them now, if possible. The WHO Europe Empowerment Through Digital Health Flagship Initiative is an initiative of strategic value that is the basis for everything that we do in the 53 countries of the WHO European region. It is a vehicle for which we provide policy guidance and technical expertise to ministers of health who are our core constituents in WHO, trying to implement digital health and reform their health systems through digital technologies. This initiative promotes specifically core values of equity, gender equality, and human rights as part of the digital transformation of healthcare. And that is a specific strategic positioning of WHO, and one which the pandemic has really shown us is of vital importance in ensuring that digital technologies are trusted and used by populations. And finally, this initiative also operationalises and extends the WHO Global Digital Health Strategy, which was approved at the World Health Assembly late in 2020. So there are three major objectives to this initiative, and I won't go into too much detail, but to say that there are three contexts in which WHO sees digital health being applied in the European region. The first one is for the development of safe, inclusive, and people-centred digital health services for universal health coverage, ensuring that digital technologies are available, safe, and equitably for all populations. Secondly, strengthening preparedness and resilience through effective use of data and digital solutions. We've seen and we know that those countries who had the most effective responses to the pandemic were those that were able to use their data for decision-making and for policy design and implementation. And finally, leveraging digital health technologies to move healthcare more away from reactive to proactive, moving it towards systems focusing on preventative health and well-being. That brings us to a new initiative by the WHO Regional Office, a roadmap for health in the Western Balkans for 2021 to 2025. This roadmap will be released later this year and will be the grounding by which action is taken in a collaborative nature across the Western Balkans. Now, this particular roadmap was done in consultation with all of the countries, and they identified for digital health what their key public health priorities were. And not surprisingly, those initiatives across all of the Western Balkan economies were in fact remarkably similar. And they focused on strengthening health information and primary health care and the delivery of services to populations. So those will be the priority focuses the WHO will take forward in strengthening digital transformation of health systems as we move to the future. And that brings us to the Western Balkans Digital Health Network. Launched today at this event, it will use the roadmap as its basis for implementation of new action for digital health transformation in the region. It will identify actions for accelerating health systems transformation and development of equitable health services, focused specifically on the priority of health ministers, primary health care, and it will enhance mechanisms for knowledge sharing and identification of best practices. That is the introduction and setting the scene. That gives me also a good segue into the panel debate on digital technologies in health and their implementation during COVID-19. So what I'd like to do is start with our first round of questioning and ask our panel, when we look at the European region and we look specifically at the European Union and the Western Balkan economies, we've seen a wide diversity in the range in which digital technologies have been applied during the pandemic. We've seen them applied for tracing, for tracking, for diagnosis and discovery, for strengthening surge capacity in hospital environments. We've seen digital technologies applied to inform populations about measures for prevention and for treatment. And we've also now beginning to see digital technologies applied more and more in the context of supporting the relaxing of public health and social measures. So the first question to the panel is, what are the noteworthy successes and barriers to the digitalization of health services that you observed during the COVID-19 pandemic? What do you think we should capture and build upon from here? And maybe even, how do you best see us going about it? So I'd like to call upon Ioana to take the floor to give us her perspective from the European Commission in answering this question. Ioana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Clayton. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think one of the factors that have played a very important role in the success of the measures on digitalization during COVID crisis was, I think, at the EU level, a framework for cooperation, and I'm very happy to learn that there is a framework for cooperation at the Western Balkan level, because the framework for cooperation in EU e-health network has proved very successful. It required a lot of work. For instance, since March 2022. We have organized around 300 online meetings on digital COVID certificate and contact tracing apps. And I think Hrvoje, who was on the barricades for most of those meetings, knows very well what I'm talking about. And this has allowed the EU to come up with a joint position with even more with two EU-wide infrastructure in record time. The contact tracing apps, I think basically the infrastructure has been built in around half a year. And for EU digital COVID certificate, where we built already on the knowledge and on the collaboration we had already by then, the legal proposal and the EU-wide infrastructure, I think we managed to deliver in around three months, something like that. That was quite success, given basically the heterogeneity, the different language barriers, the different degree of digitalization. So I think that was a very important thing. The other aspects I think that were very important is that there was a decision on what to focus on for the COVID purposes. And the focus on the e-health network and at EU level was on contact tracing apps, which would allow basically people to notify other people they have been in contact with that they were in contact with someone infected with COVID, both when traveling abroad, but also when traveling to the other member state. And the other element which was extremely important also from the cross-border perspective, and which has also become a standard at global level is the EU Digital COVID Certificate, which has allowed to restart the free movement in Europe. So person travels can travel and can face fewer restrictions. Basically, the restriction would be lifted if the person has been vaccinated under certain conditions, a certain number of days, etc., a certain number of doses, has a negative test, be it a PCR or a rapid antigen test, or has recovered from COVID within less than 6 months period. So can travel with the recovery certificate up to 6 months. So these are all elements that basically allow for the coordination both of the public health and also of digital aspects. And it also required a lot of political impetus and mobilization. I think the level of digitalization was very important and also interoperability, but there was also the political will which has allowed in several member states to put in place structures that strengthen and that reinforce this digitalization in record time. And of course, I think at EU level we try to support this as much as we could from the Commission perspective, both by providing the interoperability aspects and elements, the gateways, be it for the contact tracing apps or for the EU digital COVID certificates, providing also open source possibilities that could be adapted by the member states for their specific system, and of course supporting this collaboration, which again has been very intense, but I think the results were very effective.
Thank you very much, Ioana, and I very much take the message of the importance of the institutional structures and really reflecting, as you were talking about, just the speed at which some of this transformation has taken place. And again, many of us have worked in this field for so many years, and we know that health is notoriously difficult to transform digitally and to have services reformed in ways that both populations and health systems themselves are looking for. So again, I think congratulations are in order to the European Commission for the work it's done and for being open to engaging with other partners such as WHO and UNICEF and others in order to actually make this a very workable solution. Elaine, tell us your perspective on what you've seen from the private sector on what has been a success, what have been barriers in terms of the application of digital technologies during the pandemic.
First of all, let me say hello to you, Clayton, and to the audience and to the rest of the panelists. I am really happy and honored to be here as a part of this panel. As you all probably know and understand, Bosnia and Herzegovina has an extremely complex government structure. The country is composed of 2 entities and Brčko district. And one of the entities, Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, is divided into 10 cantons of 10 different regions. So that means in total in the country of less than 3.5 million people, we have 13 ministries of health. This has made, these ministries are loosely coordinated by the Ministry of Civil Affairs on the state level. This has made any digitalization attempt very extremely difficult and different across the country depending on the region's budget and political will. When the COVID-19 pandemic first started, the lack of digitalization in healthcare proved to be an additional problem, and we had to act really quickly. In the Republic of Srpska, there is a centralized system based on Oracle technology, and it proved to be much better at coping with the trends of treating and implementing new ways of tracking COVID-19 patients. In Federation, we had a really big issue due to the lack of framework you are speaking of right about now, because on the Federation level, we have a Ministry of Health, which is basically a coordinating ministry for these 10 cantonal ministries of health. And the real power, real executive power is put in the 10 cantonal, 10 regional ministries. This has proved to be a great challenge due to the lack of the exact framework for the cooperation, so we had to make do on the fly, basically. I'm proud to say that Oracle stepped up not only locally but globally during the pandemic. We had many projects done with US government, with governments all around the world, with local communities. What we did here in Bosnia is basically we tried to leverage those Oracle's global resources to put forth a local solution. And I'm proud to say that we have stuck together, and in the first month of the lockdown, together with one of our local partners, we have managed to put forth a platform within 2 weeks that was basically a self-evaluation application, together with a small data warehouse with real-time analytics on top of it. Due to the speed of the deployment, we did this, as I said, in only 2 weeks. We used cloud technologies, which were notoriously not going to be able, we couldn't have been able to use these technologies in healthcare before. And the application's main goal was to reduce the load of the phone lines in the regional healthcare centers so that all citizens could get treatment and access to some sort of a healthcare system as quickly as possible. What we did in the application, basically we put forth a triage system that patients could use themselves, and we provided the next steps instruction that should be taken. The questionnaire for the application was done by healthcare professionals using WHO's recommendations, and because we used cloud technologies, we didn't use personal patient data to avoid any legal constraints. But even though we didn't use personal data, the epidemiologists could use the real-time analytics to gain insights into virus spreading across the population and give government real benefit and real data that could be used for measurements and for new measurements. All of this, of course, was done free of charge by Oracle and our partners. So we were really proud to put forth such assistance in just 2 weeks to help our government.
Thank you very much. And I think you've really raised an important point about structural complexity in government and how difficult it can be for the health sector to navigate through such complexities, and then to get agreement across different administrative entities for the implementation of something that we all want as a common good, as a common public health good, cross-border data interoperability, whether it be regional or national. Those are the types of things that we really need agreement at the highest political levels and then implementation in a very, very regular way. And I think when I listen to what you say about your implementation in record time and your use of cloud technologies that perhaps might not have been possible beforehand, it certainly resonates in that it's very similar to the experience that many other countries in the region and indeed outside the Western Balkans have experienced. So thank you very much. Hrvoje, tell us, from Croatia, which I always admire and think that you're really one of the leading stars in the area in which you're in. We've seen many interesting technologies implemented during the pandemic, use of public-private partnerships. What have been your successes, and were there any barriers that you experienced? I think you might be muted, Hrvoje. We can't actually hear you, Hrvoje. No, unfortunately, we appear to have some sound issues, so we'll pass directly on to Olgeta. Tell us, how did you experience the pandemic in Albania, and what were the key success factors, were the key examples that you noted? Olgeta.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for giving me the floor. And hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Let me just take one moment to share my screen. Okay, here it is. The progress that has been made in digitalization of health services in Albania in the last years served as a digital highway to quickly respond to the pandemic in all levels of healthcare services, because I suppose for all the economies the challenge was not only to build new services for the pandemic, but also to ensure the provision of health services in general. Through establishment of electronic systems in our country, around 1,600 family physicians all over the country digitally sign electronic prescription of reimbursable drugs every day. Also, the advanced medical consultations are planned online by the family physicians as well, thus enhancing transparency and ensuring elimination of abuse throughout the system. On the other hand, when the pandemic started, Albania was already undergoing one of the most important transformation processes on public services. Albania is a national e-governmental portal that acts as a front-end point for government institutions to deliver their services 24/7. In January 2020 started the process of transformation of public services, and today we count 1,207 electronic services in the portal, which makes 95% of all public services offered. Hence, e-Albania, let's say, was the only open door during lockdown when the administration counters were closed, and we ensured that the citizens and businesses could have their services online. Of course, we built some other dedicated to pandemic online services where, like for example, to reduce the spread of COVID-19, all citizens living in the house for specific reasons were required to obtain daily permission from the Albania portal, and interoperability ensured that, for example, one person per certificate go out in one day, or only the businesses that were allowed to function, their respective employees were able to have the permission. Other dedicated services are the application for reimbursable COVID-19 prescriptions in the portal only for the positive cases, registration and transfer to the general practitioner, because in the pandemic, the communication with the family physician is really important. Reschedulation of appointments for advanced consultations in all the levels of health care institutions. Since January 2021, we have implemented the vaccination certificate on the Albania portal, being one of the first countries in EU to have implemented. During the summer, we were notified for the possibility to adopt a technical solution in order to comply with the platform that EU has launched. After all the technical standards were met, in September, EU welcomed Albania on board as part of the integrated EU system, and the movement of our citizens is facilitated. Of course, to ensure transparency and to give up-to-date information to our citizens, since March 2020, when the pandemic started, Albania have launched a dedicated website with the latest news and up-to-date daily statistics about the pandemic. We also have implemented dedicated solutions for COVID-19 that serve as pre-screening of the population through web applications, where the citizens were automatically properly directed. This solution was especially effective in the peak of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olgeta, and I think really testimony to the fact that despite even on situations having few resources, really quite an impressive array of responses to the pandemic, utilization of data, production of the digital certificate, I think really quite impressive, so congratulations. Havoy, are you back with us again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. It was just needed to be plugged up and then plugged on again. Sorry for this. Thank you for the nice introduction from your side, Peyton, and greetings from Croatia. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Croatian Ministry of Health. And regarding your question, I would like to just briefly give you the taste of digital efforts in healthcare before the COVID pandemic. So Croatian health system was primarily designed to improve and simplify delivery of care of patients in the last 15 to 20 years. And in the last decade, for example, patients no longer had to collect their lab results, and they could be directly accessible in real time by doctors, and doctors were able to access information on dispensing of prescribed medicine, and of course monitor compliance, etc. There were many benefits for health professionals as well as for health authorities in savings, in productivity and efficiency gains, and of course increased patient safety and automatic checking of insurance data. All these and much more efforts implemented before the COVID pandemic, of course, helped us when the global outbreak started, and managed to deal with the outbreak and of coronavirus more efficiently, and to use the data we have centrally in our central e-health platform, and of course to build on top of those. Just to give you a few examples, of course, we are, as Johan already mentioned, from the beginning of the outbreak, part of the integrated digital response as a member state and a member of eHealth network, and we have built also our solution on contact tracing and warning app. Our Stop COVID app was introduced in July last year, and as soon as the gateway has been implemented as a central point for exchanging the keys, so these randomized keys, infected keys, among nation member states applications, we have also connected to those to the gateway and achieved cross-border interoperability. On more recent basis, we were among the first group of member states that have implemented EU digital COVID certificates, so issuing of those as well as verifying those at the borders. I think to the date from July 1st until today, we have issued more than 2,300,000 certificates. Most of those are, of course, vaccination certificates, and many of those are testing certificates, including rapid antigen tests as the majority of the number. So more than 500,000 of those. Being a tourist country during this season and having COVID certificates in place, we have also set up more than 300 COVID testing points for tourists in Croatia, so nationwide and geographically. So each of the testing points had the opportunity to immediately enter the COVID test results in the central test registry, and to use the application for issuing EU digital COVID certificates for testing. Of course, we also had set up in early beginning of the pandemics the official government website, coronavirus hire, for accurate and verified information on coronavirus, including multi-channel content delivery. This was pretty important, so we were present, and we still are present at all social media and digital channels from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, etc. So in order to be really approachable to all citizen groups. One another thing very interesting was also launching of Andrea.ai. This was actually a digital assistant or a digital chatbot that was launched in April last year, and actually it was used to inform and advise citizens about COVID-19 pandemic, and actually it simulated one of the leading epidemiologists in Croatia, and actually reduced the calls of citizens to medical professionals across the health centers in Croatia, and actually it was really useful to spread the knowledge and trustworthy information about the pandemic. and the recent circumstances. It was also upgraded several times according to the tourist season or beginning of the school year, etc. So it was really interesting AI-based solution that was donated by several enterprises and companies. One of those is also from our colleague here, Alan. So their colleagues from Croatia were part of this consortium contributing to this solution. What to mention else? Of course, we have a central health portal for patients in Croatia being set up before the pandemic, and it was really upgraded during the pandemic to allow citizens to access the portal through e-citizens system and actually find all their COVID-related information there, from testing to vaccinations. And really important was also introducing the mobile app for such a portal, so Health Portal mobile app for both of the major global platforms, Android and iOS, that actually help the patients and citizens to gain access to their medical data in a very secure and trustworthy way. So I could go on, but I think I'll stop here for now and give others the opportunity to address this question. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Avoy. And I think you've really raised an important point. Certainly the existing infrastructure, digital infrastructure in health, was a real accelerator for the pandemic response in many, many countries. And again, we saw that time and time again. Those countries who actually had well-developed digital ecosystems were able to reconfigure primary healthcare in a very, very, very short period to be able to actually cope with the restrictions that were in place for social distancing. So again, I think a very important point. Dejan, I'd like to invite you to share your reflections on COVID-19 successes, barriers from Serbia.
Well, thank you very much for the invite. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to share a few of the experiences from Serbia in this COVID crisis. Actually, we developed quite a few solutions due to immediate COVID-19 related needs, and we of course realized some of the barriers, not just from a tactical, however, from strategic perspective, and therefore we started working on resolving some of those barriers with strategic planning and trying to emphasize needs to establish governance and capacities for governance in digital health. So from perspective of COVID-19 and related IT solutions, there are quite a few things which are developed, primarily relying on the development within a country, and actually one of the key factors which contributed to success is already existing infrastructure from technical technology perspective, as well as from perspective of integrations with the other organizations which help validate information, validate identities, get some additional information, addresses, telephone numbers, and to put all things together fairly quickly. So Office for IT and e-Governance in Serbia is an entity reported to the government of Serbia, which is in essence dealing with the infrastructure and technology matters, and they already have quite a stable and solid platform with many services already built. As a result of that, we developed our own COVID-19 test result system for tracking testing as well as results of COVID-19 testing. We implemented a system for expressing interest in vaccination, not really booking vaccination, however, expressing interest, which means selecting one or multiple types of vaccines that people would like to take. Also, a brand new system for vaccine inventory management, distribution, and actual COVID vaccination tracking of population was completely implemented from scratch. I believe that was done in 2 weeks in a very iterative fashion, involving all stakeholders which are required in Serbia. Also, we allowed our citizens to access COVID-19 test and vaccination results and certificates via a nationwide e-health portal, which is still going to be expanded and in development to include much more medical information which citizens can access. Also, we developed online symptom tracker, and also we implemented a central system for integrated analytics and reporting, where we included multiple types of information from multiple sources including for COVID testing, vaccination, antibiotic prescriptions, and others which are in combined use. One insight from there is that we actually saw, that you can see in advance of actual peaks in COVID, test results of population having more prescribed prescriptions for antibiotics. So in essence, you can see wave coming through prescribed medications up front, a few days up to a week before, which is kind of interesting. Also, other than that, I would like to emphasize that COVID-19 brought us to the point of raised awareness of real benefits of digital health and its importance, strategic importance for the whole country and for the health of the population. Therefore, we started very actively working on development of digital health strategy and an action plan, which is covering multiple areas, including governance, information technology and services, allowing data analytics and data use, educations of people working in healthcare system, as well as engaging citizens' participation in healthcare through digital means. Also, we are very actively working on expanding access to our citizens to their medical information, enabling authorized information sharing as well as use. We are also opening towards private sector, and we are integrating. Our objective is to integrate private sector completely through our shared EHR, both to share as well as to access information. We are opening doors for data use in private sector from regulatory perspective, from perspective of research, innovation, as well as commercial use. In that context, I can mention that we initiated work for a very interesting thing, which is a Bio4 campus in Belgrade as well, which is one of the first of kind in the wider region, which will include faculties of pharmaceutics and biology, as well as science institutes like molecular genetics and genomic engineering, biological and medical research, as well as it will include multiple development departments of pharmaceutical biomedical companies to produce, to have production capacities, etc. All of that we are targeting to be ready in the ballpark of 2024. Of course, and the third thing which I mentioned is we're going to be very strongly working, which we do right now, to establish solid digital health governance, which will drive us towards implementing that strategy. In order to do that, we need to build our capacities, to build our ways to manage this effectively, and we started taking the first step in that direction. Thank you.
Fantastic, Diane, and a really impressive lift of deliverables in Serbia, also again done in a very short period of time. I think the digital governance, the governance of digital health is a highly understated success factor, something that health doesn't naturally gravitate towards typically, and which WHO and its partners have worked, I think, really excessively to try and ensure that there is institutions that have the responsibility and mandate for digital governance, that equity becomes integrated into that governance, and that we look at what are the accountability mechanisms that need to go hand in hand with that governance such that trust is developed in society for use of digital tools. Fantastic. Thanks once again. Milica, perhaps you'd like to give us your perspective on some of the elements that you've seen contributing to success in Montenegro of the COVID-19 adoption, COVID-19 response.
Yes, well, good afternoon to everyone, dear colleagues. Thank you, Clayton. It is my pleasure to be with you here today and to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Health of Montenegro and on my personal behalf. Well, as already colleagues before me said, we all witnessed the pandemic exposed our broken parts and segments of our health systems, and it highlighted the need to adapt and update healthcare delivery system, as well as the need to introduce new and to reinvent effective digital tools and implement e-health services that we already got. It also reminded us of importance of the data, because the effective response to COVID-19 requires promoting collaboration and approach based on evidence and solid data. The other lesson that we learned is that though technology is at the heart of any digital health system, the related transformations cannot be viewed purely through technological perspective. The digital technologies need to be they need to deliver affordable and easy to use healthcare solutions to all the growing and aging population, in which new technologies are often slow to be adopted and accepted. We have seen low levels of digital and health literacy, thus digital health literacy, and in the general population. Therefore, there is really an urgent need for upskilling both health professional and the general population through broad-reaching educational initiatives. The digital infrastructure, interoperability standards, and data sharing only provide the tools, but they are on their own cannot transform the health systems, and they need to be put to productive use by the health workers if we want to see any changes. Digital health technology should be carefully tailored to support and engage users in such a way that fosters equality and inclusivity, and to result in improved healthcare solutions where no one will be left behind. When I say tailored solutions, I mean that several points should be relevant, like we need to build trust in the benefits of digital health technologies among health workers, but also among patients, and also to ensure the digital technologies truly meet the needs of both of these groups. Also, advancing expertise and skills are needed within the health sector for effective co-design, deployment, and the use of digital health technologies. During all these months of pandemic, we have identified several issues that require systematic action if we want to exploit the potential offered by the digital technologies. For example, regulatory and legal frameworks that cannot keep pace always with innovation, adoption, and use. Also, the concerns of users, of consumers about security and privacy. And then ethical questions that arise in the adoption and use of new technologies. Then interoperability issues and fragmented systems, both technical, like software and platforms, and system structure, for example, the disparate providers, payers, and regulators of healthcare. Then equity issues that can especially arise from the swift digital implementations, for example, digital literacy issues or digital access issues, and the impact of the vulnerable groups, meaning seniors, for example. Regarding the Montenegro, during the pandemic months, Montenegro introduced for the first time option to provide the first consultation and control in a digital format. That was a call center set up for the COVID patients in the primary healthcare center, ensuring better health service integration and bringing healthcare closer to patients. This was approved that digital health advancements are catalyzing deployment of new delivery and operational models. Then we have developed a digital certificate as an example that digital health solutions do carry potential to accelerate EU integration process, provided we ensure interoperability. I will also mention the clinical data management application that was set up and that provided real-time information for the decision makers. I will just say, of course, that we had, apart from these, already established e-services that were already existing, like for e-prescription or for scheduling the visits to the primary healthcare center, the lab results, and so on, and of course all the dashboards and sites that were providing information all needed by the general population. I will stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Milica. And I think really you've reflected and touched upon a number of key perspectives. In particular, you've raised the issue of digital literacy, which I think is really a key factor that came up again and again across Europe. We clearly, from WHO's perspective, still see that there's a huge gap in the ability of healthcare professionals, or shall I say the appetite of healthcare professionals, to adopt digital technologies and to be a part of digital transformation. And it's quite a contrast. Even listening to the earlier parts of the summit here, you could see much more enthusiasm from other sectors outside of health for digital transformation. You could see much more investment, much more readily established innovation mechanisms already in place. These are things which really, I think, are still to come with the healthcare population. Also, sometimes a sensitive issue to discuss with them is how the roles of healthcare professionals are likely to change as more and more of our health systems become digitalised. And it's a difficult, often stilted discussion to have with them, but it's one that I think is absolutely necessary. So thank you very much, Melissa. I think you've really, you've highlighted a number of key challenges, but I think you've also put forth a pathway for how we can actually ensure that digital technologies serve the greatest population possible. Thank you very much. All right, moving on quickly, I want to now shift the focus of the discussion towards the collaboration mechanisms within the region, because I think what the key elements that have been highlighted in your responses to the first question is that there's certainly a lot of commonality, there's a lot of success, and there's a lot of discovery which is ongoing and a lot of work which is ongoing. So what I want to do is to bring that back to you and to have you reflect upon what needs to happen now, taking those lessons that you've mentioned, but looking at it from the perspective of cross-economy collaboration within the Western Balkans. What would you like to see happen? Which partners do you think need to engage? And what will success look like with this type of mechanism operating? And again, what we really want to focus on is that we have spent a lot of time in the past talking about policy, talking about governance, talking about legislation. We want to focus on the action. We want to focus on what needs to be done in a tangible way. Ioana, I will start with you because I understand you have to leave in not too long. You're still with us. You mentioned before about the success of the e-health network working within EU countries. We're in many ways trying to re-establish that type of mechanism, but to anchor it within the achievement of public health goals. How do you see that working, and not within the EU, but do you have any advice that you'll give to the Western Balkan countries as we begin to move forward in this type of engagement together? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I would like to make a reference to the European health data space that will also bring forward, together with the legal proposal to be adopted by the Commission in the first part of next year, a new form probably of collaboration in the on the health data, both for the use of health data for healthcare and for the reuse of health data for research, policy making, regulatory purposes, etc. So basically, indeed, what we know now as a collaboration is likely to change and to enhance in the upcoming future, and I think these are elements that we will need to take into account. Now, I mean, on the collaboration with the Western Balkans, for instance, the EU Digital COVID certificate, which has become, which has been adopted as a standard by many third countries and has been implemented in many of the Western Balkan countries, has also brought those countries much closer to the EU collaboration, not only from the technical perspective, but also within the discussions of the piloting community, etc., etc. So these are all elements that managed to create a lot of bridges during the pandemic and are most likely going to replicate and to continue in some form later on. Another element which is extremely important is also the alignment of the candidate countries with the EU acquis. And as a former member of the negotiation team myself in Romania from 2001 until 2007, I think one of the most profound changes of the society was brought by the adoption of the EU legislation. And I'm pretty sure that this alignment will clearly allow for a transformation at the level of legislation, of the level of standards, of the level of interoperability, or the level of digitalization for many of the Western Balkan countries. And of course, the whole path for enlargement, which has its own rules and participation in different fora. I don't want to enter into this discussion because this is a completely separate, let's say, institutional setting. but clearly will allow for much more coordination and for much more alignment. So the European Health Data Space will provide a framework that we hope it will also support the transformation and the evolution also in the Western Balkans, and clearly the enlargement path that many of the Western Balkan countries are engaged upon will strengthen and will reinforce this collaboration.
Thank you very much, Ioana. And I think very good points, and certainly legislation and regulatory factors will be something that we will certainly be focusing on, as they are really key part of delivering the public health objectives, which certainly the ministers of the region have expressed are their priority. Thank you very much. Ellen, please reflect upon how you see the necessary collaboration between the Western Balkans in the area of digital health moving forward. What would you like to see?
Honestly, I would like to see more collaboration in essence, because at the moment, not only I've explained the complex structure of Bosnia and the way that we managed to work within the confines of our government structure. But the collaboration between our governments is not on the level that it should be. For example, Serbia opened their doors for vaccination of for all of the Western Balkan countries, but unfortunately the data about the people who were vaccinated in Serbia wasn't being delivered due to the legislation issues. So you had cases that people from Bosnia went to be vaccinated in Serbia, and then the local government had no idea who was vaccinated, who wasn't. So we need to establish some sort of a collaborative collaboration platform that we will and that the states can actively change on the data, because this pandemic showed us one thing: we are all in this together. Basically, the virus doesn't know about our borders, about the ethnicity, or about anything. We are all in this together, and the more collaborative we become, the more effective we will be in the future. Healthcare is definitely one of the pillars of our society, and improving it is one of the quickest ways we can create a real visible change in our economies and improve general quality of life. So more active collaboration between our governments is something that I really want to see.
Fantastic, and thank you very much for expressing that. And I think no truer words were said. We really are on this together, and there are many opportunities for us to share the challenges and successes in the region. Hrvoje, perhaps I can ask very briefly for your reflection on working within the existing EU eHealth network. What do you see, very briefly, as being maybe the one key factor that a type of collaboration within the Western Balkans can bring? Where should they start to focus?
Thank you very much, Clayton. Yes, so working within the eHealth network, we actually learned a lot, and we not only learned a lot throughout these last 10 years, then we have participated in building eHealth digital service infrastructure, and we are currently one of the member states having implemented cross-border services such as exchanging e-prescriptions and patient summaries. And of course, having such services, we look closely to our neighboring EU countries to have use cases with them that actually make proper use of these services. If we draw the parallel with the Western Balkan countries, I think there is a lot of knowledge and the whole body of knowledge within the eHealth network regarding building such a complex infrastructure, and that actually on the knowledge exchange level, it is surely one set of benefits for the Western Balkan countries, but also if there will be a way of connecting third countries in such a way on this existing eHealth digital service infrastructure, as we saw during the COVID pandemics, and connecting to EU digital COVID certificates infrastructure, then it will be even more beneficial for Western Balkan countries. If I go on, of course, collaboration and knowledge exchange and experience exchange is really what is needed in the area. It could be conducted through various platforms. So just to name a few, through so-called cost actions, so projects enabled by European cooperation in science and technology. It's one of the most mature financial instruments to support this kind of networking in science and research technology in Europe. And of course, many of not-for-profit organizations, just to name one, European Connected Health Alliance, is a really good platform for Western Balkan countries to join and to participate actively.
Thank you very much, Belani, and I think very good point. Certainly sharing the successes from the EU eHealth network with the Western Balkans Digital Network is I think, a low-hanging fruit, so to speak, for us to take. But certainly those areas in terms of our ability to leverage the other successes, and in particular, the mechanism you mentioned, this equivalence decision on behalf of the European Commission, that's the mechanism by which countries outside of the EU can utilise the digital COVID pass. Those types of things could be an interesting mechanism to see if we can explore whether or not within the Western Balkan economies we can actually see are there other use cases where we could use such an equivalence decision mechanism. Thank you very much. Olgeta, very briefly, tell me, what would you like to see out of a Western Balkans collaboration mechanism, and where do you see that the key emphasis should be?
Well, I will focus on the importance of regional interoperability. The good news is, as we all know, that the Western Balkan economies agreed in November 2020 via a memorandum of understanding on the implementation of joint projects and actions to enable mutual exchange of data and super documents. This means that this vision is to be focused on the mutual recognition of EIDs, trust services, and electronic signatures between the economies. Albania is very determined to undertake all the necessary technical and legal actions to implement this vision, which is also part of our new digital agenda. But of course, this requires the collaboration of all the economies. So in this framework, also a health interoperable network will help all the economies to deliver standardized and better health services. Also, cross-country health research, it will be of great benefit, especially in the times of crisis like pandemics that has shown. Sharing of best practices and also encouragement of strategic partnership is also very important. But when it comes to exchange of the data and electronic documents, it is very important to emphasize that a specific importance should be given to building trust of the citizens and protection of the data and privacy on the other hand. So we need to going along with the path of interoperability, we need to make sure that we have the necessary tools implemented to, like for example, patient consent, technical standards like HL7 for exchanging of information, implementation of blockchain technologies, etc., in order to ensure the data privacy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olgeta. And definitely standards implementation is an area of knowledge exchange I think we can and should function on. I'm acutely aware of the fact that we've been talking about standards for 20, 30 years, and I think globally we've made remarkably slow progress in that area. So I think again, we talk about the potential of interoperability and standardization. You'd heard Hrvoje had mentioned the participation of Croatia in the digital services infrastructure and the ability now for them to exchange e-prescription data cross-border. It's taken many, many years to get that far. And I think perhaps we need an accelerated focus on what needs to happen to establish that level of trust seen through a digital lens and a public health lens in order to accelerate that. We can come back to that if we have a couple of minutes at the end. Diane, perhaps you'd like to reflect more, drawing upon the successes you'd mentioned previously, and also what you'd like to see about a Western Balkans collaboration mechanism.
Well, sincerely, I believe that as a prerequisite of going forward is awareness of what other countries did, how they did it, what barriers they I believe that we just scratched the surface today regarding some of the topics which we can discuss, but I would really like to dive into details of experience of every single country. What did they do? How did they do it? Why did they do it? It will be great to share experiences because I'm sure that it will be very beneficial to learn what each of us did and why, in order not to make expensive mistakes again and again. There might be potential of reusing some of the solutions. I might go as far as considering of, maybe joint procurements. I'm not sure if I can go that far, but again, any kind of levels of optimization or joint work, I'll be willing to look into and to be informed. And I'm sure there's lots of things to reuse and try to not make mistakes. I'm sure that all of us did.
Fantastic, Dan, and I think you're absolutely right. We have a duty in many ways to actually ensure that learning takes place. And every opportunity and mechanism we can establish to do that, I think, is really the way forward. As you mentioned, we've just scratched the surface of many of these things, and without also wanting to make processes as overcomplicated, I think we will eventually have to have some prioritization exercise to understand what would be the key areas of learning that would be of interest. And again, trying to tie them back into what are the key public health decision makers saying they need. One of the things I think you'll probably all agree is that there have been some notable failures in terms of digital health or the implementation of technology in the health sector. And they always seem to come about when technology is implemented as it drives the implementation and the transformation. We need to be better at actually tying that transformation into the achievement of health policy goals. And where we've seen failures in the past was that hasn't taken place. They've been technology orphan projects, and eventually they've disappeared and not actually delivered the return on investment that we wanted. So I think we definitely have to take your advice, Dan, to have that sharing, but to really focus it on what can we do to achieve what the key health priorities are. And again, what the decision makers in the Western Balkan countries are telling us are skilling of the digital health workforce, primary health care, and integrated information exchange. That's their top three biggies. All right, Melissa, we're getting close to the end of our session, so perhaps you would like to reflect on how, seen from the perspective of Montenegro, you would like to see more cross-regional collaboration and what it can help you deliver.
Yes, thank you, Clayton. I would just add before the potential of collaboration that from an early stages, you mentioned in the introduction of the European Program of Work, Montenegro commended Director Kluge for his visionary leadership and having empowerment through digital health as a flagship initiative, as we really strongly believe it carries the potential to improve interface between people and health services, to increase health system performance, including improving disease surveillance as critical public health function. This is maybe because my background is in epidemiology, so I found it very important. Furthermore, on the sub-regional level, of course, strengthening collaboration among the West Balkan countries in digital health will help our countries to address all the social and demographic challenges that we have. And additionally, digital technologies also offer huge opportunities to strengthen health systems and improve the way healthcare is delivered to population. But to realize the full potential of digital health, the collaboration, not only across the health and ICT sectors and public and private, but also across borders, is essential. Another point maybe, is that Western Balkan countries have common challenges, and that makes even stronger the need for our Western Balkan solution together. solutions that also comply with a number of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and will accelerate the EU agenda of integration. This unique partnership will facilitate, we hope, and enable the identification, sharing, and application of best practices in innovation, as all the colleagues said, and maybe that's the highlight of this round. Also through collaborative political agenda, innovation-focused, evidence-based culture, and highly trained workforce, our countries and Western Balkan initiatives can expand beyond the region and bring benefits maybe to other countries as well.
Thank you very much, Melissa. And I think you've done a wonderful job in actually mapping out some of the key actions that we can take as a group, the key areas of focus that should guide the collaboration and act as a starting point for the types of technical discussions that we can then have take place. Again, I think it's very important that we tie together our collective efforts to achieve common public health goals, to achieve common health systems transformation goals, but that also have a place in your own national environments, that you can take back knowledge, that you can take back expertise, that you can also take back interoperability and say, this is the type of guidance that we need, this is the type of action that we need to accelerate the adoption of digital technologies within our own national health environments. All right, I'd like to end very quickly by saying I'd like to thank all the panel members for their very insightful reflections on these questions. They're drawing upon their experience on what are the potential actions from here moving forwards with the Western Balkans Digital Health Network, and really for being so optimistic about a future of working together, which I think holds great promise for all of us and really is a steady path to closer collaboration with the European Union and indeed accession, should that be the end goal in many cases. So thank you very much to all of you, for the panel members, wishing you all the best and wishing you a good rest of the day. Thank you very much again to the organisers, and we look forward to a very, very, very productive outcome from today's summit. All the best.
Thank you very much, Clayton. Thank you very much. Thank to your panelists. It was indeed a very interesting panel. Thanks. Okay, we are heading towards the session 4, Smart Governance 2.0. What is Smart Governance 2.0? What do we mean by that? A human-centered approach based on integrated ecosystems delivering public services through digital channels. Just a couple of years ago, it was more a vague vision of the future than an operating reality. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, it suddenly became something we very quickly got used to. The introduction to this topic will be provided by another prestigious keynote speaker. Nick Thies works as a senior policy advisor on public administration reform and service delivery at OECD Sigma. He was project leader and key expert in a long list of projects and in a large number of states, including all Western Balkan states. Also leading the European Public Administration Country Knowledge Project, known as UPAC, which is a knowledge base comparing public administrations of EU countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Thies.
A very good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. Allow me first to congratulate the RCC with organizing this important event, this digital summit for the Western Balkan region. Also allow me to gratefully thank and congratulate the host, the Montenegrin hosts of this important event, and in particular Minister Tamara Sentic and also State Secretary Marina Badovic for really making this all happen. Many thanks for having us as OECD Sigma to address this keynote at the beginning of this very interesting panel. The pandemic was, and to a large extent, unfortunately I should say, is still impacting our lives, both professional and also very much individual personal lives. It has turned out a crisis in which government and public sector at large have proven to be really crucial in providing answers, crisis response, but also recovery throughout the crisis. And in all of this, the digital has played a crucial, I would even say, a pivotal role in finding the answers, the right answers in the crisis response, but also in the recovery. Many people would say, therefore, that the crisis has accelerated the digitization of our public services and government at large. Many governments were forced to rapidly move from going digital into being digital, have to be digital. So, yes, definitely, the crisis has accelerated this movement, this dynamic. But I would say that the crisis has even more underlined and revealed even the shortcomings, the gaps in many countries, in the region, but across the world, where the digital was not at the appropriate level to provide the appropriate responses. And these shortcomings and risks that were revealed, I would cluster them into three groups. First risk and shortcoming was and still is the speed in which all of us were urged to digitize fast. And therefore what we have seen, and for me this is like a big risk, is that many of governments fell in the trap of just putting paper-based solutions into digital mode. So before really optimizing and transforming the services, we have been digitizing them. And this might also be a huge risk for the future, because now we might have ended up during and after the crisis with services, with processes, procedures that are digitized, but maybe they have not been sufficiently transformed and optimized. So for me there is like a big work and thinking still to be done. Secondly, I think the crisis has also revealed the need to have an appropriate digital infrastructure. And this is not the most sexiest things to work on. This is not the most appealing for politicians. This is not the most appealing for the general public, because this is back office. What we need to have in place are good interoperable systems, good and solid and of quality based registries, digital signatures, digital identity. These aspects have been proven to be key and crucial in the whole crisis. And we have probably to invest even more on these aspects. Third element, besides the rapid digitization, second, the need for digital infrastructure, is also to keep track of the core values, principles, democratic, ethical, but also participative and inclusive. Because of the speed of reaction and of things, what we have seen is that many new tools have been developed in working with different private, GovTech kind of actors. We were using data, big data, to a huge extent, but this, of course, might call for a new ethical and democratic framework of governance, or at least that we should think about or launch the debate about the democratic, ethical values in working with private sector, working with data, how we deal with all of this. And last but not least, also about the participative and inclusive aspect and values. All of us know the digital gap we are facing across the world and also in our Western Balkan region. So how do we deal with this? The pandemic has only have enlarged this digital gap, this digital divide. So how do we work with this so that on the one hand we are not limiting ourselves in going more digital, but on the other hand that we're also not leaving people or certain groups even behind. So crucial in this getting out of the whole crisis is this aspect of resilience. It's about reaction to the crisis, it's about recovery that we have been doing now, but also about reform. What are the lessons that we take out of this? Because resilience is not only about bouncing back to the original, it's also bounding back better or stronger even. So what are the lessons that we are taking from this? What have we learned? And what have we learned together? So therefore it's crucial to have these kind of meetings, these kind of sessions where we can discuss with professionals what we have learned and how we can do better. I wish you a lot of success and fruitful discussions in this interesting panel, and hope to see you soon, hopefully live, in one of your countries in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you. Here we are, approaching session 4, the final session of the first day. We will discuss, just to remind you, Smart Governance 2.0, human-centered, ecosystem-based aspects of digital public service delivery in the post-pandemic era. And we will again have a set of great panelists, coordinated this time by 2 experts, Olivera Damjanovic and Gerd Trogeman. Ms. Damjanovic works at a regional school for public administration as a program manager for quality management and e-government. She has more than 15 years of experience at senior management level in the public administration of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and previously 10 years of work with relevant international organizations. Our second moderator is the manager of the UNDP Regional Bureau for Europe and Central Asia Regional Hub. Now in Istanbul, he previously served in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and in New York City. Olivera and Gerd, we are looking forward to meeting your panelists.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for joining us today, to all of you credible speakers, to taking your time really to join at this very interesting session. So today here with us we have our speakers from Western Balkans country, but also from the European Union, and I would like to read your names. Today with us are Ms. Natalia Tonina from SAP as the MEE Public Service General Manager, SAP Germany. Here we have the Nabila Repishti, Director of the governmental portal e-Albania from National Agency for Information Society of Albania. Milena Lipovina-Božović, I think that, yes, Ms. Milena is with us. State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Development from Montenegro. Burin Balaj, Head of Directorate, Agency for Information Society of Kosovo. Ivana Šarić, Head of Department, General Secretariat of the Council of the Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, excuse me. And instead of Mihailo Jovanovic, the Director of the Office for Information Technologies and E-Government for Serbia, we should have with us Ms. Ana Šarenac, his assistant, but if he's not at the moment with us, I'm sure she will join us later. So after this Nick's very interesting introduction, I would like to ask the Gerd to continue.
Thank you very much, Olivera, and thank you to the Master of Ceremony in Montenegro. Welcome to everybody for this hybrid event. I'm still having to get used to it after a year and a half of COVID, to switch between different screens very quickly. But it's great to see you all. Thank you for joining us for this session. And thank you, Olivera, for introducing our colleagues and for co-moderating the session with me today. My name is Gerd Trogeman. I work with UNDP out of Istanbul. And let me perhaps, before going straight into questions to our panelists, share with you a couple of thoughts from a UNDP perspective in terms of our work on prioritizing digitalization and innovation in public service delivery. We have, as UNDP, ourselves undergone a major digital transformation period and are still in the midst of it. We are in the process of updating a digital strategy that we just introduced 2 years ago in 2019 in a way that already says how fast this environment is. And in 2021, we feel we need to update it fast. We launched a full-fledged network of accelerator laboratories, as we call them, accelerator labs, in more than 100 countries, 11 of which in Europe and Central Asia, and have really increased our footprint also in the Western Balkans in terms of digitalization and technology oriented support to our government partners. UNDP's COVID-19 response supported innovative approaches to apply digitalization and tech, including in procurement, in data tracking, in business continuity, communications, intra-government and intergovernment coordination mechanisms all across. I feel a bit tempted to give you multiple country examples, but I don't think as a moderator I should go into too much detail in this regard. Let me just say that what we see across the region is a very positive trend in governments and public sector institutions recognizing the immense value and benefit of digitalization and technology for the quality and efficiency of public service delivery and for public engagement and participation. On the other hand, we see persistent challenges in both the public and the private sector with regard to digital leadership and whole of society and whole of government digital frameworks. Major gaps still remain in digital skills, particularly in rural areas. And targeted investments are really needed to ensure that women, youth, people with disabilities, marginalized groups are supported to take part and reap the benefits of an increasingly digitalized world. So the COVID pandemic really demonstrated the digital divide and inequalities in all countries across the region and how these inequalities constrain the effective and optimal use of digitalization to reach and touch the lives of those left behind. For us, this forum is really an important opportunity to explore how we can further support digitalization and technology in the region. And Olivera and I are really eager to hear your experience, all our panelists today, and your insights in this regard. We have organized our panel in a number of questions, and Olivera and I will be taking turns in asking you those questions. And I would like to start, if I may, with a more general question to all our participants, and I'll go around the virtual table to get your views and insights in this regard. The question is that in the context of smart governance, what is it that motivates you in dealing with the human-based aspect of digital public service delivery within your environment? And how would you describe, in a very few words, your strengths in contributing to such smart governance? I hope you can all hear me well. I see some smiles and some nodding, and if you don't hear me well, you can either lift your hand, raise an eyebrow. I will try to pick up the signals as quickly as I can. Let me start, if I may, with Natalia in this regard. What is it that motivates you, and where do you see your strength in the context of smart governance?
Thank you, Gertsen. Thank you, Olivera. Thank you, organizers of Digital West Balkan Summit. It's really high pleasure and honor for me to take part in such a summit and share SAP opinions on the importance of building human-centered ecosystem-based aspects of digital public services. So, as you said in the beginning, the speed of changes is growing enormously in the society. And this exactly urged government to speed up as well and improve their collaboration with citizens. Expectations of citizens today extremely high. And one of the key aspects of citizen expectations are better collaboration and better engagement with government. They really have a lot of preferences in their means how they digitally want to collaborate with governments today, with public authorities. And it's mobile devices. It's accessing 24/7 customer services lines, nudge-based services through the chatbots. So citizens open, ready. Now government agencies should be really available here today to provide all these digital channels. To trust in government. This is what inspiring me to talk about that, yeah? Because it's statistics, worldwide statistics shows that trust in governments now on the lowest level, unfortunately, through the history. To increase trust in government, minimize disappointment in the society, governments have to eliminate the bureaucracy and invest in better collaboration with constituents by using proven technologies and integration means. 3 approaches could be recommended for consideration for governments, which are 100% proven by existing best practices across the world. First approach is to provide seamless access to digital services such as submitting documents, opening requests, doing electronic payments, and so on. And best practice here is Denmark, which started this journey about a decade ago. And even in 2015, they plan to have 100% of tax returns through the digital channels. Second approach, which would be considered, is implement citizen engagement projects to extend access for services for larger percentage of population by using pre-built content, templates, different digital channels for service requests, applying technically savvy platforms which is able to support and launch emerging technologies, embrace emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, chatbots. And this everything can lead to a lower cost of customer services with much better outcomes. And last but not least, managed in public employees and citizens experience to improve quality and increase loyalty. And best practice is here, healthcare.gov website by United States. By attracting citizens to provide their feedback on the future design, government spent 13% less time and efforts to enroll in healthcare of more than 1 million people. Having all this said, means that bottom line is a greater access to streamlined, efficient government services online, increase citizen satisfaction, and boost engagement. It's possible, let's do it.
Very interesting. Thank you, Natalia, both for highlighting best practices, but also giving very concrete examples in this regarding these three areas. Thank you. Milena, may I turn to you? I'm just going around the screen here clockwise, if everybody permits me to do so. Milena, over to you and your perspective from Montenegro. What does motivate you in this context?
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, good afternoon to everyone, dear colleagues, dear guests and friends. I'm really thrilled to see all of you, and it's my really great pleasure and honor to be able to participate on the summit and greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Development of Montenegro. So in a few words, I would try to answer your question. Firstly, I strongly believe that the smart governance is the only way we can significantly improve the ways that public services are delivered. And the digital public services are not only an option, today they are an imperative. So knowing that it is the best way we can meet the public expectations and become more efficient and resilient motivates me the most. So accessing public services should be really easy and fast, and I believe that it is unlikely that we return to pre-COVID patterns, so the governments need to put digital strategies at the center of their policy agendas, and I believe that all the citizens and companies as well need to change their habits and shift to truly digital services. As far as concerned my actually personal feelings, I'm very proud and thankful because I'm a civil servant and at this moment, and I can help in creating better conditions for the whole society. I see this as a tremendous challenge, and one rationale that economist part of me is actually kind of prudent, but actually the other part, the adventurous part of me, based on the fact that I'm a passionate mountaineer, is very happy and excited because I think that we are working our way up to reach the summit.
Very interesting. Thank you, Milena. And I can sympathize with you looking at yourself from different perspectives and having different parts of yourselves looking at this phenomenon. Burhan, if I may continue with you, you're just next to Milena. You may not know it, but that's the virtual reality on the screen. Burhan, over to you. How does this look like for you?
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Starting from my perspective, I will start in that way. I have been employed in a public administration institution for 13 years. Latest, to be honest, I was thinking to leave the public sector. But when the pandemic started, it was a coincidence that we started to develop a very important project for the country. That was d.o.o platform, an important project for the country and for all citizens, which was the reason that made me continue to work on, and no longer to think about leaving. During the pandemic, like the rest of the world, Kosovo was closed for a while, and the need to receive services remotely was already necessary. Due to the pandemic, the beginning of the realization of d.o.o platform has its difficulties, especially with institutions, somehow, and with citizens too. We started to have many meetings with different institutions. Most of them we conducted online, based on the situation. Many of actors were skeptic that we could carry out such a project. But we did it. We had also many obstacles during this time, some of them legally, some of them bureaucratical, but we did it in the end. Today when we are speaking, those obstacles belong to the past. For about a year, we have managed to offer over the 30 fully digital services online in the d.o.o platform, enabling many interested persons to be able to receive online electronic services provided by public institutions in Kosovo, shortening distance, increasing the efficiency and speed of receiving the services. These services are dedicated to citizens, businesses, and to NGOs. There are currently dozens of other services which are in process and will be soon public to the citizens. After a lot of work and commitment, we managed to launch the d.o.o platform in the first period of the year. For this period, we have had over 500,000 users in the d.o.o platform. During this period so far, we are talking about over 83 million visits. The whole vaccination process was administered by d.o.o platform. Over 1.5 million vaccines are administered through d.o.o platform, and many, many other services. How was the platform received by citizens? At first, they were hesitating, but also some of them had problem, difficulties how to use this platform. But to facilitate them, in this time, we increased the level of using the platform. We organized the call center for citizens. We hired several officials in our office, and we supported them through phone calls, online help, and we use also the social media in that process. Currently, we are in the final phase of the testing for the realization of electronic payment through the d.o.o platform. This service is going to be great and helpful for citizens. And after expanding providing a wide range of services through d.o.o, all institutions of Kosovo are ready to offer their services through this platform. But each of these services to develop and to integrate in d.o.o take a considerable amount of time. So we are managing this process under the pressure of time. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Burim. Interesting. The acceleration point, I think, comes out very clearly. What looked like new territory a year and a half ago is already common ground for many of us in such a short period. Ivana, how does this look like in Bosnia in your work on e-government overall, your motivation, and what is it that drives you?
Okay, I'm passionate about the journey of digital transformation itself, and it's exciting to be a part of this transformation process.
The process which transforms old, closed, inaccessible, and leader-driven government to a new, open, inclusive, and efficient government where focus are the citizens. Now the needs of citizens are at the first place, and we are finally listening what they have to say and what they really need. This process puts us into a position where we are working with the citizens, not just for them. In this process, I think my greatest strength is my passion to make this working for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I like to think of myself as a bridge between old and new, because I know where we are now and how much we can gain once when we complete this transformation. So.
Okay, thank you, Ivana. And you can sense that passion in the bridge between old and new, absolutely. Divina, let me come to you. What is it that motivates you in this context?
Hello to everyone. Thank you. It's the fourth Western Balkan Digital Summit, and I have been part of it since the first edition, so I'm very glad to be part even this year. I wanted to share something that was not to mention all that the colleagues mentioned before. I wanted to say that the COVID pandemic forces lockdowns, renewed and anchored the role of digital government, both in its conventional delivery of digital services, as well as the new innovative efforts in managing the crisis. I wanted to say that the digitalization of government, not only in the Western Balkan countries, but all over the world, started long before the pandemic. But we can say that the lockdown times accelerated the transformation to an unprecedented speed, and with the goal to provide services in a more productive, open, and even cost-effective way. Digital transformation, when it started and when all the government were implicit in, we can say from 2008 to 2019, in fact, in the beginning, has less to do about digital and was more about good old-fashioned change management. It was kind of evolution. It was a cultural change that requires to continually challenge, experiment, and maybe sometimes even get comfortable with the failure. But the digital transformation of public administration was essential in order to create new opportunities, to simplify bureaucracies, and to make policies more transparent and effective. Prior to the pandemic, governments around the world have been making digital advances, of course, but while some had made significant progress, as there were shown in different benchmarking all over the Europe, but even from the UN, for example, that was part of 182 different countries. The risk of being less than perfect was slowly the transition to the digital. But when the global pandemic hit, everyone changed, and digital was no longer nice to have anymore for the government, but it became an imperative in itself. Considering digital government most compelling feature, its availability to serve efficiently, scale cheaply, and to adapt quickly were features more vital than ever. Because the citizens have the right to request greater simplicity, speed, and transparency in the management of public services, and is, of course, the state duty to provide services in a modern and inclusively way, with increased involvement of innovative technologies, adoption, and agile methodologies, because the new face of public services should be digital by default. I don't want to mention so much about the Albanian experience. I wanted to say that the revolution of offering the public services in Albania and made the application only online, eliminating totally the physical contact with the public employees, started at 1st January 2020. Of course, it has its difficulties, but we wanted to say that apart all the engagement, even from the political side, the COVID pandemic has accelerated, of course, this pushing reform that we have started. And we have been, I can say, well prepared for the conditions that we were facing from March 2020. But of course, there are very much lessons learned during this period because, as you mentioned, automation of the service delivering from citizen side is one thing, and having the full automated processes of the public administration procedures, starting from digitalized archives, improved electronic services, improved electronic systems, and interoperability have, of course, the main focus to the previous what we thought beneficiary. I wanted to say even one last thing. During the pandemic, we faced that going digital was not a choice, but it was not kind of a choice, but it was the only choice that we had to continue living our lives in a certain way. So this new area will maybe face different challenges, but I think that from user perspective, it has renewed a gap that will be much more difficult without the pandemic to explore from the citizen and the businesses, adapting new methodology of offering the services on the online.
Very interesting. Thank you, Nabila. And again, the acceleration point and the role of the pandemic very central to what you say. Anna, in Serbia and in your work with the Office for Information Technologies and e-government, what motivates you and your colleagues to move forward in this context?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to apologize once more on behalf of Mr. Mihailo Ivanovic for not being able to join you today due to some obligations he has with the non-alignment summit, which started today in Belgrade. I send his regards, and I also send congratulations on organizing the summit. In regards to your questions, I would say that the Republic of Serbia has set digitalization as one of the priorities of the government of Prime Minister Ana Brnabić. We believe that our country's economy must be based on knowledge and innovation. In that regard, my view is also that all economies responded to digital solutions as quickly as they could in the circumstances in which pandemic has caught them. In Serbia, we had the opportunity to build new solutions on the existing digital infrastructure and services, which then significantly accelerated the implementation during the pandemic. We also recognize the need and work on strategic planning for digitalization of Serbia in years to come. But I think services alone would not help us if we had not planned and implemented them in the right way in the context of consumer support in healthcare professionals, citizens, or governments. As a country, we have managed to effectively establish digital services that have greatly helped citizens during the COVID-19 pandemic. And in that regard, I would like to point out the excellent information system we have created for vaccination against COVID-19, which consists of three main segments: expressing the interest in the vaccination on the government portal. The second one, the inviting citizens to vaccination appointments at the place and time for planned immunization, and monitoring the distribution of vaccines from the moment they arrive to the central warehouse to the moment they are administered to the citizens. There are more and more services that I could go through, but some that I would also point out are the scheduling of appointments for PCR testing on personal request, and the service of obtaining the digital green certificates. Citizens can easily schedule the PCR testing and also access their results. Or get their digital green certificate online, with which they can travel to many countries around the world, since Serbia has done its best to secure the recognition of these certificates. I think also the citizens of Serbia have the opportunity to see in practice the effective application of digitalization in healthcare, which has the potential to be improved over time in order to make life easier for citizens and to improve the healthcare in all other segments of citizens' interaction with the healthcare system. We have provided also healthcare professionals with minimal interaction with the information system, so that they do not have to enter data in the system that the system already has from existing services. And the state administration and the competent professionals had the opportunity to use visualization and data analysis in form of reports and diagrams that brought the data closer to them, making intuitive understanding of trends in spread of infection and degree of vaccination, and to contribute actually to them making knowledge-based and best possible decisions. To just add one more thing, it's that, of course, we are open for sharing the experiences with all other economies in the region, so that everyone can maximize on well-being of their citizens, as well as the entire region of the Western Balkans. And having an opportunity to see how the pandemic has accelerated the movement and the need of having more and more electronic services available to governments, to citizens and businesses, is something that makes my work makes me very much motivated.
Thanks very much, Anna, for those examples from Serbia, and greetings from all of us back to Mikhail Jovanovic. Thanks for stepping in at short notice. Colleagues, I will pass the floor now to Oliveira for more detailed and much more difficult questions than this warm-up question was, and ultimately for leading the second round of our panel discussion. Oliveira, over to you, please.
Thank you, Gerd. I'm really glad that all of you, actually, a part of your personal motivation, could not resist really to highlight some issues that we all face in these very unusual times, and they are about the most important aspects of the digital transformation of public services in general, but also in your institution and from your personal perspective. So I would like to continue really with the more specific questions, and the first one would be for Natalia and for Nevila. We know that I would like to ask Natalia, okay, great. So Natalia will share with us the presentation that would give us an answer on the extent that e-services actually replace traditional services in public sector, everything that we know as the conventional ways of delivery, as Nevila also said, paperwork and bureaucratic way of delivering the services. So we are looking forward to hearing this presentation from you, Natalia.
Thank you, Oliveira. Sorry for referring again to COVID-19, but pandemic forced millions of citizens to use digital services to work and study from home, to stay in touch with friends, watch movies, communicate with authorities, and go shopping online. This unprecedented digital leap took place worldwide, including the Western Balkans as well. Accordingly to Professor Bieber's study, Digital Leap, How COVID-19 Transforms the Digital Future of Western Balkans, published by German Eastern Business Association in 2020, the net increase in online services was largest for information, 36%, social contacts, 35%, education, 33.4%, and entertainment, 30%. In contrast, in Germany, digital adoption jumped by 28% within the few months, from 61% before pandemic, by use digital access for goods and services, including social media, to 89%, which was stated and mentioned in May 2020. Huge growth, yeah? So when it comes to use by citizens, the areas of convergence between Western Balkans and EU remain uneven. You see on this slide, from this study, that during the pandemic, countries in West Balkans mainly used internet to learn about news, use for video on demand, social networking. And it's completely comparable to European Union level of usage, yeah, such as services. But when it comes to, let's say, payable services like banking, shopping, in e-government, do you see the screen, yeah? It's considerably less widespread than European Union average. That means there is still a big room for improvement in Western Balkans economies to grow in terms of offering payable services for citizens. Another slide, another graph shows you the digital gap between Western Balkans and European Union, which actually, for me, represents big risk, but the big opportunity. You see how low is the usage of internet for ordering goods or services in Western Balkans in comparison to average European Union level during the past year, and usage internet for interaction with public authorities, very small. There are plenty stuff to do, but why I said it's a risk? Because economies have a risk to lag behind of European Union, and that means less prosperity in the society in the future. On the other hand, the experience of advanced economies in the European Union can provide template to jump very quickly from point A to point B and to use the best practice to do the same in much quicker time period. Before this study was published, it was done a very big survey in Western Balkans countries, and key messages are actually stated here, that citizens really appreciate, they want to governments to provide better online services. And they really would like to see this trend continues to grow in every domain of their human life. But still there are obstacles and barriers like not optimal infrastructure in the country, lack of applications, devices, access to internet, especially in rural areas. All these aspects actually it's a food for thoughts for government how to establish their digital transformation roadmap better and accelerate availability of online services for their citizens. Thank you for your attention. Here I'm stopping to share and providing the poll for other opinions.
Thank you, Natalia, for sharing with us these interesting figures and statistics concerning Western Balkans, and especially key messages from the users to our governments. I think we can all agree that there is no good or smart governance without effective government, and effective government is the one that really is a challenge today, and with pandemic COVID-19. At this point, I would like to ask Nabila to give us her opinion on to which extent have e-services replaced traditional services in public sector, maybe from the Albania perspective, or if you have some other relevant data to shed some light on this issue.
Sorry, Oliver, I'm trying to share something. I don't know if you can see it.
We can. I think that we all can see.
Okay, it was in fact something that can show very shortly and simply the path that Albania has chosen in digitalizing public services. As I mentioned, it all started in 2020 from 1st January during the lockdown, the pandemic. The Albanian government portal turned into the only open door, and during the COVID, 1.2 million citizens and businesses were served, receiving their needed public services asked, or they were time in queue saved, and they were also money saved from the Albanian citizens and businesses, since applying online was out of fee from most of the services offered in this way. And we can say that from our side, it all started in 2013 with 1% of public services online. And till now, we mentioned that we have the 95% of the application form of the public services made only online through Albania portal. I want to specify that the 5% that are not online are kind of services. They request the physical presence of the citizens or the vehicles or laboratory samples. So there is no added value to make the application process online. But of course, this is something that we are not in the end of the road. There are still steps to finalize the whole paperless with of receiving the public services, which means the next steps will be each administrative document to be issued online with electronically signed or with electronic seal. Till now, we have 2.2 citizens and businesses that are registered in the platform, and something funny is that 44.5% are male and 24.5% are female. During the digital reform, as we call it in Albania, and starting from the online application made only through Albania, they have been optimization in time and cost, of course, for the citizens and businesses, around 4 million euro and 500 years. But what I wanted also to share, I wanted to share even another thing that has most to do about the Western Balkan countries, in fact, sorry. Share screen. I don't know if you can see it again. If we are going to refer to the Balkan Barometer about the public opinion in the perception of public institutions and services, if we are going to make to have a look at 2020 and 2021, I have checked the part of Albania, but it have also included in the graphics all countries of the Western Balkan countries. For example, if it is possible to get your personal document online, the perception of the public has increased from 2020 to 2021. For example, I'm going to take Albania. From how much is possible to have this kind of services online, from 24% that was in 2020, we can see that it has increased in 56. But of course, this incremental can be shown in all the Western Balkan countries. So if we are going to speak about Albania and how we have accelerated the percentage of the electronic services, of the public services electronically, we can say that 95% application form are only online, and we are working to conclude and to put them at level 4 of automation services, which means taking every administrative document online with total legal value, electronically signed or electronically sealed. And if we are going to speak about how these perceptions of offering services in this way has been accelerated, apart all the different assessment made from the benchmarking during the year, I think that having a look at the Balkan barometer of ARCC about the perception is a kind of real demonstration that even from the perspective of the citizen and businesses, this is shown by them. Yes. I'm not hearing you, Olivera. Maybe your microphone is still mute.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much, Nabila. And I just said we have to stick a little bit more strictly to our time limitations, and we would like to hear all of you. And my second question really goes to Anna and Ivana Šarić, and it is about actually how the governments are facing the issues of the funding of the public services. On one side, we are witnessing the increasing expectations from citizens and businesses for more and for more innovative and responsive services on one side. On the other side, we have the governments in the Western Balkans, especially with not abundant, let's say, public finances. And certainly they are under pressure in this respect. So how is this dealt with? How do actually government deal with the big demand on the one side and on the scarce funding of the other side in this time of the pandemic COVID? So Ivana, I would like to ask you, what is the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Okay. Bosnia and Herzegovina is always struggling with the lack of finance because of our internal political issues. Other problem is that the government of Bosnia and Herzegovina didn't put yet the digital transformation in their focus like other Western Balkan countries. So the budget for the digital transformation projects are on very low level. The good thing that happened is that this is the focus of European Union, UNDP, USAID, and other relevant international organizations. During the pandemic, two really important projects started. One is founded by UNDP and the British Embassy called Digital Transformation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and another is USAID e-governance project. First focus of USAID is development of e-construction permits, inspection services, social registers, and public procurement. And UNDP focus is to help Bosnia and Herzegovina to development of user-centric design services through changing of a mindset of the civil servants, leaders, and citizens to be proactive and innovative. They have a lot of great initiatives to bring citizens and civil servants to talk about and to exchange the ideas about everyday problems. One of my favorites is the Urban Lab, where the citizens are called to share their ideas about how the part of the city should be redesigned and used. They opened, as Gerd said, first acceleration lab in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they formed a digital governance practitioners network in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Using innovative approach that is designed through EU Policy Lab, Municipality of Bosnia and Herzegovina and UNDP are now working on the digital readiness assessments and they are development strategy for e-government at the local level. I must mention here one thing regarding the education of civil servants and leaders in our country about digital transformation and user-centric design. We all know that digital transformation it's not just about the digitalization of public services. This process is based on changing of the mindset of the whole government. And in this field, we have help from UNDP and British Embassy again, because they are starting with a new program called Public Sector Innovation Training for Leaders, Government Leaders in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we hope that this program will help our leaders to better understand the digital transformation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Beside that, we had some good initiatives in some municipalities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the problems with the lack of funding is solved by establishment of the public-private partnerships, and this joint efforts of private sector, some challenges were overcome during the pandemic. So we had help from every side.
It is good, thank you. It is good to hear that the donors and international organizations really assist governments in this respect. So Anna has already told us about excellent results of the government of Serbia in creating new and very innovative electronic public services. Could you tell us, Anna, how is the government of Serbia facing the issue of potentially not having enough funds for developing the new services?
I must say, in actually answering the previous question, I said that in general, I think in Serbia we had the opportunity to build new solutions during the pandemic time based on the existing digital infrastructure and services, which significantly then accelerated the implementation of the services during the pandemic. I think that the pandemic has caught us well prepared in a sense of already existing platforms that we have developed years before pandemic, which enabled us now to have quick solutions, quick electronic services that we can provide to government, government to government, or government to businesses, or government to citizens. In that sense, I think that the work we've done years before pandemic has enabled us to now easily, or quite easily, respond to the need of having all procedures available in an electronic way. I think the base ground that we've developed in terms of infrastructure and the different modules that enable us to quickly prepare procedures in electronic form is our success story.
Thank you. Apparently, Serbia had used the good circumstances of existing infrastructure and have been very agile in adapting the new ways of work. From the funding to the inclusion, and the question for Milena and for Durin. The question is about how are citizens and other groups, let's say also businesses for Milena, I think it's very relevant, and how they are included in the design and the delivery of services in this digital age, and has the pandemic affected the feedback loops and communication with citizens and with other groups, also businesses, and if yes, actually what happened? How did it work?
Thank you, Olivera. I think it's very important questions. And at the very beginning, let me please just, refer to some things. We all know that living in a digital age, and it is expected that all activities should be delivered in an online environment, followed by simplified and user-friendly processes. And the advantage of digitalization is very clear to all of us, but making real progress is really something that is easier said than done. And for all the government, not only for ours, it's a significant challenge, but we are fully capable of doing it. And I'm glad that we can say that in some areas we made a huge step, but we are still, of course, aware that there's so much space for improvements and greater achievements. And what actually COVID-19 pandemic showed us is that we need to be more prepared for the unforeseen and to adapt and to change quickly. So let me go now directly to your question. Since the pandemic affected everything, naturally, the communication with citizens can also be changed. And in Montenegro, majority of citizens, especially the older population, for years were using only traditional channels of communication with the state. What we have right now is, on one side, the government that had to accelerate the digitalization of the services to meet many of new demands and much more quickly than was expected possible before the coronavirus outbreak. And on the other side, we have our citizens who had to move dramatically toward online channels. And for many of them, it was totally new. So when designing new platforms for services and updating the existing ones, we were aiming for one thing, which is to make them simplest and as possible and user-friendly so that users don't perceive them as a barrier, but as a useful tool that will make their participation and communication with the public administration easier. And as you know, due to the COVID crisis, the economic activity has significantly weakened, and there was a good signal and clear signal for the government to provide quick solutions to avoid dismissal of employees. And in this regard, the government decided to launch the program for providing support to economy and citizens in order to mitigate negative effects of the new coronavirus pandemic, which will, of course, help entrepreneurs and businesses to pay the salaries. In order to enable respecting of all health measures and to facilitate the application procedure, this activity had to be organized online and paperless. So the ministry was in charge to organize and conduct the whole process with assistance of other relevant institutions. And there were many challenges in the process, but through a good communication within institutions, but also with the businesses and business associations, we made very good platform, online platform, in extremely short period of time and in very user-friendly mode. And relying on that good practice from this program, the Ministry of Economic Development decided to additionally upgrade another platform, which is a program for improving the competitiveness of the economy this year. And unlike the previous periods when the documentation was submitted in a hard copy and revised after that, this year's applications were fully digitalized and can be done only online completely. So in practice, this means that easier applying, shorter deadlines for evaluation and approvals, and better monitoring. So we see this as another added value in the quality of implementation of the program from the previous years, emphasizing, of course, its innovative component, which is reflected in the need for digitalization of the whole process. And now, when the application period is completed, we can draw many conclusions. And one of which would be that even though the online application seemed sometimes as a barrier for some participants, most of them gave positive feedback and assessed that this option significantly facilitated the process. And in order to continue the digitalization process and create adequate environment for business operations of the SME segment, Ministry, with the support of EBRD, is implementing now the project called Improving Entrepreneurship through Advanced Advisory Support and Information Services. And one of the components of the project implies the establishment of digital one-stop shop web portal, which is so-called single access point, enabling entrepreneurs and other businesses actors to get all the information relevant to their businesses in one place, including information on the current business support measures. And an important benefit is actually that the platform will serve for business applications and for the use of the available incentives program. So these and many other activities really show that we recognize the importance of digitalization and inclusion of beneficiaries in designing and delivering of the services. So I believe that we learned valuable lessons from the COVID pandemics. And one of them is, of course, that even though the digitalization of the government services started before the pandemic, we realized how slow it was, and the COVID-19 has accelerated the transformation to an unprecedented speed. So we have finally realized that digitalization means providing services in a more productive, in a more open and cost-effective way. So if we go back to your questions, I mean, the answer is yes. And I strongly believe that citizens should be and have to be included in designing and delivering the services in digital age, and that COVID-19 crisis made it very clear to all of us.
Thank you, Milena, for describing these very interesting and innovative ways of how government of Montenegro and your ministry has ensured the inclusion of the users, citizens, and businesses. And I think this is a good example of how the good government can really boost economic development directly or more indirectly. And the question for Burim is the same. Actually, what is your experience of your government or institution of including the users in the design of your services?
Thank you, Oliver. Yes, of course, citizens always should be part of decisions, important decisions. Involvement of citizens in the process of drafting strategies, other documents, legal documents, and provision of services is obliged by the law in our country. Also, it's a necessity of time because of the involvement of citizens has influenced and reflected in better services for the country. In this context, the government has developed a platform for public consultation through which citizens can offer their proposals regarding new policies, strategies, or designing the services that will be implemented by the institution of the country. Through this platform, institutions receive different proposals or ideas from citizens or different interest groups. However, these proposals are reviewed by the professional groups of the institution, and the citizens are always informed by the procedures during all of the time where is the status of the proposal that they proposed. Also, the pandemic has had an impact on feedback and communication with citizens. During this period, we have received a considerable number of comments from citizens. As I mentioned in advance, during this period of time, we have launched the d.o.o platform, and all of the time we have received vulnerable comments, suggestions from citizens and other groups, especially from businesses and NGOs. They helped us to improve certain services that are being offered in Kosovo. We have received proposals through the relevant modules in Kosovo from call center, especially, and also from social network. These proposals are reviewed by the team that manages Kosovo, and they are reflected in the best services acceptable from them.
Thank you, Burim, for presenting the situation in Kosovo. And as Gerard sent us the message, we had a bit of a problem with the time. So the floor is yours, Gerard, and along with this, let's say, warning to really keep the care about the time.
Well, thank you, Olivera. And it's not just digitalization that accelerates, it's also the time in a webinar that gets faster and faster the more you progress and the more interesting the discussion is. So my advance apologies, colleagues, for having to run through this last round of questions relatively fast. I understand we have a hard stop in roughly 20 minutes from you, so thank you so much for sticking to a very brief answer. I would like actually to come back, Olivera, to your question before on inclusion. And Milena, thanks again for a very interesting response in this regard. How do you, Natalia and Anna, how do you look at this, the inclusion aspect, inclusion of citizens and other groups in the design and delivery of services, but also how the pandemic has affected feedback loops and communication with citizens? If I may, Milena, sorry, Natalia first, and Anna right with you, if I can ask you. Thank you.
Inclusion is a very, very important topic, and there are many opportunities actually to involve citizens into designing and building the platform to provide public services in countries. Actually, one approach which could be suggested here to build one centralized, important to underline, centralized access to government's own omni-channel platform for the services for citizens. To this centralized approach really makes the difference. And an example which I already shared with you, when governments in the United States started to ask citizens, how would you like that we are building healthcare website, web platform for you? Collecting the feedback from citizens, they ultimately managed to simplify the interface and make the access for healthcare services in the country much easier and faster. Another aspect is that how actually to increase the inclusion. One government strategy, better communication, personal attention of the president of the country to this initiative, timely adopted legislation, and consistent and advanced technologies. This scope of enabling conditions actually can allow to do a better and faster breakthrough in this topic.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Natalia. Anna.
My opinion in this matter is that you cannot build an effective and efficient electronic service without communicating to the citizens or to the end user of those services. In that respect, I'd say that the Office for IT and e-government in Serbia is communicating with the relevant ministries regarding the procedures that need to be developed electronically to hear their opinion of what they believe are the processes which should be made electronic in terms of the number of requests that are submitted every year and their actual experiences with the end users. In that respect, we also communicate and try to communicate with our citizens and businesses through the contact center that we have in the Office for IT and e-government, where we gather comments and opinions and suggestions from our citizens and businesses on what services can be improved and what are the services that they would like to have, which are not maybe currently available electronically. So our effort is extremely towards hearing what they have to say, and that is something that takes up a lot of time and energy to process all of the emails and that we receive from our citizens, but it also helps us then perform better and really point out to their needs and develop systems and services exactly as our citizens would like to have them. And of course, as easier you make them, it's they would be more happy to use it then.
Thank you, Anna. Interesting. In a way, the inclusion question goes hand in hand with access and actual use of these services. If I can ask you, Ivana and Nevila, what do you observe in your environment? Is the actual access and readiness to use these services what you expect? And is this outpacing what the governments can offer? Or is it more hand-holding of citizens from your perspective? In whichever order. Nevila, Ivana, you're looking straight at me right now, and Nevila, I see you here as well. Over to you, Ivana, just for a quick answer.
Okay, regarding the COVID and pandemic and this was accelerating the delivering of the services in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We were on the lowest level before the pandemic, but pandemic accelerate the accessibility of public services. First in health care, then in education, because these two areas are most affected by pandemic. So we didn't have the platform as the Serbia had. So we have to, for the short period of time, to build centralized platform for the health for the health insurance and for the COVID patients. So in the time of pandemic, we developed the online platform for just like, I think it's the same as in Serbia, for the issuing of the certificates for COVID patients, where for the system for vaccination and to call the patients for the vaccination and all the process there. One problem that we had more than in Serbia, because in case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we were late with the vaccines. So our Bosnia and Herzegovina people went to the neighbor countries to get the vaccination. So we have to develop the application so that our government has really idea how many people are vaccinated in our country. So that was the success story in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and same it was with education, because in a short period of time the schools presented the Office online Office 365 and the Teams like online platform for the teachers, for the pupils, for the professors, and now after the pandemic, after the kids are back to the school, we are still using the Teams platforms for the parents meetings. So I think in case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's really important, because the needs of the citizens was that they don't go to the infirmary and to their doctor every time that they need something from the government. So we succeed to solve these problems.
Mm-hmm. Thanks very much, Ivana. It's really what you describe as acceleration on both sides, on the side of supply and demand and the actual use. Nevila, how does this look for you in a brief response?
Yes, as I mentioned before, we have forced before pandemic the using of online services only through the uni-governmental portal e-Albania. But during the first time, when it was just mandatory for everyone to apply only online, the people with no knowledge of technology or for different other cases, they were supported by the public employees. Because since the application we were going to be done only online, the public administration employees renewed the work they daily work. At first, they went offering services of helping services of how to support citizens and businesses to apply online to e-Albania portal. So means the first time or the second, the people needed to go and get help, but maybe the third time, especially when the pandemic started, they were well prepared and more willing to use this only online. So that's why I really mentioned that pandemic has accelerated the reform that we have tried from January 2020. I wanted to say something very, very shortly, linked with the previous question that you asked before about the engagement of the citizen in designing the public services. I really need to say that before taking their engagement, they need to be faced starting using the services online. So during this phase, we have decreased the burdens of the using of e-services, even starting with the accompanying documents, all the state documents that are provided by different institutions. There is no more obligation to be provided by the citizens, the application that should be citizen or businesses, but all these are through different centralized electronic system provided as tools to the public administration. They are obtained by the public employees. And so for now on, in Albania, a citizen of businesses have to apply only online and to provide only the self-associated documents for example, auto declaration or different documents taken from third parties. It started in this way, facing them with a facilitated way of application online, offering to them. We will be ongoing offering the full process online, obtaining even the final document. After this, we have accomplished some kind of plan that will start in the second half of 2020. After offering this kind of services, application till the delivery online, then we will start with different types of citizens, for example, these with special needs or other interested focus groups, to take all maybe these services to get something about facilitating the procedure, obtaining from the legal aspect values. So for the moment, we have started with pushing all digital, but without re-engineering, of course, the whole process and the flow with the electronic system tools for the public administration, etc. But some of the gaps are the legal amendments that maybe need to be done to facilitate the procedures. And this has not to do only, okay.
Sorry, Nivila, this is not meant to be implied. I'd love to have a longer discussion, ideally behind the scenes afterwards, but I understand the closing ceremony will be a hard deadline for us in just 4 minutes from now. That's why I need to stop here. And I wanted to actually conclude with a question to Milena and Burim, if I can combine the question to both of you just for a brief answer. Innovation and innovative services have become an imperative. How do governments cope with these new possibilities, with foresight, with strategy planning, with artificial intelligence, all these new things that are falling on governments? Just a quick reaction from you. How does this feel in government? Over to you, Milena.
Okay, I will try to be as fast as possible. Just to give my personal opinion. First of all, I must admit that I'm not happy with the current level of digitalization of public sector in Montenegro, and we really need a lot of help from our international partners in speeding up the transformation. And I'm pretty aware that we are in a race against the time with paced technological development. There is no moment to spare for the public sector if it's to support its citizens and the businesses with the services and the policies in the modern and increasing digital world. So in this new reality, especially the new one created by the COVID, there is a large mix of approaches and diverging viewpoints on how to achieve it. And I think that this is the moment when we come to innovation. And the role of innovation is an essential driver of economic development and sustainability, and has been strengthened and emphasized in the recent period. So digital transformation is recognized within the smart specialization strategy of Montenegro as a very important part of a representative program in the field of ICT technologies, and pervasive segment of 4 key policy areas of S3. So it aims to enable the achievement of the most modern technological standards and development of e-infrastructure and the application of innovative ICT solutions at the state level, on which we are working intensively through interministerial cooperation, but also with the broad consultation at all levels. So for the purpose of the more efficient implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of innovation-related activities, we decided to undertake all necessary steps toward digitalization of innovation sector. Thus, as one of the first steps toward to our goal of digitalization of the public services in this sector, portal e-innovation was created with the aim to enable transparent and simplified application procedure for the register of innovation activity and for the incentives for R&D. So this possibilities was enabled from the very beginning of this month, October, and it is fully functional and very user-friendly. So each interesting additional functionality of the system is a feedback information for the users, an email notification about every change in the status of the request. So there is no dilemma regarding how the recent new technologies offer an enormous potential to transform the public services. Those kind of technologies such as big data, machine learning, blockchain, artificial intelligence will be crucial in enabling innovative public service delivery, which is in turn will play a central role in reaching our economic development goals. So just to conclude, I would say that in the end, as we define our way forward, it's important to remember that we as policymakers have a key role to play in helping companies to adapt their culture and processes to the digital world. And I'm certain that we are on the right path, but it is very important to stress again that the support from EU and other international partners will be a key success factor in reaching this goal. So I invite you to stay all connected in this common agenda in creating a more resilient economy in post-COVID area based on digital transformation of the public system.
Thank you, Milena. And in a way, I think you gave a perfect closing in the way you just framed your last 3-4 sentences. That is exactly, I think, what it should look like. Buren, sincere apologies. We will not be able to fit the additional question into this discussion. My apologies for that. This is just we're the victim of time in this regard. The closing is starting in any second. I wish we can discuss behind the scenes a bit more, and I hope we have that opportunity to dialogue more. Count on our support from RESPA, from UNDP, from all of our partner institutions going forward. And big thanks to you for making the time, and apologies for rushing us through the last several minutes. There was just no other way to do this. Next time we'll meet for 1 hour more, I promise. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Oliveira, for co-moderating with me.
Thank you, Gerd. Thanks to all of you. Bye.
Well, this really was an amazing journey. At the end of this first day, we can already draw some conclusions and highlight some spots in the future's horizon.
Digi, wait a minute, stop. It's not up to you to summarize. Remember, you're not a co-host, you're an assistant. So, please, you have 10 seconds to vanish from the screen. Come on, 1, 2, 3, okay? Go on, go away. The role to summarize this first day of the summit is up to Marina Banovic. Marina Banovic is the State Secretary in the Ministry of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media. She will remind us about the most interesting discussions and will outline a set of preliminary conclusions for today. Marina, please join me here on the stage.
So thank you for the opportunity to make the summary of the first quite hectic day, I would say. We were living today parallel reality, real world, virtual world, partially also due to your co-hosting the event with Digi. So we have our new friend, Digi.
He's an assistant, please.
Assistant, sorry, I apologize. However, it's really a pleasure to be here in the musical center, one of the landmarks of Podgorica that itself also was submitted recently to a huge transformation, although not digital, from a cultural center for Yugoslav army, I think. So yes, first day was focused on 2 policy areas, on digital skills and digital economy. Each of these areas was actually covered with 2 panels. First one more on leadership and digital skills in governmental area, while the second one in digital area was more about the influence of digital skills on inclusion and that aspect of this important policy area. Regarding the digital economy, here we had more coverage of health, digital health as one of the big areas, and also the second part was efficiency of digital services in public sector, which is of course a very important topic. If we go into the more details of each panels and conclusions of them, we can say that in the first panel, the host minister Tamara Srzentic highlighted that the key challenges for Montenegro and for the region are present at both strategic and practical level. Re-engineering processes and services should rely on a synergy between traditional practices and state-of-art technologies. All this should be based on a human-centered design because putting people first is essential. The panelists agreed that digital transformation requires joint efforts of all key stakeholders. The panelists also placed a strong emphasis on the balance between hard and soft skills. Also, the importance of both informal and formal education has been acknowledged in context of increasing human capital and applying digital transformation on multiple sectors. There is a strong need to promote whole of government approach in order to address the challenges that contemporary world is facing. Digital transformation starts with an inclusive and participatory policy design along with a digitally empowered public administration. Those were conclusions of the first panel, and then now we are moving to the second one, where it was underscored the need for leadership in education, including teachers, students, and managerial level. Online learning platforms launched in the Western Balkans during the pandemic are an excellent example of strong leadership. 21st century leadership requires digital skills because nowadays digital skills are essential as maths and writing skills were in the past. Digital skills in education rely on an overall strong system. That's why emphasis was also placed on infrastructure, as it is vital to provide all children and all schools with internet connection. To do this,
stopped.
We need to ensure appropriate funding, given that budget is a driver for equity and inclusion. In fact, inclusive digital transformation in education means supporting not just digital natives, but also those who did not grow up with technology. The third panel was related to health, and we learned that digital technologies had been central to the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, the pandemic has accelerated the rise of digital health solutions such as telemedicine, digital health platforms, and health apps. The panelists placed emphasis on health equity in order to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable for everyone. As a result of a disruption in the healthcare sector, the pandemic has also given rise to increased investment in innovation. Yet, with the current digital health trends, some challenges still remain. This includes funding, cybersecurity and data protection, staff skills, interoperability, and data management. We're coming to the last fourth panel, which was focused on delivery of human-centered digital public services. Some challenges have been identified, and first of them we can say we need targeted investment so that marginalized groups such as elderly, people with disabilities, and those living in rural areas can experience the benefit of digitalization. Second, in order to increase citizen satisfaction, governments need to ensure better collaboration and better engagement in order to deliver quality services. This includes simplifying bureaucracy and embracing new technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence and building on previous experience and infrastructure. Third, design thinking, agile management, and cultural change are essential in ensuring institutional readiness for digital transformation. With this, we're concluding with the conclusions of the first day, and see you tomorrow, same time, same place, I think.
Thanks a lot, Marina. And if all this was delivered today, just wait, stay tuned for tomorrow, because tomorrow we will tackle very important topics of digital infrastructure and connectivity on one hand, and on the other hand, the security and trust in the digital environment. So a lot more of amazing speakers and interesting insights are waiting for us tomorrow. Thank you for being with us, and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. Central European Time. Have a good evening. Thank you.